We are starting a new challenge run. We're going to try and conquer the world as these little Garthemi bug boys. So we start with 10, a dumpy little throne room, and a little bit of supplies. And we're supposed to take over the entire world. And if we look, our starting location, we're nestled into this nice protected mountainous area. We do have some neighbors that we'll have to deal with, but there's also a lot of free land that we can take over easily and then hopefully build up our power and wipe out our neighbors. And then just you can see how big the map is. It's quite large. There's a lot of big factions in here that we'll have to deal with. So this is going to be a long campaign for sure, but should be a fun one. So the goal here is to, well, let's go over our faction leader. So our ruler name is Tong Tong Zedong. So Tong Tong in Cantonese is like a cute way of saying little bugs. And Zedong is like a Mao Zedong. And so we're basically going to be committing a lot of war crimes here, as you can tell by our faction name, the Schlachthof. So everybody's going to get executed unless they're bugs. So we'll be keeping all the bug people alive. Everybody else will either be enslaved or executed and cannibalized. Now here's our map. I picked one that had quite a bit of mountainous region because bugs love to be inside the mountains, both for working and for their living quarters. So we should have a pretty easy time here keeping our bugs happy by inhabiting the underground areas. There's also a little bit of a river running through, which is going to be good. We can use that to help water our farms. And you can see here, I've already done some legwork and trying to get up our initial farming setup. This is going to be a while before we get all this stuff built, but these are bug farms. So bugs are terrible at almost everything, but one thing they are good at is farming bugs. So the Baltic crawler breeders, they're basically large, they're kind of like large worms essentially, and they produce quite a decent amount of meat. So that'll be our staple diet. We've got a decent amount of clay in here that we'll be using soon as well. First thing first, though, we need to get our initial town set up. So I don't know exactly how everything's going to be laid out, but I did want to at least get our primary food source going, and this should probably hold us over up until about maybe 1,000 people or so, if we can get all this up with a little bit of research. So first thing we need to do is make some storage. So let's just get a basic storage. Now, if you've never played Songs of Six before, you have to build most of these buildings from scratch. So you have to do all these layouts where you want the interiors to go. So in this case, the interior are crates. This is where we store all of our goods. We have to assign each crate manually. We have to build each one manually and lay it out properly. So we get our outside set up. We have doors to get in. That's what these little gaps are. And then these are crates. So if we go ahead and accept that, let our guys go start to build, we need to cut down a couple trees just so that we can finish building this. Now in the early game, we want to limit what our citizens have access to. So we don't want them to eat all kinds of food. We just want them to eat meat and fish. We're not going to have fish for quite a while, so basically just meat. We don't want them to eat our rations. We do start with some rations, but we want to save that as an absolute last second emergency, and we don't want to eat those first. So if you look over here, our meat decays at 100% per year if it's not stored, and 50% per year if it is stored. So if you have 100 meat and you wait a year, you will have 50 meat at the end of the year just because it rots away. And the rations you can see here only decay 5% per year, so an order of magnitude less. And that's why we don't want to eat our rations. We want to save those as emergencies because they do hold for a lot longer. So we'll get our storage set up. We'll get everything put away so it doesn't rot on the ground. And then we're going to go hunt. We do have some of those bugs over here. These are the ones that we'll be farming later, but these are the wild ones. So those ones we just chop up right away. There we go. Our warehouse is done. We need to assign a worker first so we can let the AI do it, which is what I usually end up doing because the AI will add workers depending on if there's an influx of stuff that needs to be hauled back to the warehouse, or less workers if there's nothing else going on, and that frees them up to do other stuff. We also have to assign crates manually, so let's go ahead and assign some meat crates, some for the stone and wood, which are going to be our primary building materials in the early game. We do have some livestock on the ground, which we'll have to sell pretty quickly, and then we start with a few other things here. We'll just make some space for that. So we have 18 out of 22 crates accounted for, and each crate can hold, I believe it's 80. Yeah, each crate can hold 80 items. So if you have 5 crates, it's 5 times 80, which is 400. So let's go ahead and let these guys move all this stuff back. And while they're doing that, we're going to go hunt some bugs, some tong-tongs. The other thing we need to do is get some housing set up. And again, I don't know exactly where we'll have the ultimate. Ultimately, I don't know where all these will be laid out. So we'll probably just have some temporary stuff up here for now. And then we'll eventually build into the final build. And then we'll knock some of this stuff down, like this storage house, this little throne room. We'll knock all that down and reuse the materials for something else. But I think if we just get maybe 2 houses right here for now, that should be enough to hold us over until we get a few immigrants moving in. So we need to get houses set up. We need to get some infrastructure going so people are happy, and then that will attract people to want to move into the area. So right now we only have 10 people, but very soon we're gonna explode that population pretty quickly to a much larger number. So we're just gonna get some basic infrastructure here. We need a hearth to keep people warm, a well for them to cool off, and I believe they shower there and clean up, and a speaker so that they can get the news of the empire. And we're gonna allow up to 300 immigrants, and then we'll cut off our immigration. Actually, no, maybe we'll do 500. So 500 is a good number because if we look at our upgrades, so we start here with 0 population, no bonus. At 25 population, we unlock laboratories, and our immigration speeds up. The next one, we get import and export depots and a little more immigration. You just get a bunch of upgrades. The reason we want to stop at about 500 down here, you can see we get a bunch of nobility, we get loyalty bonuses, and then some of these other upgrades before then we get nobility. And we'll go over what all that means, but it's very important to get nobility as fast as you can. So I think getting to 500 quickly is probably the game plan for now. So we'll just allow everybody in. There we go. We got our infrastructure set up. We got 4 new people and 2 houses for them to live in. But like I said, we don't want this to be the permanent one. So we'll start working on a final setup here. And the ideal situation would be to have their housing in the actual mountain. Although the problem with that in the early game is it just takes a lot of labor to do. So I don't know if we have enough time to go through that. We might have to set them up out here. Yeah, here's what we're going to do. We'll do more temporary housing for now. So we'll get up to 50 people, and then once we get 50, we'll have more labor. We can knock out the walls and just start actually making our final town. Because one thing that I get in the habit of doing in this game a lot of is I build temporary stuff and then end up knocking it all down. It just takes a lot of work. And it's better, in my opinion, it's better just to plan it right from the beginning rather than having to go back and change it all again. I mean, there's benefits to both, but I think long term is probably best if you just do it right the first time. Within reason, obviously. So let's get a few more things set up here. We need some food sales where people can be happy. Kind of like RimWorld where they get mad if they eat without a table. Here, they get mad if they have to get it directly from the warehouse. They want to eat it from a food stall. We hit 25 population, which unlocks Emir, so we can build laboratories. We're not going to do that anytime soon. Oh, one thing I forgot. So we do have a neighbor here that we can trade with, and we should do that right away. So we're going to get rid of some stuff that we can't use in the near term. So all this stuff is just going to decay if it just sits in our storage. So let's go ahead and take some cash for it. There we go. So we got a little over 500, and we can demand back some rations. There we go. So we're getting rid of something that's going to decay anyways, and then we'll turn it into something that we can actually use. So the more food we have in storage, the more happy people will be because they know that they've got food security. So let's go ahead and do that trade. Let's go ahead and activate this job. I do want to have a storage facility down here, and that's going to probably hold a lot of the stone. Like I said, this one's not really going to be a long-term one. So we'll start to build down here, I think. So our main goal now is just to get our population up, keep an eye on our meat, make sure it doesn't go down too fast. There we go. We can keep plenty of stone down here, plenty of wood, and then let's start cutting into the mountain. There we go. So you can see it's much faster when you have a larger labor pool to utilize. Here we go. So we're just about done, and we want to start building some homes in this area. Now, when you build inside a mountain, it turns these walls into plus signs. That basically means they're going to fill in the mountain. So they don't actually use whatever it says they're going to use for the building material. So like right now we have stone. It does use stone, but it doesn't do stone. It actually turns it into something else. So what I'm going to do here, we'll try and utilize as much of the mountain as we can. There we go. So we get a nice long line, and I'm making them somewhat jagged for a reason. So this gives off something called roundness, and that's something that our bug people do like. So it helps keep them happy. I'll show it a little bit more in detail once we actually get in there, but look how fast that is. Really fast to build these. So what we'll probably end up doing is just deleting, well, no, I guess we can keep some housing up here too. That's not a big deal. But let's go ahead and let's get some more of our housing done. We need a little more space. There we go. So a bunch more houses. We're good on houses for a very long time. So a couple things we're going to need to do here. We will need to get some infrastructure, kind of like what we have here, but we need obviously down here. We need to get a janitor running so that he can fix buildings that are kind of dilapidated. So I'm going to pause the recording here, get some stuff set up, and then we'll come back and talk about it. There we go. So we have a janitor closet. We've got a shrine, so for people to pray at, speaker, all the stuff we have up there, plus a couple extra things like a market. We don't have furniture yet to build it, but we can work on that right now, actually. So I'm going to build just a temporary workshop up here. We'll be able to hold some furniture. There we go. So just a little workshop for 8 people. Ooh, our neighbor wants to give us some stuff. So he wants to give us 15 pieces of armor and 1,200 in cash. We'll take it. We need a place to put all that stuff. So let's put it in here. And our food is still doing okay. Like I said, we don't need to do the farms until we run out of animals, but we need to make sure we're ahead of the curve. So we'll probably start building some of these farms in the near future. Another thing we'll need, and we can just build on the end here, but we need a bathroom. Yeah, we'll just toss that on the end there. That does also require furniture, so we're going to be a little bit of time before we can actually build it. Yeah, I redid the carpenter. It's going to take way too long to get any kind of furniture out of that, so we'll make it a little bigger. So we can tear it down later, and then we'll get all our materials back for it anyways. Might as well just make it big. We'll put a bunch of people on there. That'll produce about 7 furniture a day instead of, I think we were getting like 1 or 1.5 previously. And we hit the next level, so 75 population, we get a little bit more immigration and then some stuff that we won't be using for a while. Now with 42 laborers, it's probably a smart idea to start working on these. And I'm going to work on the one that's closest to our storage first, because that's going to be the most convenient for dropping off supplies. So let's start chopping this stuff down. It's going to take a while to clear this out, but like I said, we do have a decent amount of labor to fall back on. And we're going to hunt these pigs. These pigs do get aggressive if you go near them too many times. So we'll just cut them down. They don't provide a ton of meat. Like all those, I think it was like 6 or 7 pigs is equal to about 1 Baltic crawler breeder, one of these big worms. But they do also put off a little bit of hides, their leather. So we'll store that. We go our bathrooms up. So most of our infrastructure is done. We can't really add too much more here, I don't think, without doing research. Yeah, I think we got most everything. So yeah, let's focus on getting this Baltic crawler breeder built and staffed. Ooh, we got a slaver that came. We have a little bit of cash, but I don't think it really makes sense to buy slaves. We can't really put them to use just yet. So I'm going to pass on this. But the slavers, you can get slaves from your neighbors, or you can get lucky and get an event like this where somebody comes by. They sell it, I think it's about half price, maybe a little more. But it's way cheaper to do it from here, and they also have a much bigger selection. So for example, our neighbor probably has 20 to 40 of these guys, whereas this slaver will sell up to 500. So really good event to have when you're ready for it. We're just not ready for it right now. But you can see he's got thousands of slaves on him right now. There we go. Our Baltic crawler breeder's almost done. Now we're going to need about 20, I think it's 24 animals to fully stock this one. So let's go ahead and open up some crates here for animals, and we need to trade for them. We had some earlier, we sold them off primarily because they would have just rotted. So we're going to demand 24 of these, and then we can sell off some stuff. Why don't we sell off this armor that we're not going to have any use for a very long time. Yeah, so 3 pieces of armor. That'll be every animal that we need for this one. There we go, and our shipment came in. So you can see the livestock right here. It's getting transferred in, and they come out as cubs, so little babies. They need a few days before they can turn into adults, and then they'll start producing some decent meat. As of right now, they're just going to do a little bit. Very small amount of meat. But this one should produce about 25 meat, I believe. So we're going to need more than one of these things right off the bat. So let's get another one going. We'll get this one activated, and until we are self-sustaining, we still need to keep eating the bugs from the wild. And we've got a fair bit of furniture here. I think the next priority should probably be research. Yeah, research, and then we could also get our clay mining operation going as well. That would be pretty good to have. Yeah, both of which require furniture. So let's get that going. The thing you got to be careful with furniture is anytime you build a building, or any materials that's required to build a building, say for example this one, it requires wood, furniture, and stone. By building this building, we will incur a maintenance. So you can see right here, our maintenance for furniture is 0.27, so about 1 every 4 days. We don't have a whole lot of things that use furniture, but by the mid game, we're gonna need to produce about 50 a day just to keep our maintenance up. So you got to be real deliberate with what buildings you produce. Otherwise, you're gonna make a bunch of stuff that you can't even you can't maintain. Okay, so let's start filling in some buildings here. We can get a lab going, and I don't want to build a huge one, but we will eventually make it a lot bigger. So let's just do something like this. There we go. So we'll get a starter research lab set up right here, and then as we need to expand, we'll just expand it out. we'll put, I generally, rule of thumb, like to keep about 10% of our population on research. You might need a little bit more with the bugs because they have a debuff. I think they get 80% of their total research value, whereas everybody else gets 100%. Humans get 125%. So these guys are not good researchers. Actually, I think some of the other species also aren't very good at research, but the bugs are probably the worst one. So you can see here we get a 0.8, so not good at all. Right, let's continue to work on this other multicolor breeder. We need to get that up and running. And you can see this one is starting to come online. Almost full adults. There we go. So yeah, about 25. So food production is about 25 for 16 workers, which is not great, but we can get that up through research and through some other things. So but this is going to be the primary way we feed all of our people for a long time. And we hit 140 population, so Prontix rate, what do you call it, level unlock. That's our, damn it. Delete that. So we unlock the next level, the Apprentice, and that allows us to make a ration maker and army supply depot. We won't be using those for a while though. The other thing I forgot, we need to open up meat for this section as well, because this guy needs to drop his meat off as close as possible, which will be right here. And then we need to delete this thing at some point. Now there's a couple more things we can use our furniture for before we have to start using our research points to unlock. But one thing that I would like to do is a hunter. So these guys can either produce meat or leather. We don't have a reliable way of getting leather, especially in the early game. In the mid game, we can just trade for it, but in the early game, we don't really have any industry setup that we can rely on. So we're going to use a hunter instead. Now the hunters have to go to the edge of the map to do their thing. So we want to put it kind of close to the edge of the map so that they're slightly more efficient. The only problem with that is we need to have a place where they can actually do where they can send their materials. It's okay. I'm just going to build it over here. I was going to put it over here, but I think it's better just to keep everything centrally located for now. And then, like I said, we can always move it later, which I said I was trying not to do, but old habits die hard. Yeah, you know what? Why don't I'm just going to put it up here in our temporary base. And then, like I said, all these things will eventually find a proper place for them. And why don't we start changing some of these things around? So this warehouse, let's get rid of the stone. We don't need to keep stone here. We don't need rations and we don't need meat because we have all that down here. Let's make some room for some rations. And yeah, the extra stone can get moved down here. There we go. So we'll finish those two. We can open up some leather here. Actually, I think I had leather down here, which we need to get rid of. So let's get rid of the leather there and we'll keep it up here. We need a tailor workshop as well to turn the leather into clothes. So let's make some room for clothing. There we go. There's our hunter, and then we're gonna have them produce leather instead of meat. So we'll get about 11 a day. Right, and let's get our throne out of the way. This thing is so annoying. It's always in the way. So I'm just gonna kick it out over here, and we'll probably have to move it again, but let's just get it out of the way. Destroy this nasty looking building that everybody hates because it's made out of mud. And then we can build a tailor right here. Perfect. And like I said, we'll bulldoze all this stuff at some point when we no longer need it. There we go. So that'll use up a little more furniture. All right, we really need to finish this Baltic crawler breeder. So I'm going to stop building stuff. Let's actually pause this one for now. Let's get this thing up and running because we are not doing very well on food. We're having to chop up all those bugs and they won't last forever. All right, we have 8 livestock. We need another 16 more, I think, to get a full one. So let's go ahead and trade for that. There we go. 1 piece of armor. And then we're in a little bit of money and we're basically getting all the livestock we need. And the nice thing about the armor is it decays pretty slowly. It's only 5% per year. There we go. We got full animals in there. They will start producing a decent amount of meat soon. We should probably get we should probably just get all 3 of these Baltic crawler breeders going. I think that would be the smart choice. And then we could also start to boost up their output. So we have 14 innovation points. This is basically just research points. There's 2 kinds of research points. There's the green ones right here. You can see the green 2, and then some of the more advanced ones like down here. It's really hard to see the number, but like this one is 100. So this requires knowledge, which comes from a different building. So if you see blue, it's not the same. You need a different building. So for now, we only qualify for the green ones. But anyways, this one, we can get a couple points into that to boost their output. We could also do 1 point into hunting. It's only a single innovation point, and it increases the output of our hunters by 50%, so pretty good there. Second point, probably not worth it. 5 points is not good. We do want to get more of our Baltic crawler breeder going, this bonus, so we should see a decent increase there. Yeah, we went from 25 up to 32 on just one of these things. Let's go ahead and activate another job. Let's get this one going. And actually, I think we're okay now. Let's go ahead and activate this one again. and we'll start producing some clothing. There we go. So we'll start producing clothing. Our people start with some clothing, but they wear it out pretty quickly. So you see right here, they'll eventually run out of clothing if we don't produce enough. So we want to make sure they have enough. All right, let's finish this other Baltic crawler breeder. All right, we're short just a handful of livestock. So let's get in there and buy some more. We need 10. All right, and let's get this last one going. You can never have too much food. Now, the nice thing about meat is it's usually fairly expensive to sell, although this time 18, I don't think that's that great. Yeah, that's all right. We need a lot of meat to support our population anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We need it either way. Now, one thing we also need to start working on is defenses. So we do have some people that are threatening to attack. They don't have very many troops, so we don't need very many troops, but we do need to have something prepared. So I'm gonna build a training facility here. So under military training grounds, and these do also use furniture, so we got to be aware of that. There we go. So we'll have room for 26. Like I said, we don't need much. We'll probably only have like 10 in the beginning because we don't want to remove too many people from our labor force, but we'll at least get that running and then we can expand it later. Right, now we need to fix our recruitment here. So the game starts you off with 4 groups of 50 each, which is kind of dumb. Way too many. So let's get that fixed up here. We'll drop this down to probably just 10, I think, for now, and then we need to increase the training up to 100%. We don't have any equipment to outfit these guys with, so they'll just have to be on their own. All right, let's finish this last Baltic crawler breeder. And we did reach level 220 of Prontix Ray. This gives us access to nobility. So this is what I was talking about earlier. When you assign nobility to a industry, it increases a certain number of those workers by 100%. So first thing we'll probably put it on is our meat production, because that's really the only industry that we have right now that we're kind of mass producing things. Now, to assign a noble, you have to go to your population tab and then manually do it. So I like to sort by age and then pick the youngest. So these bugs are adults at 1 year old. So they're babies from 0 to 1. At 1, they become an adult and they can actually do nobility. We can elevate them to nobility and they can be basically just like a mid-level manager. Here we go. We're going to come up here and assign them to the Baltic crawler breeder. It works on up to 50 workers at a time and it increases their output by 100%. So assign him and we should see a massive increase to our Baltic crawler breeder output here. There it goes. Shoots up to almost 200. And then we need to finish this last one. We already have enough animals because these produce animals every day. So 2.3 per day for each of these. So we're producing about 6, almost 7, yeah, about 7 per day. So about 4 days we can fill a Baltic crawler breeder without trading for them now, the livestock. So we're good with that. Let's get this cleared out. Oh, we got an eclipse, which doesn't really matter because we don't have anything that relies on sunlight. We're not doing any crops, only meat. There we go. This Baltic crawler breeder is pretty much ready to go. They've got full animals. They just need to get to adulthood and then we're good to go. So we should be fine on food for quite a while here, which means we can focus our attention on a lot of other things like producing our industries, digging into the mountains so we can actually get some of these supplies. So we want to get at the ore and then the coal. So ore and coal combined turn into metal, and metal allows you to produce a lot of things, upgrade a lot of buildings and such. It's also a really good trade resource. And then we also have a massive stone deposit in here. 2 separate ones, but they're really close to each other. So if we need stone, we're not going to need stone for a very long time, because every time you chop out some of this the mountain, it produces stone. And then there's also a lot of rocks around the edges. So you can see here, there's still a lot of stone we need to collect. So we won't need to do that for a while, but we do want to get in here soon and start getting at the ore and the coal. So most likely what we should do is start digging, because it's going to take a very long time to get down there. So what we'll do is we'll go down, and it looks like it starts about right here. So I'm going to create a road like this, and then we'll join these two up. There we go. So that'll be our first leg of the journey, trying to get in there. Like I said, this is going to take an incredibly long amount of time because they can only dig 2 at a time. So this is probably going to take a couple years just to get through that. And then once that's done, we have to work on getting down here. So we'll set up another one down here. And then that'll be access to these 2. We'll have to build some infrastructure for that. We'll hollow out this whole mountain eventually, but in the beginning, we just want to get back there. Another thing we should start working on is getting at this clay. I don't know if this is too far for somebody to commute all the way up there to work, but I think it's probably okay, especially once we start making some of those roads that increase your movement speed. But for now, let's go ahead and activate this storage facility, and then we can start collecting some resources over here. Oh, there we go. Now we can finally see the eclipse is gone. Go ahead and dig into the mountain and we'll get some stone supply in here. Yeah, we'll need some housing. We'll get some infrastructure set up over here as well. I noticed some of our armor decayed, so I'm gonna get rid of it all. Let's just swap that out for some rations. There we go. So 8 armor, 71 rations. And then the other thing is we want to free up some space here. We need to get some leather armor as well. We're almost maxed out on clothing. We only can fit 400 here. We don't need a lot of clothing because it does decay kind of fast. It's 10% per year, so I don't really want to waste that. The leather only decays at 5% per year, so it's much slower. And then if we switch this over to producing armor, yeah, we can produce some leather armor. This is a sustainable thing that we can do, whereas the plate armor is not sustainable for us. It's just going to decay. So we'll dig a little bit more out, get some more housing, and then we need to start working on getting clay. There we go. So we got plenty of housing over here. We need to get some infrastructure going. There we go. Infrastructure is up and running for these guys. Now we need to get some clay. I kind of want to do a storage that's really close by, and literally the only thing they have is clay. I don't want them to have anything else. And then we can ship it off somewhere else wherever we're going to do processing. So I think we'll probably do that. There we go. This is going to use up a lot of our furniture. We've got room for 50 employees, which is good. We're not going to have that many in the beginning, but we won't have to expand it too many times. And then, like I said, let's get some kind of storage facility nearby. Doesn't need to be huge. And let's get maybe like 10. I think 10 is probably enough. Now there are a few things that the bugs are really good at. So they're very good at mining, especially so clay, coal, all that stuff. They're very good at. So we give 140% bonus instead of just 100%. Sorry, instead of 100%, we're at 140. So an extra 40% essentially. Let's dig out a little more of the mountain so we can get more infrastructure in here and some more housing. It looks like we've already used up most of the stuff on this side. We don't have a bathroom. I'm gonna try something a little different here. So I'd like to have the houses to be like a long continuous line, just to pack as many of them in there as we can. The problem is if they need to go from say this side to this side, they have to go all the way up and around. But I think if we have little breaks where we can put something like a bathroom in between, they'll have a pass through where they can go from one to the other. Yeah, you don't really want them going through buildings, but you know, it's better than going all the way around. So if we put a lavatory right here and we can follow the same size and dimensions that we have with this is a 5 width. So we'll just match that. There we go. So we have a pass through. We've got room for 16 toilets, and then we can build more housing on this side. And then we also need to have our marketplace over here. Oh, here we go. So we have somebody that passed away. They died of aging. Now, we want to be able to handle this. There's 2 ways, well, 3 ways technically to deal with the dead bodies. You just let them rot. They'll eventually go away. You can bury them in a burial plot or a cemetery or whatever, or you can eat them. And obviously, we're playing as Tong Tong Zedong. We want to eat everybody that we can get, even our own people. So waste not, want not, as they say. But let's go ahead and continue. We'll do, I think what we'll try and do is kind of similar over here. We'll do a pass through, and then we'll have another long section of housing right here. So here under the work tab, there's a cannibal. We can build a shop where essentially we just eat people. So let's get this one going. There we go. So we'll have room for 9 butcheries, and we probably won't keep that many on staff. Usually you just need to, you put more people on there when you get a lot of people coming in. So like if you get attacked and you start eating all the bandits, you'll need some for that. We are getting threatened by larger groups. So this one has 11 people. Let's go ahead and increase our group size to 20 just to keep pace with them. We don't want to overdo it because that's going to use up a lot of our labor. We do want to keep a certain amount of clay in these storage bins. So I'm going to have these guys pull. So they'll pull a certain amount of clay. Same thing with this one. Just pull some clay. You can see he has a little hand cart. How much does he take at a time? 6 at a time. Not great, but also not terrible. All right, and once again, yeah, we have way too much meat, which is, like I said, it's a good thing. I'd rather have too much than too little. And we can always use that. Why don't we trade some of our meat away? And we'll trade it into... We don't need our animals, because these things just rot as well. Let's get rid of that, and then maybe like 500 meat. And then we'll take that, whatever that equals, in rations. So we'll get a couple hundred here. There we go. 500 meat, 116 animals. We'll turn that into 147 rations. Like I said, this is all just going to decay anyways. So I'd rather turn it into something that we can actually use. Yeah, the animals, I'm surprised the animals, they decay at 25% per year, even when stored. That's really high. Oh, here we go. We're getting raided. We are going to decline the offer. So we will fight these guys. They only have 5 troops. So, yep, decline offer. So they'll be here in about a day or 2. There we go. Our cannible's up and running, and we have, let's put that down to 1. Oh, you know, the other thing I forgot to do, we need to put up a jail. So under law, we need a stockade. I don't know where to put this. I'm just going to put it out in the open, just so it's not too far from our stuff. But yeah, we'll just get a temporary one. We don't need it to be that big either. Yeah, 30 people, we'll throw an entrance on there. And then when we take captives, they'll go in here. And then from there, we can execute them and then turn them into meat. Now, one thing we will do is equip our troops here with armor, as much armor as we can get. We don't have any weapons, so they'll have to fight by hand. But when they do come, we'll have a lot of armor compared to what they usually should have. So, in Garthemi, the bugs, they naturally have some armor piercing damage, so that it should help. They're not completely useless barehanded. Here we go. So this guy is, yeah, raid rejected. We gotta fight them. Now we can attack them outside our town, or we can let them come in here. I think what we'll do is just let them come. We'll fight them in our homeland. It's usually easier to do it outside, but I feel like you miss out on like the dead bodies. So when the bodies are on the floor, you don't get to eat them. So yeah, we are gonna let them come. And why don't we start? I know we already have too much meat as it is, but let's get at least one multicolor beater going on this side. I feel like we need to have some kind of meat income on this so that it makes the trip shorter. So there we go. Here we go. They're attacking. So they're deploying on this side, and they have. Oh, you know what? They're trying to attack over here. So they're setting up a catapult. All right, whatever. So to be able to defend, we go to this battle mode up here in the top right. I'm gonna click on our guys and give them a move order, and then we need to click on the muster, and that'll allow them to go grab their armor. If they're gonna need to go get outfitted, and then they'll be ready. So they're gonna come over here. We'll just cut them off. Yep, here they come. Now that's not the actual attacking force though. Here's the actual attacking force. Now these guys have literally nothing. They literally have nothing. They have no weapons, no armor. So this is going to be a bloodbath. They're going to get completely stomped. So let's go right here and stop them from trying to set up. They're trying to set up a catapult. There we go. So they tried. We cut them down. There's another one right here. I think this guy's already fled though. And then we just got to get ready for these. Oh, these guys they're attacking our buildings. So let's go fight them off. There we go. So we're engaging them. Like I said, they don't have any weapons or armor, so this should be a pretty easy one. Oh, there's blood everywhere. There they go. So they we prevailed. They had 4 survivors, so we killed one of them, and then the other 4 fled. But we're going to put them in the stockade. So yes, we'll take them. These guys need to go back and put their armor and equipment back. So let's have them go back. Now, because we defeated a raider, we actually get a bonus. So we got all the money that they had on them. So 89, almost 90K. We'll take it. And then we need to turn the muster off, and then they will go back and put their equipment back. There we go. And then they'll go back to training. So that's it. Now, we should have already started chopping up their bodies. Yeah, we did. So we get meat. So from different races, you get different stuff from chopping them up. So humans give leather and meat. Bugs give only meat. Some of these give like, what is it, cotton and meat. It's kind of interesting. But let's get a few more people on the cannibal so we can chop up those people that were on the ground. And then we do have war captives here. They're all humans. So we have the option to enslave them. We have to build a building to be able to do that though. And I don't think that's really worth it right now. I think it requires metal. Yeah, it requires metal. We don't have any metal and I don't really feel like trading for it. So we'll probably just eat them. But to be able to do that, we have to execute them first. So let's get that going. There we go. And I don't know, this won't be the final location. We'll put somewhere else, but this will work for now. There we go. We got our scaffold run done. So what happened to our people? Did they die? I think there were some people in here that were bleeding out already. I'm pretty sure we chopped them up. Yeah, it looks like that's what happened. So we come in here and we want to order an execution. We can have it automated if we want, but I don't know. We probably don't want to execute everybody because we do want to take slaves at some point. So we'll just do this one manually. So sentence everybody to be executed. There we go. They're going to get taken over here. So this guy's going to hang, and then this guy's going to get his head chopped. Here's the executioner. There he goes. His head went flying. And then this guy's going to go hang this guy. There, he's dead. Right, so that's done. We turn him into a pile of meat. And then this guy's getting chopped up. You can see leather and meat. A pretty good amount on both, actually. Not bad at all. And then we'll turn some of these buildings down because we don't need that many people working them. Okay, so that was our first raid down. That was good. We did get a lot of money. And you'll notice here, every day that we have a lot of money, we get hit by inflation. So inflation is 1,100. It is so expensive. 1,100 per day for 87K. So we obviously don't want to keep our cash. We want to get rid of it. So let's go ahead and buy some more rations. There we go. So for 79K, we'll get 1,000 rations. Probably need to make up a little more space here. There we go. We can hold up to 1,600 now. All right, so that group is dead. We might get attacked by this group of 5. There's another one lurking here. We can see who they are. They have 10 soldiers. So that's a little scary until we get 20 people actually out there. Yeah, 20 on 11, we should be fine though. Let's, oh, and you know, we just finished our first 5 years. So what I'd like to do is try and do recaps every 5 years just to kind of talk about what happened and then talk about what we're going to do in the next 5 years. I think 5 years is a good amount of time. In the beginning, probably could do it sooner, but that's fine. So we started with nothing. We had 10 people up here and we've grown into 317 here in 5 years. We've got our industry set up for food. So that one is very secure right now. We're making way more than we need. We've got housing for a ton of people, so we should be good on that. We're producing a lot of different things. We haven't really done a good job on research though, so we'll probably spend some time in the next 5 years getting our research running. We need to do more stuff with clay, so we'll probably start building roads and setting up some humidifiers and some other things that these guys like that require clay to build. One of the big projects we're going to do here, though, is still just cutting our way through this. I think we started this a year and a half ago. So we're cutting through roughly 50 to 60 tiles every year. So that's going to take a while. So I think by the next 5 years, we should be in here and then starting our way down here, but probably not reaching it yet. But we'll see. You never know. So we'll get this running. We need to get some coal as well. So we'll start making, between the ore and the coal, we'll start making metal. We'll start upgrading some of our buildings. We need to increase our training grounds so that we can have more soldiers, increase our lab. Yeah, there's a lot of, oh boy. Yeah, I fell a bit behind on this. We need to increase the size of our lab. Here we go, starting year 6, and we'll go with 6 to 10. We need to increase our laboratory, but we don't have a whole lot of furniture. What's going on here? 6.8. Maintenance is already 3.6, so most of our furniture is going right to maintenance. Probably need to either build another one or increase the size. I'm much more interested in getting this stuff out of here. I'll be just deleting most of this and then moving it over here. So we'll probably end up doing that right now. Let me think about how I want to lay this out though. So if we put a storage right over here, there we go. So we'll make it slightly smaller so we can get doors right here. What I want to do is build some workshops that are attached to this thing. So the storage is in the center of the workshop. Just makes it easier. You don't have to have any kind of logistics. You just need to worry about getting the supplies into the warehouse, and then everybody's attached. And then we're finishing up this Baltic crawler breeder. This should be done pretty soon. Yep, there they go. There we go. So that one's done, and we need to make sure we have room for the meat and the animals. There we go. This warehouse is done. Let's go ahead and increase the wood supply and furniture as well. Pretty big facility. We can fit 49 employees here. I tried to get 50, but it's kind of an awkward shape. We have a very tiny storage, so I don't know where else we could have squeezed anything else out, but still pretty good. We'll leave that. So like I said, we're going to surround this storage with workshops, and so this will be like an internal storage. So you get into the workshop from here on the outside, and then there's one pass through right here to get into the storage. So let's speed this up, and then like I said, we'll take this down, move those workers over here. I'm also going to activate another one of these pastures, the Baltic crawler breeders, just because of how long they take. And our food's okay, but we're not that much over, so let's get ready for it. So 500 people will consume about 250 meat per day. So if we get to 250, then we can pretty much stop worrying about food for a while. Here we go. Let's delete this building, and then we're going to, do we have anything else here that uses wood? No, so we can get rid of the wood here. Get rid of the furniture, and then this just can be an outpost for clothing and armor. That's fine. And then, like I said, we'll eventually move the rest of that stuff down here, but for now we'll leave it. Right, I don't know where we need the housing, so I'm just going to start expanding a bunch of areas down here. Get all this dug up. How are we doing down here? And we stop. Oh, man. Yeah, this is going to take a really long time if they don't. I guess they're probably digging this first. There we go. More housing. Yeah, it seems like the housing is it's short on this side. So we need to add some more housing over here. Just fine. We got plenty of space. Start doing that. Just realized I was not recording that whole time. So I don't know what I missed, but we're almost done with another 5 years. So let's just wait till we get the recap. I have a feeling I missed most of that. Do a little more research on our Baltic crawler breeders. We'll get two more upgrades there. That should help quite a bit. Okay, there we go. So we've got mostly hollowed out area. I think what we might need to do is build some more food down here, some Baltic crawler breeders. We'll build them into the mountain. We've already got our canal set up, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal. We got a lot of digging to do though. So why don't we start working on that? Yeah, I think we need to get food before we start working on other stuff. There we go. So huge project cutting into the mountain, but it should go fairly quick because it's such a wide front. And yeah, there we go. So my recording is only 19 minutes long. Each 5 year chunk should take about 1.5 to 2 hours. So I definitely skipped a lot of stuff. So let's kind of go over what where we're at right now. We've got a decent amount of housing over here. We've got a very big hatchery. This is producing 94 people per year. So these larvae only take a year to go from being born to being an adult. So basically, whatever this number is, that's what we add to our population every single year. So not too bad. We're pumping out quite a bit of clay and a bunch of other things. So we've got a central warehouse where we're feeding in armor for the tailor. Oh, we need to switch that actually. Let's do that now. Back to clothing. And then probably scale this back because we don't have enough leather to keep up. What else? We got a carpenter making a bunch of furniture and then pottery. So we're going to mass produce pottery and probably end up selling most of this. Our clay is keeping up with it. Yeah. So we have more room to grow with our clay industry. We could probably start selling that stuff. It's worth a decent amount to 80. So it's like every 3 pottery is worth about 2 furniture, and furniture's much harder to produce in my opinion. What else? We increased our laboratory. We need to do that even more. So we'll go up to 60 people. We'll get some more research points. We've got training for up to 59. So about 60 people. We only have 30. And we only need 30 for now because the next closest is 18. So no big deal there. We finally punched through. This took such a long time. We finally punched through the mountain to get to the area where we can actually extract ore. And then down here we can extract the coal. And then we'll funnel that back out so that we can start producing metal. But we're not quite there yet. And I think what we need to do down here is a massive excavation project. And we're going to do some Baltic crawler breeders down here. Making these inside the mountain is actually more efficient than doing it outside. So we're going to get sorry, not more efficient. It's more efficient with the land. So you can get 16 workers in here and 24 animals. When you do it inside the mountain, it increases this, I think maybe 24 or something like that. And then the animal count to like 36 or something. So the food produced per person is still the same. It's just that you can fit more people and more animals per square inside a mountain. So not really that big of a deal. Space is not really limited with us. We can literally go over the whole map. So, but this will be a good excavation project. And then right here, we're going to continue to probably dig and connect these two so we can actually get the food. We're going to do a lot of food production right here. And then we need a way of getting it over to these people. So the next 5 years, we are going to work on getting a bunch of logistics inside the mountain. So food's going to get in here, all the services that we need. And then we're going to start extracting coal and ore. In 5 years, we should be able to start producing metal, is my guess. We should be able to do that. So we'll probably start pushing some more production up here. And then I think it's time to start hiring slaves. Yeah, we have a lot of room. But yeah, here we go. Starting the next 5 years. I think the main thing we need to do is focus on keeping our food up. We're pretty close to that break-even point. So I'm gonna hold off on pushing into the mines, and let's just get this area dug out. It's really strange because the consumption is jumping up by like double and then backing off and then jumping up by double. So I don't really know what the real consumption rate is. Yeah, it seems like we're losing food, but now it seems like we've got a massive surplus. So maybe this isn't necessary just yet. So I'm going to cancel everything up to this point, I think, and then we'll at least get we can fit at least one in here. That's fine. We'll get it prepped at least, and then it's like we need a lot more housing. So let's start working on making some more space here. Our population is starting to go up a little faster than I'm comfortable with. We got 68, a shortage of 68 houses, 64 houses. Okay, let's increase their access to stone since we have way too much of it. Actually, let's do all the furniture. That's fine. That'll boost their approval by a decent amount. Okay, let's start putting homes down. There we go. We got a lot more housing in this area. They should still have access to all the infrastructure. Looks like we got our loyalty mostly back under control. I don't really know. I didn't really change that much, so I'm not sure what oh, you know what? Yeah, it's probably the access. It's probably the access here to clay and stone. Stone is almost full. Clay getting there. So that should help quite a bit. And these guys have access to clothing. I don't know why they're not equipping it. What I might do is have these small storage containers. So I know I have like a cannibal shop right here. I've already got janitors and we've already got a bathroom, the lavatory, so I don't think we need to pass through that. So maybe what we could do is we could have these small warehouses, and I'll make this one really small. Something like this. Do what, 2,000 storage space, that's fine. And then we could just have some storage here for whatever. So I'm thinking maybe clothing. They seem to have an issue with grabbing clothing. So if we do that, clothes will be right next to where they're living. They can just come in here and grab it. And then we could do another one over here. Just have like an extra. Ooh, yeah, this is not good. I messed this up. All right, let's pick this side because this one has insulation issues, meaning it doesn't have a wall. It's not getting supported. It's going to degrade way faster. So we'll get rid of that and fix it. There you go. That should fix it. All right, now because we're having loyalty issues, it probably makes sense to go through and add some stuff that people like. So this is going to take a while. I'm going to probably just pause the recording here and then we'll come back and kind of talk about what we did. But essentially what I'm going to do is fix the roundness. So if you add this shape overlay, anything in blue is round, anything in red is flat, and anything without a color is just neutral. So we need to get more blue, get rid of some of the red. So I think I'll just go through and kind of fix some of that. Shouldn't be too bad. There we go. We got quite a bit more roundness in here. So essentially the way you make roundness is by having like 5 consecutive jagged lines. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like this. So we just add this one final piece. Usually when you do a corner on a building like this, you usually have 4 pieces. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it goes straight. But if you just add this 5th little piece right here, these little nubs on the corners, it creates that jagged line that adds roundness. And then if you have roundness on a building like right here, these plus signs, this is square. You can break this up just by adding little pieces like I did here. So this doesn't generate roundness, but it allows the roundness generated from other buildings around it to propagate in the area and not compete. So it's not just adding roundness, but it's also getting rid of flatness. So you can see right here, this building, that's basically what I did. And then if you have a doorway on a corner, that means you're not going to get, this doesn't count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, you have to add like a little structure right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to get up there. So that should make people a bit happier in this area. We'll do it once in a while. We'll come in here and add some stuff. So actually let me add a little bit more here. And then also I'm going to start putting some clothing in here. I don't want to do much though. We'll just keep it at like 80. So we'll put one worker. He'll slowly add some clothing into this area. And then whoever's working in this area or living in this area can just come grab clothing because it seems like they're having issues getting to the clothing fast enough. Yeah, so just by adding that, they're starting to get clothing a little faster. So that probably the people over here need it as well. So I don't need a pass through in this area yet. So I could add clothing to this warehouse, or we can start excavating this area, start creating more housing, which I think is what we should probably do. Let's add some more housing over here, and then we'll do a pass through warehouse. Yeah, I think having these little warehouses scattered around will give us a little bit of flexibility. I don't know what else we'll need, but look at how big of a difference that makes in our loyalty. It just shot all the way up. We need to keep our military rolling along here. We've got another bandit threatening to raid, and they've got 30 troops, so we're going to increase ours to 50. There you go. We got a little pass-through warehouse, and we'll fetch some clothing, and we should be good. Yeah, we've got plenty of housing now. Oh, we're almost through to the coal. That should be big. Yeah, we need to get our infrastructure going for this, though. There's no way we can just put mines back there. It's too far. We can see our clothing is still going up, so that I think our little change did help. It's going to take time for people to grab new clothing, but that should help. Yeah, and you can see people walk through and grab it. Now, there's a couple things we could do here. We have a lot of storage space. We've produced a massive amount of pottery. We could start trading some of that away. Same thing with this leather armor. I know we want to keep as much of it as we can for our troops, but we don't need this much. And this thing sells for 321 each. It's very expensive. We could also start making rations. We just would need to trade for herbs. Yeah, and then we could convert the meat directly into rations. That would probably be a good idea because we're burning through a lot. Look at that, 90 meat spoilage. So why don't we do that? Actually, that's not a bad idea. And it doesn't have to be a permanent one. I don't really want to move meat up here, produce it, and then move it back. So we'll probably just produce it here in a warehouse that we'll probably end up knocking down at some point. We'll get a ration maker right here, making 29 rations. And then we need to get some logistics here. So logistics, import depot. But to be able to import, we need money. So we also need an export depot. So I'm going to make an export depot over here. It's not going to be a permanent one. Let's just make something for now. There we go. So we need to import some herbs. We don't have room for it, so let's go ahead and make some room. And we'll go up to, say, 200. No, actually, we don't need that much. 160. We'll go to max, and then that means we need to sell pottery here. So let's go ahead and sell pottery. And we don't want to sell all the way down to 0. So let's maybe save like 10% or something. We don't really need pottery yet for anything, but we will at some point. So we'll keep a base of, I don't know, whatever, 160. That's fine. So this worker's going to load this thing up with some pottery, and then some trade dude's going to come by and pick it all up. That'll make us quite a bit of money, and then that money is going to have another trader come by and drop stuff off. Right, and why don't we just jumpstart our industry here? We can get rid of some of our meat we're getting rid of anyways. We'll get rid of 400 meat, and we'll take whatever that equates to in herbs. 36 herbs, not much. Now this one only uses 0.13 herb per ration. So what does that equate to? It's about 23. Yeah, so one herb is good for about 23 rations. There we go. They're starting to work. And usually the Garthemi are pretty terrible at everything, but they're actually not bad at making rations. Only 90%. Most other people are around 100, but still 90 is way better than 60% like we do for most of these other industries. So that's not bad. Oh my God, somebody just had some beans or something. All right, so we'll start stacking up rations, converting our meat into that. Because like I said, our meat is kind of out of control right now, which is good. And what we can do is we could just turn this industry on and off based on our consumption rates. So we'll try and get that down to a smaller amount so that our spoilage isn't so high. Right, they're starting to excavate the coal. So we just hit our first piece of coal. So we're good there. What we need to do is, well, this connection is going to get broken through. That's perfect. Let's go ahead and add some roads here. Actually, I don't know exactly what the final layout's going to be. We need to get some housing up in between these two. So we should probably start excavating this area out. All right, there we go. We broke through. So now we've got a connection from this farm area all the way through. And we'll need to build some food production down here at some point. You know what? I just realized I need to turn this off. This is not smart. So we have all these animals that decay at 25% per year. Pottery decays at 2.5% per year, so 10 times faster. And we're not using the animals very much, so we could just immediately get rid of it. Yeah, that would have been a much smarter choice, but that's all right. So we'll export and export over here as well. And we do need to keep a small handful of animals, so maybe we'll keep like 50 from each storage, 50 on each side. There we go. So we'll export that, and that's something that, like I said, it's just going to go to waste anyways if we don't use it. So we've got a decent amount of housing, a little warehouse, and then all of our infrastructure set up. Not all, but most. We need to build a couple more things. Now, what I think I'm going to do is with this storage, I'm going to pull in some meat, some stone, and clay. We'll just have all the stuff that these shops need. So we'll have that as a pull source. I need to get a closer warehouse here that has meat, but for the meantime, we'll just do this one. Clay, actually clay's gonna be from there as well. What else do we need? Stone. They can just gather their own stone from here for now. Clothing we have, meat we have. I think that's all they need. There we go. So we've got some, we've got infrastructure down here. We've got housing. I don't know that these things are fully self-sustained yet. I think we need a little time to work out the logistics. It might actually be better to get a hauler to pull stuff down here. I don't know if this warehouse can handle it, but let's see. Let's see how they do. Oh, we got an accident. Our Garthemia just popped. Yeah, it looks like the Baltic crawler breed of the bugs. They rebelled and squished one of them. All right, it's time to start producing the ore and coal so we can start making some metalworking stuff. I think I'm gonna have a separate area. So like this is gonna be for non-metal work. There's some other stuff in here that I think we could make. Like the masonry, we could do masonry here. Or you know what we could do is just leave this all to be the same. So we could have another tailor, another carpenter, and another potter here. And then we wouldn't have to build, I could just build another square somewhere else. Probably not a bad idea. You know, I think I need to make, I need to make the Well, first we need to unlock the research for it, but masonry. So we'll do masonry inside. We'll probably do it over here because this is where all the stone is coming from anyways. I mean, right now it doesn't matter because there's infinite stone on the map, like clearing stuff. But eventually that's all going to get cleared out, and then we'll have to rely on this stone. And it's probably better not to have to ship it across the map. So we can start building some manufacturing in here. Probably not a bad idea, especially we have all this labor over here. We haven't used any of it, so let's clean up some of this. That's a lot of bugs. We got over 200. And that, you know, we're wasting a lot of time here, actually. We need to get more training grounds, or just make this one bigger. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and expand this one. There we go. That'll give us 125 training. Let's go ahead and expand that. There we go. We can have up to 125. Let's go ahead and get another division. Or you know what? We could just increase this one. Yeah, let's just increase this one. We'll do like 100 troops. That'll pull 100 people out of population, which is good. And we had another accident. Yeah, they're not too happy about that. I'm also going to add benches everywhere. I keep forgetting to put that, and that is a pretty big mood modifier. So they do like sitting in benches. There we go. We got benches everywhere. Everybody's rushing to get their hands on a new bench. So we should see that increase loyalty by a decent amount. The other thing we haven't been doing at all is humidifiers. So I think maybe it's time to start spamming them everywhere. Now, the one thing we have to be careful with humidifiers is it will block spots. So you see right here, we have the +4. This is for our shape. This is for roundness. So if I was to go in here and throw a bunch of these humidifiers down right here, it would actually get rid of the shape modifier. So we don't want to do that. So we'll probably keep it away from the jagged edges and just put it along the straight edges over here. So let's start with just one area. We'll do this area first. There we go. You can see there's some dead spots in here, but there's not much we can do about it because there is shape on these walls, I believe. No, there's actually none right there. We can do that one. Yeah, and always, after you put your humidifiers, just do a quick check. Make sure you didn't get rid of your roundness anywhere. It looks like we did not. And our humidifiers are working pretty nicely in here. So that's good. We can start spamming them around our social areas, like the marketplaces and whatever. Any place that they frequent. And our ration maker's already filled up over 2,000 rations here. So I'm going to back off the meat. Well, we need to get our meat stores back up. So I'm going to back off the ration maker, and hopefully that'll get that back in order. There we go. Our people are getting happier again, but I think just so I don't have to worry about it, I'm going to spend a little bit of time going through here and adding some to this area. So again, let's just make sure we're not covering up any of our shapes. There we go. So we added a bunch of humidifiers here. It doesn't look like it affected our roundness. Let's just double check. Yep, humidity is looking pretty good right there. Yeah, maybe every year, every other year, we'll just add it. I don't want to spend all day just doing one area, or one thing. So let's keep moving. See, everything is cleared out down here. We can start to make, yeah, what we need to do is storage first. So we're not going to make a big cut stone manufacturer, whatever. So 15 employees, that's fine. Yeah, like I said, we don't need a lot of it, and I don't think we should be trading it. We have other things we could be trading. So we just want to get some cut stone going because we do need it for some building upgrades and maintenance and whatnot. Let's go ahead and max this out on stone, just about, and then we'll back it off, put the rest into cut stone. So about 1,000 cut stone is what we'll have. There we go. So we'll get some workers in there. Now we do get a bonus to cut stone production. It's 130. So we get a 30% bonus over what most races would normally be getting. It's one of the few manufacturing jobs that bugs are actually good at. Yeah, you can see here 130%, whereas everything else they're at 60%. Pretty good. And now it has been a while since we've expanded our food, and I think we should probably do that. There's two other things I want to do as well. So I have this water supply canal, and I'm building a 3-wide road here so that we can get water down the middle. We'll have to do that eventually. I don't want to do it right now because it's going to require culverts, and we don't have our metal storage up and running, or our metal production. Culverts use a lot of metal. So we'll just put one right here. Yeah, we don't need it yet. So anyways, let's get this running. There we go. We'll get another cutout set up right here. And for now, this Baltic crawler breeder can feed the meat into this one, but eventually we're going to have however many we can fit here. I don't know, 3 or 4. Probably 4, actually. We'll have a central storage kind of down here in the midpoint, and then that will feed meat into this area. And then eventually we have about a bunch of population down here. These 4 will feed into this area, so the meat shouldn't have to... I don't want to have too much logistics to move food around. I'd rather have the meat and food produced roughly close to where it's being consumed. All right, here we go. Baltic crawler breeder's going up, and oh, you know what I forgot to do? We set this thing up based on an outdoor placement. when you go inside, as I mentioned before, you can fit more animals for whatever reason. I guess they get a bonus. It doesn't, it's not a bonus per production per person, but it's just a how many animals you can actually fit in here, which means our huts aren't enough to cover the efficiency. You can see here it's only 86. So we need to actually increase that amount. So we'll add a few more, get it up to 100, and we're good to go. Here we go, build that thing out nice and quick. And you can see here we got 34 animals possible and 22 employees, whereas this one is 24 and 16. So the food per person is the same, but yeah, food per space used is higher. But as you can see, we have a massive map. It doesn't really matter food wise. We can get what we need anywhere on the map. So yeah, let's continue to dig this out. We'll put another breeder right here, and then we need to dig out some space over here where we'll end up putting our warehouse. And then we'll probably need to build another connection. Yeah, you know what? Shoot, we should probably start doing that. So the warehouse is going to go somewhere in this area, which means we probably need a connection through here. Let's go ahead and drop a midway point, and then I don't know exactly where it'll be, but it'll be somewhere in this area. So let's just start digging. We got a bug or an event here, tremor. So there's something deep in the ground. It's going to ruin our buildings 50% faster. So we don't want that. We could throw away some, oh, we don't have slaves, so we can't do that. We could sacrifice some food. Let's just do that. 351 food to avoid all of our buildings going down twice as fast. Yeah, we have plenty of meat. There we go. We got some water supply down here. It's not enough. We need to add another pump. Oh, and these pumps are trashed. Holy crap, I forgot. We need to have a janitor that can reach up there. I'm gonna throw up 2 small janitor closets. One over here by fire industry, because these seem to be degrading a little bit, so we'll get one up there and then one up here to handle repairing these. There we go. So you should be repairing those, and I think that will provide enough. I don't know, 3. Yeah, we should have enough water pressure to get there once those are fixed up. There we go. Another multicolor breeder ready to go, and we need to refurbish this one a little bit. Like I said, it doesn't have enough huts. There we go. Also, I need to redo this one and move the gate down here, but we don't have the storage set up just yet. So another multicolor breeder done. All right, let's actually get another water pump going so we can actually reach down there. There we go. So we'll throw another one on. That'll add another, I don't know, 96 water tiles that we can go down. So we will need to get some storage right here. So let's start to hollow this area out, something like that. And then that means we need to connect. I guess we could just connect here. That's fine. We won't add any more kinks to our road. Okay, so our food production is coming in nicely still. Now, one of the buildings that we can't upgrade right away because we have cut stone is the speaker. So let's go ahead and upgrade all 3 of these. It requires 40 cut stone each upgrade, and that's going to boost our maintenance requirement here. So we went from 0 maintenance up to 1.4. So it's about it's like 0.45 or something. Yeah, it's about half per day, unfortunately. All right, but anyways, that should increase our loyalty just a little bit. There's some other upgrades we could do as well if we buy the research. And actually, you know what? I wouldn't mind doing it. We're going to need it eventually, and we are starting to struggle a little bit with keeping people happy. So let's spend 10 on refined taste. We already have what we need to upgrade this. It just requires some pottery. We have a lot. So food stalls, yeah, pottery and furniture. And our furniture maintenance is, man, that's a lot. So we're at plus 13, but we're at minus 9 for maintenance. So this is going to go up a lot. Let's go ahead and upgrade all these. There we go. So all 5 of our food stalls is upgraded, and that brings our maintenance to 0.8 for pottery, which is almost nothing, but it brings our maintenance for furniture up to almost 11, which is pretty much everything that we have. So we probably need to get another carpenter going here. Yeah, I think we need to get another carpenter going. Fine. We have a lot of labor, so we might as well just throw people at the problem. Here we go. So that basically doubles our industry here. The other thing we could do is we could start promoting nobles if we wanted to make this more efficient. Right, apparently our people are dying out here, so let's go ahead and put some temporary stuff up to keep them dying. Oh, he died anyways. So we'll chop him up. Oh, that reminds me. We have a cannibal shop here. We have a cannibal shop here. We probably need another one down here. That's fine. They'll drag the body up to one of the other ones for now, but we'll make sure they're spread out nicely. All right, and since we have nothing else to put our labor on, let's just get another multicolor breeder going up here. Our food is, we're way ahead of the game on food, so that should be good. So here we go, an underground multicolor breeder with water. This thing's not even fully done yet, but it's producing 110 meat off of 24 people versus one out here. It's 78 for 16 people. So you can see you can get more food per square with these underground ones. So, but like I said, I'm not going to plan around just putting only our food in here. I think what we'll do is just kind of build them around the map where we need them. We had an accident at our training grounds, so we just lost some soldiers. That sucks. That's the one place that I hate when it happens, because it takes so long to get these guys up and running. It's like 100 and something days. Yeah, 100 and something days to train them up to full, but it is what it is. Yep, we're just turning them into meat. There we go. We'll need, if we want to save these people in the future, we need to get a hospital running so they don't bleed out. Right now they're just bleeding out, but like I said, at this point, it's just easier to let them bleed out, turn them into meat, and then just make new ones with our hatchery. Just make new ones. Here we go. We are first day of spring, year 16. So we just finished our next set of 5 years. So let's kind of do a quick recap. We spent a lot of time expanding into the mountains, although it doesn't look like we got much done. It takes such a long time to do this. We did increase our food production here so we can handle the increase in population. We're almost done. We need to finish tunneling here, get some storage here, and then that should feed food into this annex, or whatever you want to call this little satellite town. And then we need to start getting coal and ore and shipping it outside so we can process it. We did expand our industry out here a little bit more as well. We've got a lot of furniture. Probably need to scale that back at some point, but we have too much labor and I don't want that many idle people anyways. Same thing with our pottery. We were just producing too much. So we should probably turn that into slaves. And I think that's what we'll do. And we'll focus on that in the next turn. Other thing is we focused on getting this area specifically in good shape in terms of happiness. So we've got roundness going. They do like tight space. I didn't talk about space, but they do like tight spaces. So this kind of helps with that. Not so much out here, but you can't do much about that. We'll eventually fill that in with buildings. And then we also put a bunch of humidifiers everywhere, so that should be helping them, and benches. We got a bunch of benches. So we are keeping our people pretty happy. We're up at 100% right now, but it does fluctuate. It kind of dips down to the mid to high 80s and then back up to over 100. So we'll probably want to stabilize that a little bit. We need to, I think one of the big things we need to do is increase our technology, and the best way to do that I can think of right now is just to import slaves. So we'll get a bunch of human slaves. We'll probably build a colony, some kind of like mega research center. I don't know exactly where. We could just have them out in the middle of nowhere. I don't want to use up too much of this space right here because there's no benefit to having the humans closer to here. We can ship meat out here for them to survive off of. They do like to eat meat, so that is one of the needs that we could satisfy. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll probably get a big research facility going out here. Yeah, it's going to be easier just to have one central location and all of our research happens there, and then have it separate from here, from our main area. But the other thing is we set up import export. I forgot about that. Import and export. So we're importing herbs and we're exporting cattle or livestock. And we use that to build a bunch of rations because, as you can see, once again, our meat is way too high. So we're converting that into rations. We should probably expand our ration storage and just get this up to like some ridiculous amount. Yeah, so that looks good. We started producing masonry, so this is cut stone, and we use that to upgrade some speakers. We'll need cut stone for a few other upgrades, but that'll at least get that going. So in the next 5 years, I want to continue to expand down here. We'll get our storage ready, start shipping meat locally down here so that this is not having to get it from all the way up here. It's too far. And then, but the main thing is we need to start metal production. So main focus is going to be metal production and research. I think those two will take up the majority of the next 5 years. Plus, we need to continue training our army. We'll get a couple more divisions going here. All right, so that's it for that 5 years. All right, so I spent about half an hour setting up the rest of these areas. So I put roads, humidifiers, and edges where they need to be to get the roundness. So I did this area, set up some roads to increase the logistics speed, set up this whole area, and then this housing down here. And then also expanded. Added a lavatory, and we do need a janitor closet down here, so let's just throw one temporarily. It's not a permanent one. We'll just throw it down there, delete it. We'll probably put it on one of these pass-throughs or something. Okay, so next 5 years is starting. Let's continue to hollow this out, get this up and running, and then we need to start building a place for humans. There you go. So we'll do a nice long line of 10 housing. I'm going to sandwich the research station in between here, and then I'll do another line of housing on the other side. That way we can save on space and also the wall. We'll get their infrastructure set up. Well, I'm not going to build the lab just yet. We'll build the lab as soon as we get some slaves in here. And then we need some storage out here so we can transport the materials that these guys are going to need. So we'll, yeah, I think we'll probably just ship it with some of these transport buildings. All right, here we go. So we've got a lot of stuff to build. Let's give it some time. There we go. We got plenty of housing over here. Now, we need to adjust this so that it's human only. So human slaves, pick everybody out. Probably have a couple housing over here just for our Garthemi. We need a few to help support them, but I don't want them completely attached. I'll have them kind of off in the distance a little bit. Oh, speaking of which, we need to get this housing sorted as well. So Garthemi only in here, all of this, and then down here in the mountains. We don't want our humans accidentally wandering down here. All right, let's go ahead and pull some humans in here. Oh, they only have 10. That's a problem. That's a big problem. All right, we're going to get rid of some meat, a little bit of cash for 10 human slaves. And then I guess we'll just have to add them slowly as we can. I don't know, maybe when we get a slave event, the slaver guy that comes by. So we at least want them to get some kind of research done. We do have 10 people here, so let's get room for maybe like 20. No, actually, let's just do 10 exactly because I forgot this is going to cost us, it's going to cost us maintenance, which I don't really want to do. I want to pay for that. There you go. So 10 spots. Our humans will at least have something to do when they get here. Here they come. And then these houses out in the distance, these will definitely be for our bugs. Oh, perfect timing. Look at that. So our slavers here, we can get up to 451 slaves. Obviously, we're not going to do that because we don't have enough money, nor do we have the space. But I'm thinking maybe 50 to 60 slaves total would be good. Maybe more if we can get it. So let's plan this out then. So if we get, let's say 100 total. So 90 more slaves, we need 180,000. All right, 180K. Let's go get that. Okay, here we go. So we're getting rid of 800 meat, 200 furniture, 1200 pottery, 150 cut stone, and 125 leather. That'll give us just over 180K. So we'll accept that. Back to the slaver and our 90. Let's go buy it. All right, and that means we need to change this up, this lab. So let's go ahead and extend this. There we go. This will give us room for 108. There we go. Pretty easy. Not a whole lot of wasted space in there. It's going to cost us 108 furniture. I cut back how much we were selling by a decent amount, so we should have enough to just immediately build it. Let's get working on that. Once that's done, we will refund and destroy this research facility, and that's going to refund a lot of furniture there as well. Now, one thing, I do want to keep the slaves happy, and humans like to have, I believe, wood, which we have plenty of, furniture, which I don't want to give them. They do like pottery though, so we can give them pottery because we have a massive amount of it. But let's allow them to have pottery. Yeah, furniture, pottery, wood, and fabric. We're not giving them fabric because we don't have any. And we can give them wood. Wood and pottery, they can furnish their whatever, their living quarters. They're going to live off of only meat for a while. We'll enable this later if we need to, but let's leave it at that. And they're pretty easy to keep happy with roads and stuff. I think the paved roads gives them 50. We'll give them a few benches as well. So roads, benches, all the stuff in their furnishings. We should be able to handle a lot more than this slave-wise, so it should be fine. All right, let's finish this stupid building. Why are we not? There we go. Research lab is done. We're going to boost this up to 100 even. Let's cut these people loose and just destroy this building. And then for work priorities, let's go to our humans and turn everything off. We don't want them doing anything but research. So everything goes to 0, and then the labs will max that out. Should we? Yeah, look at that. We got a giant migration of humans. They were working in the other labs for us. All right, so they'll come over here, start working in this one, and we should see a pretty significant lift to our tech just because, like I said, these guys get a 125% bonus, whereas before we were getting a 20% debuff. So 55% swing there. Yeah, there we go. Our points are coming in nicely. Every time we get a nice injection of points, I do want to put a little bit into our Baltic crawler breeders. We do need to get this maxed out, but just not maybe all at once. I don't want to max it out all at once. Yeah, we'll get this one done, and then this one we can start doing at 1,000 people. But yeah, we should be good here. So here we go. So we're looking really good. Happy humans. Their submission is going up slowly. It'll go up over time. Oh, what happened to their housing? All right, anyways, we're still working down here. Jesus, man, this is taking such a long time to clear this out. I thought we'd be able to burrow a bit faster. I knew it was slow because of the previous run, but man, this is really slow. The nice thing is once it's done, you don't ever have to do it again. It's just always cleared. But yeah, that's rough. Right, let's get another Baltic crawler breeder going. We don't need it, but I'd like to have it. We really got to get some labor going. Man, we have so much workforce and nothing to spend it on. We need to get this thing done so we can start mining. On the bright side, we have access to everything now. So why don't we start? So we'll get, what is this? Ore, and then this one's coal. Yeah, so ore's up here. We'll start with something kind of small, only 36 workers. That'll be for the ore. Coal will be a little bit bigger because it just happened that way, but we actually need more, we need more ore than we need coal. So 55 workers on this one. We also need our storage, which means we need to build more. We need to excavate more space, I mean. And the storage doesn't have to be huge. It's literally just holding one thing and then picking it back out. Okay, so the coal, we don't have room for storage. We'll have to dig one out. We got a little storage set up here for our ore. Let's just make sure our human slave area is... Okay, there we go. Yeah, they're all sleeping here nicely. Everybody's good to go. And look at that. Our research is really nice right now. We got another multicolor up as well, so that's going to skyrocket our food, but that's fine. Ooh, nice. We got mild weather, so it boosts health and proximity. We don't have regions outside. I guess it would make trade a little bit cheaper. I think that's what that does, but I don't think that's a big deal. All right, I rearranged some logistics here, so we have a hauler for both meat and pottery, rather than having these guys go do it themselves in the warehouse. Seems like the AI, when you put it on automated, they use way too much labor and they don't really work very efficiently, but the haulers seem to work really well because they only focus on one thing at a time. So that, we're starting to run low on clothing, I've noticed, so we're not keeping up with our production. So let's go ahead and increase our tailors. There we go, that should be better. All right, and how are we doing down here? We have our ore mine, and like I said, the only thing this thing is holding is ore. So we've got, what, 32 crates, about 2,500. And then down here, this thing's rocking and rolling, but we need some storage. So let's make same one down here. We don't have enough space. Shoot. And what we'll do is we'll get some metal processing up here. So we'll allow... No, we need a separate one. Yeah, we need to have a separate one. We'll just build another one somewhere. We could kick this out. We haven't really used it much. We could rebuild the scaffold. Yeah, there's a ton of space over here that's not really being utilized. So why don't we just move it over there? There you go. Scaffold will go over on this side. We'll get a stockade over here in the open. There's like literally nothing out here, so might as well use the space. And then we'll move it again soon. But that will free up all this area. So for that, throne room is once again in our way. So I'm just going to throw it down here. So it's kind of towards the bottom of the map. Nobody can just come in and raid it real quick. There we go. So that's done. Let's go ahead and work on another storage facility. We could build it down here and we would have enough space. We could also build it right here. Yeah, let's do that. And then I'm going to clear out. We don't want most of these buildings, but I do want the structure just so that we can replace them easily. There we go. And then our storage will be in there. Perfect. So we got a nice little outline that's exactly the space, the size that we need. And it should be in range of these houses. So we should be able to get enough workers. And then the nice thing is in the future, if we want to have slaves handle this, like some Dendorians or whatever, we could just build their housing up here and then they'll be mostly segregated still. So I think that'll work out nicely. So let's take on 20 coal, 20 ore here, and then we'll also allow 20 metal. We can adjust all this later. It's not a big deal, but at least we got a starting value. And then we need to custom design some refining. So metal smelter, here we go. So this is not a great setup, but it'll work for now. 23 workers. We can build a mirror image on this side as well. I think if I had to redo this again, I would have maybe these small workshops in the middle, like these big ones on the outside. The big one should be for the most important one, which I would say is probably the metal smelter, which actually makes me wonder why I'm building this one. I should just put it right here. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. All right, let me get rid of this because I already know it's not gonna be enough. Okay, this is what we're going with. This is 42 employees, much better. And then, like I said, if we need to, we can rearrange it to fit in this side as well. We need to start adjusting our radius? Radii? I think it's radii. We need to adjust our radii so that our warehouse workers aren't going across the map to do stupid things. Like this guy's sending people down here to collect ore and coal. We don't want to do that. We want to ship the stuff there. So why don't we see what exactly needs to be captured? Yeah, most of these can go down to like a minimum radius. There we go. That should make a bit more sense, and we shouldn't be wasting as many people on logistics. All right, our metal smelter is up and running. We need to get some logistics here to push all the ore and the coal. So we're going to use a transport just like we did with, I believe it was the clay. So what we need to do is put these guys right here, one down here. There we go. And this one is going to be dealing with ore, and we're going to do a pull source there, push source there. and then they'll go do their thing. Right, this guy is not up and running yet. This one is coal. Wait, did I? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I had this thing as collecting ore instead of coal. What in the world? Did I set this one up right at least? Yeah, for the ore mine. Okay, I'm an idiot. Whoops. Okay, try it again. So we're gonna pull from here. We're gonna push to here. And as soon as these guys actually collect the correct stuff, there they go. They're collecting coal. And he already, yeah, he loaded up and took off already. So that was quick. Here we go. You can see our coal cart is there. Where's our ore cart? He should have already been here by now. What happened? What the hell is he doing? There he goes. All right, so he's taking his cart and he'll drop off 100. I don't know if that's enough to keep up with the supply here. It probably is. I don't foresee us needing more than that, but they only take one worker and then one livestock, so it's not a big drain on the economy or our workforce. Yeah, we have plenty of coal. We don't have enough ore, so let's keep an eye on this thing, make sure it's actually transporting enough. Right, here comes with another 100, and that just immediately gets gobbled up. So we are producing 8 metal per day, almost 9 metal per day. That's pretty good. The first upgrade we should be doing is on our training ground, because I do want to get as many of our population trained to fight as we can. That doesn't mean everybody's going to go out, but it means that if we need to defend, we can use all of our people in here to stop what they're doing, grab some stuff, and then go fight. So here we go. Now it looks like our ore is caught up, so it should be fine. Yeah, one cart should be enough to supply this. It just needed time to catch up with that initial burst. So we should be good then. We'll keep transporting all this stuff. At some point, we'll probably want to sell off the excess if we just have too much. Oh boy, we got an explosion or a carpenter. Oh my god, that's a lot of people dead. All right, 14 dead, 7 bleeding out. I guess we're going to have an influx of meat, so it is what it is. Now, the training ground we can upgrade without any research. It does take 250 metal, so it's 2 metal per person that you can train, so per training dummy. That's a lot, and that's going to add a massive amount to our maintenance as well, but I think this is one of the few that is 100% worth it. So let's keep going. We'll save that amount up, and then we should be good. We also need to continue digging this out. So we do have this Baltic crawler breeder running, but the problem is we don't have warehouse to supply this stuff with. So let's go ahead and get one of these. We don't quite have enough room. Let's dig a little bit more out. Also, we can start burying our people now. We don't need to cut them up. We have more meat than we can handle anyways. So why don't we spend some of our tech points here? Let's go ahead and unlock proper burial. That'll make our people really happy, I think. And we can put it over here since I don't think we have a whole lot of plans to put too much industry in this side, but we can get a decent sized burial. But it doesn't really matter that much, to be honest. We could always dig it up and then put it somewhere else later. So let's get a decent sized one at least. Here we go. We'll get a nice graveyard here. It's gonna fit 53 people. Probably not enough. The bugs love to die. I mean, their lifespan's pretty short to begin with, so that doesn't help. But yeah, accidents, all this stuff, they just get obliterated fast, as you can see. But anyways, we'll get that. That should help improve their loyalty by quite a bit. Here we go. So we got our warehouse set up. Now, this warehouse was pulling from... Well, I don't know where it was pulling from, but now we're going to have it pull from this one at least. Oh, and then, yeah, pull source. We need to get clothing, so we get clothing from that one. Okay, how we looking? Yep, there we go. Graveyard. So some of those people didn't get eaten. They actually got buried. So you'd see a pretty big increase here. And this goes under religion. See graveyard here. So their burial, that's going to add, yeah, that's a pretty big increase in loyalty there. Now, slaves do not get buried in proper areas. So these guys end up turning into meat and leather. So our humans. Okay, so that is one big objective down. Well, two technically. So we're getting some warehouse space here, better logistics for food down here, but more importantly, we're getting ore. Here we go. Yeah, we're getting ore and coal. Ore is still having trouble keeping up. Yeah, it's not keeping up. So we need to increase this pretty dramatically. So let's go ahead and clear some more mountains and we'll increase the size of that. We do still have a decent amount of labor. I do want to keep a decent amount available for working the odd jobs, but yeah, 100's not that much. Oh, we have another accident. Small one though. Here we go. So we'll be able to deal with this. We'll increase our ore output. Right now we're using, yeah, so we have a net loss of 7 per day, but we do want to have that start to pile up. You know, we could probably scale back our coal workers a little bit. Let's put this down to like maybe 16, and then that should be still more than enough to have a surplus. So we'll build up the stockpile. The nice thing is this stuff decays slowly. It's negative 0.5 per year, so it really doesn't go bad. All right, we got more space. Let's go ahead and upgrade this. There you go. It's only going to cost us 48 more furniture. It'll give us a huge boost. I think we had like 20 something employees. Now we're going to go up to 70 if we need it. And let's take this all the way up to say 40. See what that looks like. So 40 puts us at 67. We're using 33. That's fine. We'll go at a big surplus for a little while so we can at least build up some stockpile. And then in the future, yeah, if we have some extra storage and we're starting to lose, or we won't go into a deficit yet, we'll at least have an early warning. Now I noticed some of our storage, the meat storage is, oh, like this one's at 0. Jesus. This one's at 1200. It's not too bad, but this one has way too much meat. So either they're pulling from too many things. Yeah, see, I don't want them to pull from these ones up here. So let's scale them back a little bit. This one's technically only supposed to be able to reach these two, but I increased it a little bit so we can pull from this one as well. Yeah, that's fine. We'll have him pull these 3 for now. So that should fix some of that issue. We could always sell off some of the meat here as well. Let's get a temporary exporter and we'll make some money off of it at least. And we'll sell this one down to say like 20%. So that should be a pretty big increase in cash. All right, we got people dying of exposure here. Yeah, heat. So I'm gonna create, we had some stuff here that I think was helping and then we deleted it. We can put up some temporary ones. Let's put up a small well. There you go. We'll put a well and a hearth. That way these people don't freeze, or I guess in this case they're burning to death. Yeah, it's all heat. All right, we're in a pretty good spot here. We got 50 odd jobbers. I don't really want to go too much far below that, so I think we'll just coast here for a bit and just manage our logistics until the next group of kids are born. Speaking of which, this thing is still pumping out 94. Yep, 94 per year, so not bad. And our native, we did cross the 50% mark, so we have still about a little less than 50% immigrants, and all the other ones are freshly born here. I noticed we have a lot of housing, but it doesn't cover down here. Yeah, like this is okay, but this is too far. So these people are homeless, so we need to make some housing down here, which means we will probably relocate this infrastructure, get some housing up here, and then these people have a place to live. We need housing here anyway soon, but I guess since we've got 51 people homeless, probably a good time just to do it now. This warehouse is also getting a decent amount of livestock, so let's sell here as well. There we go. So we'll sell livestock across the board. This is almost ready. We can start making housing. There we go. Let's just knock out this whole area so we can start getting some production of some kind in here. Got 162 people. We just got another injection of young bugs coming of age. We hit 1200 population, so we get these things called noble promotions, and essentially it just supercharges whatever your noble's doing. So like instead of getting 50 people that get the bonus, it boosts it up to 250. So we can increase the output of several industries now on a pretty big scale, but I'm still kind of holding back on it. We've only promoted 2. We can promote up to 10, so we are missing out on quite a few things. But like I said, I'm not really convinced that we need all of these nobles to boost our industry. I'm going to try and not use them because I would like to save them for government points. So you need government points to be able to take over territories out here and have them send back goods to you. So that's kind of what I was hoping to do, but we may use some. I don't know. We'll see. And for some reason, we have a massive amount of deranged people. 23 is kind of high relative to the amount of population that we have. The only way to fix that is to spend some points here. So we would have to get posh relief to upgrade our toilets, healthcare for hospitals, medicine for physician, and then eventually we would get down here to the asylum. That's a lot of points to spend. I don't know if I really want to dedicate that many points to it. But we will spend a couple points here on fancy market, and then 1 on entertainment. That's very low cost, but pretty high impact. So these, yeah, the markets, we have 4 markets. We can upgrade all of them. Same thing. It requires a little bit of stone, furniture, and then some pottery. There we go. 4 upgrades. We're about to have 5, actually. We're going to need another one soon. Something is going on here with our janitor. He's not fixing these things for some reason. Let's put a couple more janitors on here and see if they actually try and fix this thing up. Oh wow, up here too. This building's starting to degrade as well. What is going on? Furniture, cut stone. All right, we may need to have some haulers to bring stuff down here. I didn't foresee that being an issue. I thought they would just go get it on their own. but that doesn't seem to be the case. All right, let's make 3 haulers. We will bring down some furniture because we have a lot of furniture. We definitely aren't short. Furniture, cut stone, and what was the last one? Pottery, I think it was. Yeah, we have some pottery, and we have some hardwood. Why are we not getting wood? Oh, we're out of wood completely. Yeah, I gotta do a better job cutting this stuff down. So let's cut down a bunch of trees, that, and then we need another hauler for pottery. There we go. So let's see if that helps. So we're bringing all these goods down here. Yep, there they go. He's starting to fix stuff up, it looks like. Okay, danger averted. So I guess we might need to leave some haulers here. We really need a lot of furniture down here to fix all this. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. It's going to take a while for that to come in, but we'll keep checking on it from time to time. We've got one group that's 55 people trained. We still have more though. Yeah, let's wait. I do want to go out and attack somebody, start taking their land. We'll need to do that soon, but we need to have enough troops here to keep our slaves under control when we lose some troops because they're going to be leaving the area. We'll have to maybe get like 300 troops, and then losing 100 wouldn't be that big of a deal. Okay, there we go. It's coming down. Yeah, the furniture shortages seems like it's mostly fixed. So that was the issue. It wasn't that the janitor wasn't able to fix it, he just didn't have supplies. So yeah, man, that's pretty interesting. Okay, yeah, that's all. They're all done now. So the janitor did a hell of a job once he had the supplies he needed. So I guess we're gonna have to have haulers kind of all over the place to do this. It's an extra labor source that I wasn't really accounting for, but I mean, we do have a lot of labor, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. Okay, we are starting to stack up a lot of metal, so I think we need to, and we have a lot of workforce available, so I think we need to start processing some of this. Let's go ahead and make a smithy, but we need to research it first, so let's get in there and do that. The smithy's down here at the bottom. Costs us 10 points, but it's well worth it. Also, let's put another point into the Baltic crawler breeder. And then all we need to do is, if we want to get a good layout like this, we just copy it, change the type to smithy, and we already have all the points laid out. It'll match perfectly, so we just lay it like this. I really like doing these squares like this, these production squares. I've also started to develop an idea of just like this with the Dundorians, the dwarf guys, where you can have their houses mixed into this, because they do like the noise. So if you have their houses next to a workshop that emits noise, the noise makes them happier. There's a lot of cool things you can do. But anyways, let's get this built, and then we need to shuffle around some crates in this one. All right, we don't really need tools yet. We probably will at some point, but let's start making our first weapons. So we can make either these warhammers, or we can change to the flanks. I think we'll use the flanks. We're not really going up against well-armored people. Well, you know, it'd be nice to have both. Let's start with the warhammers because they produce a lot faster. So let's just do that. Let's get maybe 5 crates worth, 5 crates of the flanks, and then we'll go from there. There we go. And I totally forgot. I'm an idiot. We have a lot of metal. We can afford to upgrade. So let's go ahead and upgrade this. It's going to take 250 metal. There we go. And that increases our maintenance up to 3.35. It's not too bad. But now our troops just increased their research or their training rate by 50%. So instead of 100 days, it's like 60 days or something like that. It's a lot faster. One thing we could also do soon is we can get some Crotonians, the little pigmen slaves. They're pretty good at smelting metal, and they also have really high submission, so they're very easy to keep as slaves. You know, the same thing's happening over here. Look at that. He's not able to keep up with the repairs because he has to run all the way over there to grab the furniture. So let's get another hauler. Yeah, this is a pain in the butt, actually. Way different from what the previous version of the game was. Not that it's a bad thing, but it is a pain in the butt. But let's go ahead and get a hauler here with some furniture, and I guess we're just gonna have to use the labor. Here we go. Yeah, because there's a lot of the market needs furniture. A bunch of stuff up here needs it as well. There he goes. He should be able to repair it now. And I didn't even realize that was another 5 years down. So let's go ahead and do a quick recap. We finished off some more housing, or sorry, some more Baltic crawler breeders down here. So we got plenty of meat production down in the south. The whole goal was to provide meat for this area, so it didn't have to come all the way up here, but now we have to build a housing here. So anyways, this should be able to supply food for whatever we build in this area for now anyways. We expanded more production, so we got another carpenter. We're starting to make metal and weapons, putting this ore and coal to good use. We've got our human researchers up here. We got 99 of them. I guess one of them must have died. We had 100. So that looks pretty good. That brought our research up quite a bit. Yeah, and then the other thing, we spent a lot of time problem solving. So there was a big shortage of furniture here. because our janitor was having to go grab one at a time. So we basically just added a hauler here to do it, kind of like what we did with the meat and the pottery right here. Same thing down here. This is where I realized, because almost all these buildings were completely damaged. They weren't getting used at all. So we built a bunch of infrastructure here. So it's not a huge amount of labor, but it is some labor that we will use up to keep these janitor closets running properly. So, but that's fine. I think what we'll probably do in the next 5 years is we'll start to really turn the dial on getting our troops ready. I think if we can get close to 100 troops, we can send them out to go attack. And then if we have another 100 right behind them ready to go, then we should be in good shape. Yeah, we're going to have weapons and armor as well, so should be in very, very good shape. I think if we can do like 200 of each, that's enough to outfit 100 people with 2 clicks of weapons. So when you go to assign stuff to your people, you can assign up to 4 of this. So like if there's 100 people in here, every time you click one of these, it assigns 100 units. So 2 assigns 200, 300, and 400, and so on. So you get more bonus each time you click. Yeah, so if we can get a couple hundred of each, that'll set us straight. Yeah, so I think our population growth is fine. We don't need to worry about that too much. We've got plenty of food production, so we're not really in danger of starving or anything in the next 5 years. So we probably will leave our food alone. I think we'll just focus on getting our war industries up and running. So we'll need more weapons, more armor, and then we could probably start trading for some stuff. We also need to sort out our slaves. I think we can take more slaves, although maybe we'll be more conservative if we're going to go on campaign, because that means our army's going to be leaving soon. So yeah, maybe we'll just leave it like this. Yeah, for sure. I think what we'll do is we'll focus on getting an army ready to go. We're going to have to march past a couple of these guys. We'll march through their territory. They're not going to be too happy about it, but it is what it is. And then we'll probably attack one of these, maybe this one, because this one seems to have a lot of water. So we should be able to get decent fish here. Yeah, we can get some fish income, ship it back home. That'll be a second food source we can use. Looking at this town, it's got a garrison of 146. They're not well equipped. They don't have any weapons. They'll have 2 pieces of leather armor, so not the greatest, but still strong enough to cause some issues if we don't bring enough troops. So we'll definitely bring well armored, and then we'll also have some weapons, and then we have bonuses that they won't have. We've got plus 0.2 defense and then plus 0.1 morale, so that should help some. But anyways, yeah, we've got a bit of work to do. Let's go ahead and let's start the next 5 years. I went ahead and spent some time eating away some of the walls, so we're gonna get rid of those harsh edges, or those smooth edges, sorry. And then we're gonna add some more housing here. I noticed there was a housing shortage. Looks like at these workspaces, and everywhere else is okay, because we are short 13 housing for 13 bugs, but that's not a big deal. We'll get that fixed. Also added a lavatory down here because they don't have one, and then a shrine for them to worship at, and then we should be good down here. I expanded the coal a little bit because we do want to max that out at some point in the near future. And then just a little beautification here so we can get some loyalty increase. I think that's probably what we'll do for quite a while. And then in the near future, I do want to unlock the laboratory upgrade. It's going to require 216 metal, which we don't have just yet, but we'll have pretty soon. So we'll get that running. We also might need to get another one of these running, a metal smelter. We're not really keeping up with that, and we have a decent amount of labor force that we could use. I'm really trying not to use these guys because I know for sure we need them when it comes to taking over new land. So, you know what I also thought? I was for a while doing sorting by age and then picking the youngest, but what if we pick the oldest and then their bonus will be active until they die, but they're going to die pretty soon. 40-year-old bug is not going to last much longer. So at least we'll get maybe a year or 2 out of it, because we can't really use it right now. So that's one thing I thought about doing. So why don't we do that? We'll promote a couple old people to be nobility. I guess it's kind of like a make-a-wish thing. They know they're on their way out, but at least they get to have a little fun before they do it. So in this case, let's go ahead and do smelters. That should make a pretty big difference there. And then what else should we do for this? No, we don't need furniture. I think we're good there. We could probably use another food one at some point, but not yet. Let's do another food one just because, like I said, they're only going to be alive for a couple, just a little bit longer. So that'll boost our food production. That'll also boost our metal production by quite a bit. And let's go ahead and speed this up. get this all taken up, clean this stuff up. We have enough metal to upgrade this. This is going to boost it by 50%. So right now its target is 133. If we add 50% to that, that's a pretty big increase. We'll get about 60, 65 more. Now, to be able to do that, we need to unlock the tech for it. So it requires 15 points, but we're going to get many times that back. So it basically pays for itself. So let's go ahead and upgrade. That increases our metal maintenance to 5.88. That's pretty high. So we do have to be careful of that. Probably should start upgrading some of these as well. The basic craftsmanship and the fine craftsmanship. These are going to be really important. That doesn't cover what we need though. Shoot, I forgot. Refining. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. They're pretty cheap in the beginning though. 5 points to get an extra 8% is not bad. And we do have a decent amount of metal smelters, but then we also need the crude craftsmanship because that's carpenters, potters, ration maker, tailor. We use all 4 of those actually. And then for this one, we really only have masonry and smithy, so that one probably we can hold off a little bit more on. I don't know. It feels bad not taking these civic techs because these are super important. Yeah, like right now we need a psych ward, an asylum, because we have 29 insane people. We could be fixing them right now if we had that. So yeah, this is always the hard part with the research. It's like, what do I spend the points on? There's 20 things that are necessities, and we only have points for maybe 4 or 5 things. So that is the dilemma. But let's take a little bit of each. So we're going to do the first point into craftsmanship. So that's 5 research points for 9%. It's not bad. And then we'll do the same thing here on the refining. So we will eventually get some more of these. So right now we have only metal smelter. But I know at some point we'll probably start a brewery and a weaver, I think. I don't know about the other stuff, but at least those 2. So let's do one of those. We haven't really been putting stages up either. We unlocked that. We should probably put that up. I don't know what the range is on this thing, but I would like to build one that covers all 3 of these settlements so that we don't have to build one in each, because they do require 8 workers each. So that would suck up a lot of workers if we had to do that. But why don't we just put one in here for now? It's just such a big awkward shape. That's the problem, but that's fine. We'll just toss one right here and let's just see what the range is on it. There we go. So we can see it does not reach very far actually. Yeah, we're gonna have to build multiple of these. I'm gonna delete that. I just wanted to see the range. We don't need it here because there's not that many people living here yet. So what we'll probably do, we have a lot of infrastructure here. We'll probably do another row of infrastructure and then just do our stage like this. Well, I think this is the only way we can make it work. So we'll give enough space so we can put our little nubs. So two spaces in between, and then that should be good. And unfortunately, we need to knock out some more space here if we want to do that. So we'll just put a temporary one down, and then we'll move it to a proper place later. Same thing here. We don't really have the right layout for it yet, so I'm just going to throw one down here so we can at least get the bonus going for it. There we go. We got all of our stages up. That sucked out some labor force, but we're getting a lot of new people. Yeah, even it's been a while since we've built this thing, and it's still keeping up with our demand. I don't think we need to add more. We could grow faster if we wanted to. I don't really want to though. I'd rather keep it slow, a little bit slower and under control. Right, and we're starting to get too many Warhammers. Let's go ahead and switch this out. We need to go from that to the flank. Little two-handed sword. Now, these guys still haven't restocked their human slaves. We haven't bought slaves from them in a long time. I don't know what the refresh rate on that is, but that's pretty bad. So we might need to switch up our strategy here and start getting different types of slaves. We can get the pigmen to work the metal smelters because they're pretty good at that, and they're easy to keep happy. Think about that. We don't need the space yet, but I'm going to start digging this out just so that when we need the space, we already have it. We're not waiting around. So we'll start working on that. That's another big excavation project. That'll be for 2 more Baltic crawler breeders, and then we'll get 2 more on this side. We need to get another housing project up here to handle this. And we already have 2 big carpenters workshops, and I feel like we might need another one because this thing's barely keeping up. Let's start unlocking some more civics. So we'll do posh relief. This is upgrading the toilets. I also want to get a hospital because we do have a lot of people that get sick. Especially I've noticed the slaves were starting to get sick. Like this guy's sick. Relaxing. Yeah, most of these guys are relaxing, but I did see quite a few slaves sick, and if we can't replace them easily, then we want to be able to heal them up. So I think we'll put a hospital on this side to start with. We're going to need to import some stuff. Oh, you know what? Also, I think the hospital. Well, first thing first, let's upgrade our toilets. So, lavatory, we have 5 of them. And it's going to require wood, furniture, and pottery. Yay, we get to increase our wood maintenance or furniture maintenance again. So, here we go, using more furniture. So, that went up to 22 out of 31. Yeah, so we're basically almost break even with that. That's not good. I'm going to promote another older person, 41-year-old, and this person is going to help with carpentry. So that should boost that up a decent amount. Yeah, 45 out of, so I think we were at 30 something. Now we're at 45. So that should help in the meantime. And then once they die off, we can reassess and reevaluate if we want to keep them going or not. All right, we had another accident at the bug farms. Some people got squished. Now, to be able to build a hospital, we need furniture and tools. And then to run it, we need fabric and opium. Is there any opium on the map? Yeah, there's a decent field of it right here. So we could forge this and that'll cut down on some of our import expenses. I don't see any other ones, so I think we'll just leave it at that. Yep, and we'll still import it, but at least the stuff we pull off the ground will reduce how much we need to import. So here we go. Let's go ahead and add a little bit for opium. Fabric is the other one. So let's do a couple things of fabric in here. And then we do need tools. Let's just make a couple, like a day or two worth of tools. Now we'll install a couple import depots here. And like I said, we need fabric. And we'll import up to about half of our production, or half of our storage. This one we need opium. Super expensive, but it is what it is. We need it. And then over here, let's go ahead and build the hospital. This is probably not the final place that we'll do it, but I just need to get it down. I don't know where else to put it. There you go. We got room for 28 beds. That should be plenty for this size of a town, I think. Here we go. We'll get that built. Right, and we did import opium, we did import fabric, so we should be good. There you go, we've got a hospital. This thing has a pretty big range. I don't think it's going to reach back here. No, it's not going to reach back here into the mountains, but it gets everything else. So it will service these others. Like I said, I'll probably relocate it at some point. Maybe I'll put it down here in this little alcove. And then once we knock out some of these mountains, it might open that up a little bit more. We'll just make like a mega hospital in the middle. But I think for now, this should be good. This will help. I don't know why this thing's complaining about not having access. Unavailable opiate and fabric. It's literally right next to you. What are you talking about? There it goes. Okay, they figured it out. Oh, now we just got to work on physician and the asylum. The asylum's the one that's going to be key right now to keeping people alive. I don't know that I really care about keeping these people alive, to be honest. We can just replace them. But like I said, we need it at some point anyways, so it probably makes sense to just do it, but let me think about that. Also, I noticed some of these groups were getting left out. Like this one's fully trained, 100%, 50. I had a group of 100 here with 20 something people that still needed to train, and only 2 of them were training. So I think I'm going to cut the size down and have multiple. So it's still the same amount, still have 300 people here, but it's smaller regiments so that they can top out. I guess the idea would be that they would top out sooner, hopefully. Like this one, 50 and 38. They, once this group's done, need to train, currently training. Yeah, perfect. So once this is done, we'll have a full 100. We can send both of these guys out. There we go. So we'll get up to 400 people. That should be good. Now, I noticed we are actually going through more ore and coal than we're producing. So we have to be careful with that. Let's go ahead and increase. Yeah, we have plenty of room here. So let's increase the workers. Same thing with the ore. Let's just get that up to par. It'll be about break even. That's perfect. And you know what? These guys are deranged, but I think we still need to save them. I hate spending the points. Yeah, so we'll do it. We have a physician and an asylum. Let's build the asylum. We'll worry about the physician later, I think. But let's at least get the asylum going. Now the asylum, let's see, it requires metal, furniture, fabric. We have all that. That's fine. And then production, it uses rations to feed people, which is fine. I'm going to build it. I'm just going to build it right here next to this, or actually attached to it. That's fine. Here we go. So we'll get room for 12 deranged. I mean, we have 31, but that's because we have neglected them for a long time. I think the average will probably be about a half or a third of that. So 12 should be more than enough to cover what we have. You know, we've got democracy spreading. We could either destroy the leader and get rid of the faction, ignore them and deal with them messing with our lands, or we can tell them, we can focus them on our neighbor and that'll piss off our neighbor. If we execute the leader, it's going to hurt our loyalty for a little bit, but I think that's the plan here. That's kind of going along with the theme of the campaign, is just murdering people. So disappear the leader. We won't have to worry about it. It's going to drop our happiness for a little bit. For 12 days, that's fine. It's not that big of a deal. And we've produced way more tools than we need. Forgot to switch it. Let's put that back. I mean, we have a little bit of need for tools for maintenance, but it's 0.6 and we have 436. We could always take a tech that we can use tools, and I think that's probably a good idea. But for now, let's go back to producing the weaponry. There we go. Our same insane asylum, whatever you want to call it, is ready to go. So we got room for 12 people in here. Yep, we already got them all in here and for treatment. So basically, they just stay in here for a couple days and then they are no longer insane, and then they go back to the working population. If you just leave them, I think most of the time, if not all the time, they die. There we go. So we're we're helping our citizens out. We probably shouldn't if we want to be like Tong Tong Zedong, but I guess it's fine. We'll cure our people, make them happy. So these two groups are just about full. This one's going to take a while because it looks like somebody just died. This was 50 out of 50. This one is 40. So we have right about 90 if we wanted to send somebody out to attack. So again, if we want to attack, we have to attack probably the closest one, which is this guy, or actually this one would be fine as well. This is 149 defenders. This is 209 defenders. Yeah, let's wait a little bit. There we go. And you can see our insane population's going down. 30 down to 14 out in the wild. And how many are in here? 12. 12 in here being treated. We also should be adding physicians everywhere. Now these guys treat people so that it boosts their ability to fight off disease and injury. So then it basically lessens the strain that you need on your graveyard and also your hospital. So it is good to have these around. Now this does use tools, so we're going to increase our reliance on tools for maintenance, but not by that much. Also uses a little bit of cut stone and more furniture. God damn this furniture, man. It's gonna be the end of us. Everything requires furniture. So all right, let's build it, and then we'll copy and paste this at the other areas. So we'll probably want to have one in each locale. It's a very low, it doesn't require a lot of labor. It's one person for, what was that, like 4 stations? Let's see what that looks like. Maybe that's too small. We might need to make it a little bigger. Yeah, 1 physician for 4 spots. Hey, it goes through them pretty quick though, so maybe it's okay, especially if we have them all over the place. So let's go ahead and add one over here, and then one down here. We don't have room. There we go. And yeah, we're still plugging away at this gigantic digging project, so that's going to take a while. So if we look at, so this guy's being examined. If we look at his health, I'm curious what goes up when he gets seen by the doctor. So here we go. He just went in. Happiness. I didn't see the health stat move up at all. Let's look at this guy. So maybe it does. 4.549. It doesn't seem to be moving up, so I'm not sure what they actually change. But anyways, at the very least, it does make people happier. If we look down here at services, it does show up as a physician, and it's a 1.0, so it's pretty big if you can get it all the way up. All right, here we go. Our noble passed away, the metal smelter. Now we do want to put that metal smelter back on, otherwise we're going to be negative. Or, you know, we could just leave it for now because we don't need that much metal. I don't think we're planning on producing anything else, and we don't want it to spoil. So I guess we would just leave it for now. Never mind. Let's put an old person on there again. I think that works out pretty well, actually. I kind of like that. I think we're going to do that from now on. We're going to promote only old people to nobility, and then that'll allow us to keep rotating people faster as we need them. Yeah, that'll work. All right, one of our Baltic crawler breeder nobles died. This is, I could see how this would get annoying pretty fast if we just constantly have people dying and we're having to replace them every couple seconds. Another Baltic crawler breeder on there. Actually, we probably could have just let it go. We're still positive even without that noble, but that's fine. So I think at this point, let's just hang tight. We just need a little more time for these guys to get up. Actually, we could probably go. We have over 90 right now. So 90 with good equipment, really good equipment actually. We have quite a bit of leather armor we could equip them with, and then the flanks. Half the group can use flanks, the other half can use warhammers, and then we should be good. So in order to do that, at some point we're going to have a central location where we keep all of our goods for military service. So right now they're in that local area where they're produced, but at some point we'll probably not stock up there and we'll have a separate location where everything gets delivered to, kind of like a central barracks warehouse area. But for now, we'll just spread these guys around. And like I said, we can delete all this stuff and just move it around later. But we do need army supply depots. We'll get a couple of these. There we go. So we need 5 of them. Let's just get those built. So we need 1 for clothing, 1 for food, 1 for armor, and then 1 for each of the weapons. There we go. We got all of our buildings ready. Now, this one is going to be in charge of clothing. Oh, we don't have hardly any clothing. Shoot. Okay, so we're not going to be able to go anywhere for a while. Let's go ahead and turn these off. Get our actually, it's fine. So one issue that we're having is the hunter is not able to produce enough leather to keep up. You can see here we're producing 22, but we don't have any leather. It keeps going to 0. So what we're going to do is import some leather here. We have plenty of cash. So let's just create logistics, import depot, and we'll get some leather in there. And then I think we'll go up to maybe like 300 supply, something like that. And then that means we need to increase our tailor. So once we get a shipment of leather in, we'll just bum rush it with a bunch of workers. Actually, let's just get him in there already. How much are we paying for this anyways? They're 51. That's not terrible. So 51, we could sell it for 60 on the sell price. So there's still a margin there if we wanted to sell it. Here we go. There's our shipment of leather. You can see they're just going to blow through that pretty quickly, and then our clothing should rapidly increase. There we go. I think we're comfortably there. We've got 251 clothes at this warehouse. We have 484 all over, but that's because we have small stocks kind of all over the place. I think there's like 80 at each of these towns. So why don't we start loading this up? So this one is going to be clothing. This one's going to be leather armor. We got the 2 weapons here. So this one will be the warhammer. This one will be the flanks. We set the full source for that. And then over here, the most important one, the food. And actually, yeah, it's fine. All right, we should be good. So let's take a look at our troops. Hopefully we didn't get a bunch of people die. Yeah, 48, 44, that's fine. It's still, I think that's acceptable. We just got to keep an eye on our slaves, and hopefully they have enough to survive. Yeah, their submission is up to 133. We could take a lot more slaves right now, actually, and I think we'll probably end up doing that. Right, so we'll come here to our capital armies. We'll recruit an army, and we'll pull it from our garrison, and it's going to be... Oh, no, we're not going to do that yet. We have to equip our troops first. So up here, we need to edit. We need to add some armor. So this is going to be 100 in each, 200 in each. We don't have enough for both of them to have 200. So let's do 150 each. And then we can get like 250 warhammers is fine. This one is going to be 150 armor and then 250 flanks. Right, 250, 250. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll have a little bit of reserve. All right, so just to make sure, we've got, yep, training equipment on both of these. They're ready to go. Let's go ahead and pull them out. All right, so here they come. They're fortified. They're getting all their gear. Now, did I remember to put these? Yeah, we need to put these guys up to max workers. Otherwise, it's going to take them forever to load up the carts. Max workers, please. There we go. Now, what happens is, because we're fortified right now, you have to be not moving and in friendly territory to stay fortified. They're going to start sending stuff out. There you go. You see all this stuff starting to come in. So that's perfect. We need to wait a little bit longer. It looks like they're going to need a second shipment out here. There we go. The flanks is there. Warhammers is there. Leather, not quite. There it goes. Food's not quite maxed out, but that's fine. We won't be gone the whole time. I don't think we'll be gone very long. So maybe we'll just wait for a little bit longer. One more shipment of food. There we go. And then let's go. So we have 90 troops exactly. I think we attack the Mevias. Yeah, we're going to have to walk through these people's land. I don't know if they're going to get pissed off at us, but whatever. We're going to end up killing all these people soon anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And you know what we could do? We have some cash. We could hire a mercenary to help, just to help supplement. There's a group here that's only going to cost 65k, and then the daily upkeep is 16k. So let's do that. Let's go and recruit another group. Or, you know, let's wait until they get closer, so we're not spending all that cash. Now, our slaves went from 133 submission down to 111, so they're still fine. We're good there. We pulled a lot of people out of the labor pool, but we still have 57 odd jobbers, so we're good there. Just all these things you got to keep in mind when you're pulling people out. You know, you don't want to drain down to 0 your entire population. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and... What the hell happened here? We got rid of our house. Apparently excavated all of these people's house, like their door and walls and stuff. Let's put that back. There we go. And then what I was trying to do is copy this, the doctor's office. Let's put a position down here as well, like that. Okay, I don't think there's anything we need to watch down here. This is pretty much running on its own. I think we're good. Also, we don't need this many clothing. We just did that for the troops. So we can scale this back, get some of our workers back, and then try not to drain all of our money by buying leather. Okay, let's go back to the map. So here we go. We're going to start traipsing through this guy's land. Let's see, does it piss them off? It's these guys, I think. Yep, there we go. They don't seem to care too much. I'm not seeing any debuff from us being in their land, so I think we can just walk through, no big deal. All right, we'll keep an eye on these guys, make sure they have enough food. They have rations for quite a while, actually, so we should be good. Now, oh boy. As soon as we enter their territory is when they're going to come out and attack, so we need to hire the mercenaries soon. Yeah, why don't we do it right now? So we'll hire these guys. We have 117k, so we'll recruit. There we go. We'll send them in first to die, and then we'll flank. Yep, see, they came out to attack. So our mighty forces are about to engage the enemy host. We are going to command the attack. They have 148 troops, but as we already looked at, none of them have equipment, so this should be a pretty easy battle, especially if we just sacrifice the mercenaries up front. Let's get in there and do it. Okay, no pressure. No pressure at all, right? So they have a pretty significant army, but like I said, they're all low tier, almost no training and no gear, just a little bit of leather armor. So what we'll do is we'll set up a double line right here. We'll set up our Garthemi on the flanks, and then we'll try and when they try to attack, we'll try and flank them. So let's go ahead and start, speed it up a little bit, and let's see what they do. Let's go ahead and push up with them as well. Here we go. So they're coming in for the attack. That's fine. We'll brace, get in there and attack on the flank. These guys are going to come in and flank as well. Like I said, they just need to hold. Oh, look at this. These guys are going to get smashed. All right, we're going to attack now. Get in there and attack from both flanks. Our mercenaries are holding them in place. This is perfect. Get in there and attack, please. There we go. So we're hitting them from multiple angles. They're breaking already. They just shattered. Okay, so I guess we were nervous about nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, we have the option to capture these guys. There's 59 of them. It's kind of a lot. I don't even think we can hold that many in our prison, so we're going to actually release them. It's going to give us some chivalry, which is not really what we're going for, but we need it in the short term until we can be big enough to where we can just ignore people getting pissed off at us. So chivalry boosts our relation with our neighbors. So let's do that. And then hopefully that keeps them from ganging up on us until we can just build that critical mass where we can just ignore everybody and attack them. So we still need to get in here and attack before their garrison regenerates. They regenerate after a couple days, so we'll get in there quick. Come on, take it. Oh, they regenerated, but only a handful. Only a handful. All right, we have to, unfortunately, we have to wait them out now in a siege. Yeah, that sucks. It's fine. We'll siege them down. I think it takes about 5 days before they start to lose their siege, although this one has a really big garrison, or a really big wall, so maybe they'll hold out longer. I'm not sure. Let's take a look at our town, make sure we're still doing okay. Seems like we're doing okay. We are starting to run low on cash, so let's go ahead and let's turn this off so we're not importing anything else. And just temporarily, why don't we bring in an export depot right here, and we can just, we could export some stuff like this. Pottery would be a good one. We're maxed out on pottery. God, I hate having to siege these things down. It's so slow. All right, there we go. So we are going to export pottery from this, and we don't want to go down to 0. We want to go down to like maybe 80%. So we'll sell off. Oh no, let's sell off like 10% of our stock. So down to 90%. That should be plenty. All right, how are we looking here? 1 day. Yeah, they still haven't started losing anything. Now their garrison will regenerate, and hopefully when it gets big enough, they'll just come out and attack, and then we could take it for free, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to be stuck here for a while. But we have enough rations that I think we're okay for a while. All right, we're almost done with this project down here, which means we can start digging somewhere else. We might need to start making more rations again, because we did send quite a few rations out. Let's go ahead and make some more. Yeah, we got plenty of labor and plenty of meat, so might as well. Okay, we're at 4 days into the siege. We should start seeing the walls buckle. Hopefully the next one we can just take it before they respawn their troops. That's really quite a pain. All right, our carpenter passed away. That means, yeah, we should be okay for a little while. I'm not going to promote him. We've got a lot of excess, a lot of spoilage, so we'll just let that go. Let's keep watching this. Come on, man. Can you just fall, please? Oh, we had an accident at our ore mine. A bunch of people bleeding everywhere. Hopefully our hospital has room. Yeah, it's got plenty of room. They should be all right. Okay, come on, siege. All right, let's see how we're looking now. It's the same, so we still gotta just wait it out. One of our Baltic Crawler breeder nobles passed. We're still net positive. I'm gonna leave it. All right, are we gonna run out of food? Holy crap, man. We're gonna run out of food soon. We need to do something. So this thing needs to just fall. That's really annoying. So if we auto-resolve this battle, we'll lose everybody, and we'll only inflict 6 casualties, which is kind of insane. We have to lift it. We have to go back. What a joke, man. What a joke. We need to go back and get food. Hopefully we have enough food to get back home. It looks like we do. We'll have to take a different route then, because that's too short of a time to attack that garrison and then get home. All right, we're back home and fortifying. As soon as we fortify, we'll be able to replenish our food stocks and we can go back out again. There we go. We got rations coming in. We need a lot of rations though. So we do have a lot to spare. So I think we're okay. Okay, let's plan this out a little better maybe. Damn, man. Well, I already know for sure we can't do a siege, so we don't need that many rations. Either we take it right away or we just back. There's no in between. So why don't we go for maybe a different castle? Let's see. This one we're right near the border. And then the nice thing about this one is once we take this, we could run to here, and then it's a very short trip from here to the capital. That's the thing, is you just need a short trip from the capital to from the edge of the capital to the actual capital. So here, let's go siege this one down. But we're gonna go from this. No, please go this direction. There we go. Right, it's gonna send us over the water again. God damn it. I think it's gonna make us fight these guys. Did they restock? They restocked fully. Yep, they're back to full health again. So let's see what happens this time. Yeah, they're gonna come out to attack again. We're gonna have to fight them. We're not gonna get there in time, but let's just smash them again. So same thing. We'll get our Nevias, our mercenaries are gonna go out front, take the brunt. We'll stay in the back with our reserves and go flank. They should be able to hold long enough. All right, so they're charging already. Let's get these guys out to the side. These guys out to the side. Go. We're gonna charge both. There we go. Surrounded. They're already fleeing. They can't handle the pressure. There we go. I don't think we lost anybody again. I guess on the bright side, we are gaining a lot of chivalry here. Yeah, no losses. Release, that's another 5 chivalry. All right, now, again, we're not going to make it there in time, so let's not even waste our time. Let's just go straight here, and I really hope it's enough to fight them. All right, they're attacking again. There's 208 here, but they are worse troops because they're the pigmen, they're just not good in combat. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can get this one going at least. Here we go. Sorry, Talapi. So Talapi are pretty decent, but they're not good in melee. These guys don't have range weapons, so yeah. And then the Crotonians are not good at anything. But we'll do the same thing. Let's get a nice double line. We'll hold these guys in reserve, and I think I need to sprint them because they're a little bit slow. All right, let's start it. There we go. Oh, they're sending the line of death. All right, these guys are coming in first, which is fine. Let's sprint these guys around. These guys are ready, and we're going to engage. Now, they didn't really engage that long line yet, so I'm going to wait. What are they doing? Get in there and attack them, you idiots. I'm just going to move them in manually then if they don't want to do it. I don't know what they're doing. All right, they're actually starting to flank our guys now, so we're going to flank them, and it's just going to be a bit of a mess. Let's see if we can do this without losing anybody. I think we already lost some people. Yeah, it's turned into a bit of a mess, unfortunately. I thought we were going to be able to get those Crotonians out quickly, but they're hanging tough. They're starting to break now. Yeah, we took some losses here, unfortunately. They are not giving up. There we go. They're starting to break. We got them. Okay, let's see what the damage is. We definitely took some losses there. Now, prisoners, we could take only the Crotonians. There's 40 of them. I know we do want to get them at some point. We don't really need the Talapi. We could take the Talapi for wood at some point, but we don't need wood. We can just chop our own down. So we don't need them. If we go with the full chivalry release, it's almost 7%. So I think we're going to actually take that because that's a lot. Yeah, I don't think we really need the Crotonians that badly right now. So let's just take that. Let's get in here and hopefully get this thing down, man. Come on. Nope, they're already restocked. They like instantly restock. What the hell, man? They must have changed that because it was never like that before. Yeah, we're not going to be able to auto-resolve that. We'd have to siege it down. So we really need to get a lot of food. Otherwise, we're just not going to be able to do it. What else? We still have food to go if we wanted to we could just rampage around. Maybe we could take this one because it's literally on the border. Let's try that. This will be our last hurrah. If we can't get this one, then we're just going to go back home and we'll have to come back out with a significant amount of food. I mean, we're on the bright side, we're winning battles. We're doing really well in combat. All right, these are Dundorians, which are actually pretty good in combat. We got to be a little cautious here. I think what we'll do is we'll do just a full-on charge. So we're going to give our mercenaries the charge command, and then we'll go on a flank with both of these others. All right, they have a group of 3 people here for some reason. 3 Dundorians. All right, we'll wipe them out. There we go. Our Mevias are engaged in combat. Let's go ahead and surround them. So sprint, please. Are you guys done? No, they're still fighting. What the hell, dude? 3 guys, kill them. All right, we'll charge them from the rear. They should get a pretty nasty morale penalty for that. All right, there we go. So they're done finally. Let's get over here, charge these guys, and they're completely surrounded now. So they should be hitting, yeah, their morale is going down. There you go. They broke, and that's it. Please let me take the town. Holy Jesus. So we're going to release these guys. All right, 61, man. And these guys are super expensive, the Dundorians, but that's okay. We'll release them. Oh, so we're literally in range. We just immediately take it. Hell yes. All right, so we're going to occupy it. And we don't have time to sit here, I think, and wait for the... So usually you want to park your army on a recent conquest so you can get the... What do you call it? So you can get these people under control. Right now, they're not too happy that we just took them over. So usually you would stay here with an army and get that under control, but I think we're just gonna have to go back because we don't have a ton of food left, and I don't really want to keep this army out all that much longer, so let's just send him back. I mean, on the bright side, we did take a piece of land, so that's something. All right, let's get back home, and we need to set this one up, actually. So when you're building a town, it does use government points. So it takes 5 government points to be able to do this. I don't know how many government points we have. Maybe none. I guess you start with like 6 or something. Yeah, you start with 6. So we could actually get 1 building for free. If we want to do more, we have to assign our nobility, which is why I was holding off on assigning these. But this town has some resources, probably not much that we want to take from here, nothing that we can really use. Cotton, I guess we could use if we want to get fabric. We could produce our own fabric if we do that. But in the very beginning, when people are threatening to rebel, usually what you want to do is get some of these loyalty boost buildings. So like the tavern, and we can upgrade it to a level 2, and then that'll make people pretty happy. It only costs us 1,000, not a big deal. And it does use up all of the labor force, the workforce that we have, so we can't build any other building, but we'll do that until we get it stabilized, and then we'll delete this and then build more useful buildings. Here we go. So let's get back home, hopefully without having to fight these guys again. Nope, we're fighting them again. I mean, it'd be cool if we could just immediately take their town again, but I think they're going to get their militia back in time, the garrison. Here we go. So we're moving in. We're just going to go right for the throat here. Try and take this small group out. If we can get them to flee, yep, they're just going to rush right in behind. There we go. There's 1 flank, 2 flank, and we should be good. Yeah, they're going to start fleeing already. Look at that. Yep, they're fleeing. And that's game. But we'll release them again, and I'm going to go for it. Let me just see if we can get there. Wait, which one did we... Oh, no, it was this one. It was this one that we attacked. Can we get there before they get their garrison again? Oh, they just got it. They just got it. That sucks, man. We pretty much had it, but I think because I clicked the wrong direction that one time, that messed it up. All right, we're going to have to go back. We might actually be able to take this then, if that's the case. Let's see. We're going to have to fight these guys. Well, you know what I forgot here? Actually, instead of doing this, what I should have done is this one, the stockade. The gallows. Yeah, this one gives a huge boost to loyalty. So we'll just threaten people that we'll threaten to hang them, and that'll get public order. All right, here we go. So we should be getting accosted by these. We have to fight one more battle. All right, so we'll go for the same strategy. Actually, these guys are starting to attack us over here, so we're going to pull them back. We're just going to go right for the throat on this giant group. If they want to avoid combat with half their army, we will oblige. They may be going for the throne, actually. Let's keep an eye on them. All right, let's get these guys. Yeah, if they go for a throne, we have to defend it, obviously, but it looks like that's what they're doing. All right, let's get back there and defend it then. And then we're going to flank these guys. All right, so we're engaging them now. All right, let's speed it up. Get in there and fight, man. There we go. There we go. They broke. Both armies broke. All right, so we're good. Hopefully we didn't take any losses here. We took 3 losses, unfortunately. All right, so release. All right, can we get there in time? No, they already have troops. That is such BS, man. All right, let's go back home. We need to get rid of these mercenaries because we don't really have enough money to pay them now. So I'm going to disband those. Let's just get back home. And how's our town doing? They are all they're all behaving now that we got the gallows up. Everybody's starting to cooperate. So we left with 90. We're coming back with 85. That's actually not that bad. That's not that bad. All right, we're back home. We can disband this. So disband, that'll send them back to the population. And they come back as military heroes because we won so many battles there. There we go. We got all our warriors back, it looks like. Yep, here they come. Now, what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and take their equipment off. And then, like I said, we'll assign it as we need to. Like, if we're getting raided or if we need to go out and attack, we'll just assign it manually at that point. I don't know exactly how we'll do it. We'll leave it like that. Okay, so we do have a piece of land. We need to start using it at some point once we get everybody kind of in order. One thing I do want to start doing is executing people. So we're going to massacre, committing genocide, probably on the smaller population first. So like these guys. So if we execute them, it reduces their population in this town, but it increases population of others. So we'll wait till they're zeroed out. Probably the humans as well. Just get rid of them. So here goes our campaign of mass genocide here. They'll eventually zero out. And we need to get the bug boys up nice and high to replace their numbers. So probably the Dendorians are the highest population here. So I think if we get rid of them, they'll cause the most trouble. So what we need to do is get this population up higher. Probably get rid of the pigs as well. Let's just do that. There we go. And then same thing with the tilapia. I think we're good now. Now, as that population goes down, we need to get rid of these Dendorians. They're the biggest ones. So let's massacre them. And then we should be able to keep our population growing nice and steady. Yep, there they go. And these guys are coming down. Now, because these are the only ones here, they're pretty happy. We can increase our tax rate, and we can also get rid of this building. We don't need it. Instead, we can build a humidifier, which the bugs really like. It also increases the amount of population that we have here by a significant amount, because bugs love the humidity. So there we go. We should be able to get that up and running soon, and it makes them happy, so that should be good. Right, we'll leave that town alone for a while. Like I said, I don't think we're going to take supplies from these guys. If we do, it'll be maybe cotton at some point, but for now, I think we're good. We'll just leave it. If we want to get more stuff from them, we need to upgrade the town. To upgrade here, we need to get up to 300. We actually have enough to do it right now. We just don't have the government points, which we could get. Actually, why don't we do that? We need to promote a noble here. So let's go ahead and promote somebody. This one's going to be a young one, though. Let's get somebody who's going to do it for a while, because governor is a very long-term one. So let's have this person do governor, and that gives us +5, but that's not really much. So I'm gonna increase the rank here, and that's going to give us a +30. And then we get this new thing. It says regions that can be upgraded. We come over here, we can upgrade this to tier 2. That gives us more building points. We can get the second level of humidifier. And then it still gives us workforce. We can get something else here for 4. Yeah, we'll just build some random stuff. That's fine. This will increase our income here by quite a bit. We're at 5,300, so we'll accept that. That's money we can use every day for trade and stuff, so that'll work. So not really what I was hoping for, but we just kind of had to take what we can get. Yeah, I really wanted to get something down here where we could pump out fish and maybe opium, and then we could ship that back and really take advantage of that second food source. But unfortunately, this was the only one we can get. So we'll work on it. We'll work on it. But you know, it's better than not having new territory. And also this one is ready for another upgrade. Oh, no, it's not. And we need to unlock the tech if we want to go that route. So that's fine. We'll probably just leave it like this for now. I didn't realize our food has gone down really quite a lot. So we're going to promote another noble. They can help out the Baltic crawler breeders. Actually, why don't we do 2? We're not going to need more government capacity for quite a while. There we go. So we can boost up to 200 workers. We currently have 218 Baltic crawler workers, so that should help quite a bit. Yep, there it goes. So that'll shoot it all right back up. So I think what we should probably do is just focus on building up another stockpile of rations. Other things too. Rations, we have too many of these flax blades. Let's switch that back to the warhammers. Yeah, I'd like to go back out again soon. I don't want to keep this army here. I'd like to keep them out in the field if we can. And as expected, one of our Baltic crawler breeder nobles died, which I suspect is going to happen a lot, but it only takes a second to redo it. Not a big deal. We have a few too many workers, I think. We need to probably start building out the food infrastructure down here again, just so that we can have more than we need. We'll free up those nobles. Also, I think I need to move my ration maker down to here, because this one is always out of meat, whereas this one always has a decent amount. I mean, we're selling a bunch of it as well, so that's helping, but okay, not a problem. Let's go ahead and make another one here. So this is, yeah, we need 3 spaces in between. Here we go. We build another one right here. One of our settlements had an outbreak here. So it says suffer from low health, get a disease outbreak. So we got to increase the health here. We can do that by knocking down maybe this land clearance thing. We got to install the hygiene, the well. Looks like that's actually not going to be enough either. So we got to do this, and then we won't have room for anything else. We should probably start researching some of these. We have enough to go to the next upgrade. So why don't we do that? Let's use some of our research points. I don't think it takes too much for the first one. Yeah, it's only 5 points. So we'll spend 5 points. Maybe even do this one. I don't know that we'll go too much further down though. We're mostly going to be playing wide rather than tall. So it doesn't make sense to get these up to a super high level. We can get our humidifier up even higher. Right, the other thing we'll do is a quarantine. Oh, you know what? We can do a super quarantine. We get rid of some stuff. Why don't we do that? There we go. So that should get this place back on track here. That'll increase the health by quite a bit. Yep, there it goes. And then that. Yeah, so we should be fine there. And what we'll do is we can take this back off. Let's get to full health first. There we go. And then we'll back that off. Now, if we do a level 3 bank office, that's going to put us net positive 17,000 per day, which is pretty good. If we do stuff down here, see, we can get fish. We can get up to 77 per day, which is a waste. We can get 605 wood per day, which is not a waste. That's actually a significant amount. But yeah, we don't need wood yet. I guess we could do cotton as well. We can get up to 179. Yeah, it's probably not worth it. I think we just stick to the bank. This should be stable. Our our income should be good, our health should be good, everything looks like it's okay. So we'll go with that. But there we go. It's stable. Population is going up, which means we can hire more people from here. So if we wanted to recruit armies from here, we'd be able to pull Garthemi. They wouldn't be quite the same as what we have back home. They wouldn't be as well trained. I think you can only get up to 50% when you train them on the map, so they're not like the elite forces, but we can get a lot of them. But anyways, we're not doing that. We'll use our own army. We just need to get a bit more rations saved up, and we need to figure out what we're going to do with this large workforce. 100 of them roughly are going to be out of here soon, so it's more likely 160. And I think maybe what we can do is just, oh, we lost our noble. It is kind of nice having these nobles die off, because then you can just kind of slide them around as you need without committing it to an industry for a real long time. So there we go. We'll get one back on furniture so we're not losing so much. Why is that so low? We don't have any wood at all. That's why. Carpenter passed away already. We literally just assigned him. Funny. It's all right. We need to get our wood. Yeah, we need to get wood in here. And I think we're almost done with this year anyways. We've got another couple months and then we'll be done with this 5-year stretch. I think I'm just going to let it go. But we'll start planning our conquest again for the next set of 5 years. I think that'll be our main goal is to get as many of these guys up to max training as we can. Looks like we lost a few in some of these, unfortunately, but that's all right. There we go. We got our wood back, and our carpenters are basically breaking even right now, so that's fine. We'll leave them alone. And I've noticed these rivers are getting really crowded. We probably need to have a couple pools installed inside the mountains so they don't have quite as far to go. The only issue there, yeah, I guess it's not that big of a deal. We need to pump water, and then we'll have it go both ways. Have some pools in here, and then maybe every 2 or 3 Baltic crawler breeder lengths we'll have another pool so that they don't have to go too far to do that. There we go, and you can see our money's coming up pretty nicely because we are getting a pretty fat payment from our vassal here, or our second territory. So if you look at how much we're making per day in sales, it's not that much. It's about 5K per day, and then whatever we have to spend in purchasing stuff. Yeah, so it is actually really good that we have a place paying us money. You know, I was starting to realize I don't know what the point of having the humidifier is other than to just boost your numbers up to get the next level. But if we don't need that, like I thought that having a higher population meant more taxes, but there's no line item in here for population. It doesn't affect your taxes whatsoever. Same thing with these materials. If you look at the goods produced, it doesn't say anything about it doesn't say anything about the population number. So I think the conscripts make a big difference. So by boosting up with a humidifier, it allows us to hire more conscripts, but I don't know that that's really that big of a deal. So if it's not a big deal, see, how many people do we need for this? We need 600. This will put us at 1,000. So we'll lose population, but we're not using conscripts anyway. So why don't we just make sure that we're making as much money from this as we can? And then the road, if we get rid of the road, you'll notice it says our distance is at point. So we're losing 15% of our income. So by building the road and only use 3 workforce, that gets us up to 100%. And then going even higher doesn't really help us at all. So just level 1 is fine. Yeah, I guess it boosts loyalty having the humidifier. So we'll have 1 level of humidifier. I think we'll just leave it like this. This is fine. We'll lose a little bit of population. We'll go down to 2K. Our loyalty will stay high enough to avoid rebellions. Yeah, we have 2 workforce that we need to spend somewhere, but I don't want to just put it in anything. But whatever, this only costs 100. So yeah, let's just spend it. Okay, there we go. So yeah, see, what I don't understand why this reduces. Looks like we convert a little bit of workforce into cash. So this one's converting 400, and we're getting a 100% tax rate bonus. So that would turn into 800. Yeah, anyways, I'm just going to leave it like this, whatever. We'll keep the +2. That's going to give us 36,000 per day. That's more than enough to pay for another mercenary group. And there's a few to choose from. Not really great ones, but I guess this one would be all right. Because they have the heavy armor, we can just sacrifice them. It's really cheap too. So, all right, yeah, we'll probably do that. So let's just get to the end of the year, the end of the 5 years, and then we'll start setting up for the next attack. And because we've got so much money coming in, I'm going to turn on leather imports just a little bit, and that should allow us to produce more clothing and armor. Actually, I think we're doing armor right now. We're getting dangerously low on food. So I'm going to turn off our ration maker here and see if that helps. And then we can promote another noble here. Here we go. First day of spring, year 26, we finished another set of 5 years. So we didn't really expand that much here. We dug out some stuff. We added another Baltic crawler breeder. I think we added a few things for happiness, like the stages and whatnot. We did a bit of tech upgrades. So we added the physician. We also added the asylum, so we don't have crazy people running around, and a pretty big hospital. So we did a lot of infrastructure expansion. But that's pretty much it. The base mostly looks about the same from what it was before. I think we did spend a lot of time attacking people on the outside, though. We cleared out several garrisons here. I think we killed like 5 or 6. We ended up only taking one. So you can see here, Revnar is paying us 36,000 per day, which we will gladly put to use. Oh, we're having health issues again. We're going to have another outbreak if we don't do the well. So let's get our hygiene up and running. Well, we'll give up 800 gold. That's fine. And then we're going to switch the humidifier, and we'll switch that for hygiene and land clearance. That's fine. We won't lose too many people. But that's what happened last time is we we had an outbreak here and we were losing a bunch of people. So anyways, we're making 35k from this place, and then we'll parlay that into, you can see we already got 340k. We'll use that to import a bunch of stuff. We could probably stop exporting a bunch of these things. So let's just turn these export depots off for now. Except for the animals, we have no use for the livestock. We'll just keep a small amount of that. But everything else, all the other exports will turn off so that we can get our stockpile of meat back up. But yeah, we did really a lot of work outside of the territory, which is good. And I think in the next 5 years, what we're going to do is we're going to send another army back out. We have another elite force that's very close to being full. So we'll send them out again. And I might actually keep them out permanently. We'll see. I think we should be able to supply them with enough food. And if we get up here to Revnar, we could just have them harass these guys, just go back and forth harassing people. But we do want to clean up the rest of these. There's quite a few territories here that we want to take over. So if we can get these 3, then we'll have 4 pieces of land in the area, probably paying us tribute. This one we want to get fish from. These 2 actually we'll get fish from. And then this one we'll probably get opium and maybe... Oh, nice. They actually sell, these guys produce herbs as well. So we'll probably do opium and herbs from this one. Those are both things that we're currently importing. So if we do that, we won't have to import. And then, yeah, these 2 fish, this one opium, this one will be cash, and then we'll be in very good shape. So if we can get that, I think that'll be enough of a power base where we can start to take our neighbors out. These guys are going to put up a decent fight, I think. So we'll have to fight through that. But we'll clean. It's going to take longer than 5 years, but just like a general game plan, we'll clean this up. We'll start pushing into this area as well. And then there's some free territories back here that I'd like to clean up as well. And then from there, it's just a matter of steamrolling everybody. I think once we kind of get this mountainous area consolidated, then we'll be able to really push out with, tens of thousands of troops and just steamroll people. Start in the next 5 years, and I realized I forgot to hit the record button, but we just won a pretty easy battle. I hired 2 small mercenary groups to go with our Garthemi, the 2 groups that we had, and we were able to get to the town this time without them reinforcing. I'm not sure why that is. The other 2 or 3 times we weren't able to, so we're going to occupy. We still have a decent force here. We have 123. I think we lost we lost 7 on that last battle, so not too bad. I think we can probably push and take another piece of land. But let's go ahead and get these up and running. So we're going to massacre everybody. Just do it right from the start. We're going to set it up just simple. We're not going to do anything too crazy here. We just want to get the loyalty back online while we switch the population over to bugs. So we'll accept this. I don't think we need to keep the army here. I think we can just immediately go off, try and take these other 2 pieces of land, hopefully. Now, if we go for this one, yeah, we're going to have to go through this land first, so we might as well just go for this one. This is a big fight. I mean, we can do it. It's just how many losses we'll end up taking, but I think we don't really have much other choice. Now, back at the homeland, this is where I'm not 100% sure what to do here. We can get another 20-something troops training, at least. That'll help. So, let's see. Most of our industries are in pretty good shape here. We've got plenty of cash. I guess what we should probably do is start transitioning our economy over to a full-time war economy, because we're going to need a lot of supplies. I don't think we'll supply our own troops. Well, maybe we will. We'll probably end up recruiting a lot from the outside. So every time we take over a town, you have the option to convert a certain amount of their people into conscripts. So right here we get access to 668 if we wanted to. And this one, 1100, but that's going to go down because we're slaughtering a lot of people now. Might not be a bad idea to get a tailor running. Yeah, we have this one that's producing clothing. We're going to need more we'll probably need more leather armor up until the point where we can provide both plate and leather. So yeah, why don't we just do another one? We can put it right down here. That'll soak up another 50. Oh, here we go. We got slaves. Let's take another 2 humans, so at least we can get the ones back that died. It might not be a bad idea to expand our slave population here as well. Maybe another 50, because we have 121 submission. I think we're okay. All right, so 50 slaves would look like, let's see, 98k. We have plenty of money. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll buy another 50k, or another 50, and then we'll have to get them housing and all that. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and expand this. We'll double the size, and then we'll put another set of housing on this side. There we go. So we got room for 204 employees here. It's gonna take another 336 metal. Everything else we have plenty of supplies on. It's just the metal. That's gonna increase our maintenance a decent amount, but that's fine. So we'll take that. Let's go ahead and build housing along with it, since we're gonna be doing it, yep, right on the edge, so we won't have to take down that building. Also build roads to keep them happy. Okay, so while we were working on that, we are getting attacked by the garrison here. So let's go ahead and attack. Right, so Crotonians, Talapi, and then Cretonian. Yeah, they have 3 groups, 1 tiny group. I think what I'd like to do is try and rush them, the big group. Maybe we'll delay attacking them, or we'll rush our heavily armored in there just to delay. And then I'd like to surround and pound these small groups and just get them scattered as soon as we can. So maybe we'll do that. Let's go ahead and sprint everybody. I'm gonna have them just immediately go for the throat. Our other mercenary can go for the throat here, and then we'll try and flank. There they go. There we go. Look at that. They're all bunched up. That's perfect. All right, now we need to get these guys in position. We're just going to rush straight in. There we go. So we are surrounding this larger group, actually. I was trying to get the smaller one, but I guess we'll take the larger one. It looks like they're getting slaughtered. I don't think we're taking too many losses here. Yeah, it's a handful. I'm surprised that big group hasn't fled yet, and that's a lot. Yeah, I really thought if we surrounded them, they would flee, but they're just not. They're not having it. They're going to fight to the end, I guess. So the Garthemi, the heavily armored Garthemi are actually hanging in there. We're taking a few losses, but really not that much. Holy crap, man, this is attrition. Yeah, I really thought they would flee. There they go, they're starting to flee now. We need to get in here and help these guys now. And they're fleeing now. We'll take 10% chivalry. We should be pretty close to max now at this point. And then we're going to rush over there and very quickly try and get it. Oh, we took some heavy losses, actually. So we were at 7 before. We took 21 losses on that battle. But it looks like it was mostly with our mercenaries, which I really don't care. Yeah, it's almost all entirely mercenaries. We lost 2 there and like 2 or 3 with this group. So that's totally fine. All right. Probably won't be able to get there in time. It is close. They just got it. They just got it. So we're going to have to wait it out. And what I'll probably do is just disband these mercenaries because they're not going to help that much at this point. We'll just siege it down with our boys. Now, the ideal situation is they come out to attack us once they feel strong enough. Actually, I wonder if we could split our army into two groups, and maybe that would make them feel brave enough to come out and attack. Probably not, but it might be worth a shot, just making this look as weak as possible so that they feel ballsy enough to come out. Because this siege is gonna last at least a year. I don't know if I want to sit here for a year. Yeah, I guess we could just siege it down. Well, we might run out of clothing for then, though. That's going to be a problem. Maybe not, though. We have a lot of food and clothing. We have like 3 years supply. So I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Yeah, I was thinking maybe we can run back here, let them replenish a little bit, and then we'll go back and attack them again. But we're just going to keep stacking up losses for no reason. So let's maybe not do that. All right, so back here, let's finish our upgrade of the research facility. And our slaves are down to 87 submission, which is fine. That's still not in rebellion territory, so we should be okay with that. Get our housing set up as well. Make sure we don't have any Garthemi living over here. There we go. That's done. We're just waiting on a little bit of metal. There we go. And we just finished our tailor, which means we can, we'll switch this to armor. This one will stay on clothing. Yeah, that way we can get both. And then let's go over here to our smithy. We're producing a bunch of warhammers. We don't need to have just all warhammers. Let's switch it up to the flanks. Here we go. So our maintenance rate, oh man, we went from like 5 to almost 9. So nearly doubled our maintenance for metal. Very expensive. And then maintenance for furniture is, yeah, it's up to 26. That's not good. That is hefty. But all right, our submission stopped at 88. It's starting to go back up now. So we should be fine. And then our research, we need to boost this up to 150, and that should put more humans in there. All human, yeah, there's a couple bugs in there, but that's fine. All right, so our research should go up by a significant amount. We can unlock a bunch of these things if we need it. our loyalty on our bugs are still doing okay, 108%. But we're gonna need more metal. This isn't gonna cut it. And I don't think we should hire more nobilities. I think we should try and get it directly from our population because we still have 140 workforce. So let's work on that. I had to rearrange it to get the mirror image, but we already have the layout here, so it's pretty easy to just copy it and reverse it. So this will be another 42 employees on metal. All right, here we go. So we might need to increase our metal production or ore production. So we're net just about break even, actually. Just about break even. And we are not maxed out on these, so we have a little room to go. Let's put another 10 on each. 10 on ore, that should be plenty. And then the coal, we're pretty much break even on the coal, so we probably could just leave this alone. But let's put another 5. And we're running out of trees again. I keep forgetting to do this. Let's cut down this forest. All right, how does that look? So metal is now producing 33 with a net of plus 10.5. That's pretty good. I am concerned about our furniture though. Yeah, we probably need to get more furniture. I wish this furniture didn't spoil at such a high rate. 12.5 for wooden furniture is kind of weird. I feel like furniture would probably last a bit longer than that, but who knows? Yeah, like the fabric lasts longer than the furniture, which is kind of weird. I feel like fabric would decay faster than that. One thing we could do, which we haven't really done a whole lot of, is upgrading the research here for all of our productions. So we could install tools. That would be one option. We could also upgrade. Where's the one that lets us upgrade to metal? This one. We could use metal to upgrade our carpenter workshops for, I think it's 100%. Yeah, it's 100% boost. The biggest issue there is it's gonna put a pretty big strain on our metal, but I don't think metal's really that hard to maintain. I feel like the furniture is gonna be the harder one to maintain. But let's take another point of basic craftsmanship. This is never gonna be a bad idea to have this maxed out because we use all 3 or all 4 of those. And you know, I keep forgetting we need to continue to progress this. So let's just put a few more points into here. That'd be another. We're at 124% bonus on our Baltic crawler breeder, and we can start doing the next level as well, but you know, we're not there yet. And I know that we don't need it, but such a small spend. 4 research points to get an extra 7% on all of our mines. Let's just take it. Okay, I don't know what we're going to spend the rest of our points on. We've got 105. One thing I do want to put, I want to start boosting up our military a little bit. So we could increase the training, only 10%. We could also increase the morale, which I think is going to be huge, especially for Garthemi because their morale is so low. But let's at least start investing into work safety. It's literally 1 point to start with, and we can get our safety up by quite a big margin here. So let's put a few points in just to keep our people from going splat every time they're in the workshops. I'm going to head maxed out the Baltic crawler breeding tech, so that puts us at 152% increase. So that's a pretty good increase. Now if we want to continue, we go down the second line, which is 13 research points for another 10%. I don't think we're needing that yet. And then eventually we'll come down here, we can get another 7. So we can get 9 here, 7 here, times whatever. So 9 times 10%, so another 90%, another 63% here. Not bad at all. Right, so what does that do? We've been losing our nobles, so the research should help make up that deficit. Like I said, I want to try to save as many nobles as we can to be governors, but we'll see. We may not be able to do that. We may have to spend some. Actually, I know we can. We just need to make more. We have a lot of spare labor, so it wouldn't necessarily be that bad. And you know what we could do, actually? This isn't that bad of an idea. We already have infrastructure set up here for the ration maker. We could just make another Baltic crawler breeder down here and then use a wagon and transport stuff up here. I mean, eventually we can have like a central hub where all the meat goes to a central location, all the excess, because these things are so cheap to make. These transport, they're really inexpensive. Only a single person to transport 100 at a time. So maybe we'll do that. Let's get another Baltic crawler breeder in here, and then I'm gonna set up. Here we go. I'm gonna set up a transport, and then like I said, eventually we'll get stuff centrally located. But for now, this will have to do. Man, another big accident. We just paid for the upgrade on that too. I guess that didn't help. Right, now I know there's another thing we'll need to do in the near future. We should probably just unlock it now, and that's knowledge points. So we need to unlock the library to get knowledge points. I would like to also get schooling done, because we're producing our own people, so we could just throw the kids in school. They'll all come out fully educated. Yeah, let's do that. I know for sure we're going to have to get this eventually anyway, so let's just spend the 20 points. All right, and let's check on our siege. How's our siege going? It's been 9 days, so we're coming up on a year. These guys are getting kind of low on clothing, which is concerning. Yeah, we might have to come here to resupply and then go back in, which would suck, but we might have to. Right, this town looks like it's stabilized. We can probably pull a lot of the stuff back. You know, we don't have enough points, actually. But let's go and promote another noble. We'll do a young noble this time, and we'll do... Here we go, young noble. We'll have them do governor, and then we'll also upgrade them. So that'll add a lot of points. Here we go. So now we got 35 governor points, and we should be able to upgrade this. Yep, here we go. That's why we weren't able to upgrade before. So level 3. Oh, wow. We can get this all the way up to level 5. All right. Well, first, before we do that, let's look at some other options. So we were planning on bringing a fishery here. Right, so if we do the fishery, we can go up to level 4. That's 272 per day. That's not a lot of fish. Shoot, I thought we'd be getting a lot more than that. Why is that so low? We're getting a 60% debuff because of the species, which is weird because I thought Garthemi were 100%. They don't get a bonus, but they also don't get a debuff to collecting fish. Something weird going on there. The other option is we could import our opium and then just sell off the excess that we're not using, because we do need a little bit of that for... we do need a little bit of that for hospitals, I believe it is, that uses that. The problem is we have to spend research points to be able to just to unlock it, even though we're not even building it in ours. But that's... Yeah, I don't really like my options here. This is not nearly what I thought it was going to be in terms of like production. Yeah, I thought this would make a lot more. So I guess the question here is it better to buy or to build the fishery and get 272 fish? Or is it better just to go straight for the cash? And then if we need to, we just import fish using the 35k that we're making from this. That's the question. So it's 6k to 35k, so it's about 29k a day per difference. So 29k, how much? See, we still get 6k even if we do the fish, so how much is 272 fish? We gotta figure it out. So let's just at least upgrade this, and then we'll come back and check it out. Let's go see what our fish would what we could buy it for. So buy price is 53. So doing some basic math, 53, using a calculator obviously. 53 times 272 is 14. Oh, it's almost 14,500. So it's actually way better just to take the cash, and then we can just import our own. Now the price of the fish will fluctuate. It will fluctuate, so it's not like that's the ultimate, you know, end goal for the pricing. But yeah, it feels like trading is the way to go. Just pump everybody for cash and then trade. 35k, that's fine. We'll take it. So we're getting what, 35k from here, 35k from here. It's the exact same thing actually. Okay, so back here, let's keep an eye on our. We got to keep an eye on all of our stuff. So we'll probably start importing more, I think, more things. We need to get, I mean, look how ridiculous this is. We need to get pools. They're spending a lot of time running up to the river to skinny dip. Also, let's get roads down here. Okay, here we go. So we are going to pull meat. We'll pull it from here, push it up here. And the thing is, we don't want to pull everything. We want to leave a certain amount. So maybe we'll leave like 20%. So a couple hundred, maybe less than that. Yeah, a couple hundred. 280 is fine. Everything else will get pushed. There you go. We got our other Baltic crawler breeder up and running now. And every time we add more, we're getting more skill bonus to this. So you can see our experience. Everything over 50, you get an experience bonus. We got 30% increase with that. That's pretty good. So between that and the text, it's helping quite a bit. Here we go. Another breeder up and running. So that should help with food. And then we're shipping food up here. That should help. Yeah, they've got a decent amount. Let's go ahead and turn this back on. They're just about out of supplies, clothing. Damn, dude, that sucks. We're gonna have to abandon this, I think. We're like 3 days away from having a full year. So let's just watch it. Maybe they can hold out a little bit longer, but I don't think so. 2 more days. You know what I might end up doing is hiring a mercenary group just to come here and hold while we go back and resupply. Maybe we should do that. We have a lot of money. Yeah, let's do that. Here we go. Another group coming in. So they're going to help wait. And then these guys are just about to run out of clothing. So I'm going to send them back up to resupply. Now, if these guys decide to come out, it's fine. They only have 25 troops, so I don't think they can take 135. We should be fine. We need to fortify. Yeah, see, they just ran out of supplies. We got back just in time. So after we're done fortifying, they should be getting a bunch of stuff sent to them. So let's make sure that we have full supply here. Yeah, clothing. Let's max this out. Send as much clothing as you can. There we go. They got a full shipment of clothing, so they're back to full again. All right, let's go back down. And what I'll do is I'm going to merge these two. As soon as we're done with this siege, yeah, see, it's a year, so they're going to start breaking. As soon as we're done here, we're going to send these guys to attack another free land so that we're not wasting. Oh, they took it. They just took it. This was a free land, but they just took it. Interesting. Might not be a bad time to strike then because their army should be weak. This one is very weak. Maybe not a good idea. They actually have a lot. Yeah, they have 11,000 people here. 577 garrison. That's not gonna fly. We could attack one of our other neighbors though. There's other people around here we can attack. These guys are both singles. So, like this is a solo. This guy's solo. Oh no, yeah, these are different. All right. So we'll probably attack these Dundorians next, or we could attack the humans, our neighbors. Yeah, we'll probably do that. Let's keep an eye. You can see the defense is dropping. 308, 176. It's pretty much done. Let's wait a little bit longer. 44. Still don't want to lose 56 people. There, it's at 0, so we can just occupy it now. So occupy. Let's get in here and destroy everybody. So again, we're going to massacre. At some point, we'll probably persecute these people. I think you can do that and then send them as slaves. I'm not sure though. I think so. And then that'll be a good way for us to increase our slave population. There we go. We can go right to level 3. Let's get a gallows up and running so that people stay happy. Now again, this one, we were thinking about doing opiates. We could also do wood cutting. Oh wow, this place actually has a lot of wood. Yeah, we can get up to 570 a day. And if we take the gallows away, we should be able to get, I think, the next tier. It's another 5. This is, or we'll have to work on that. We'll see, but yeah, we could probably do something here. I think in the meantime, though, let's just do basic stuff. Yeah, let's just keep people happy. We'll get all the stuff that increases loyalty, and we'll just leave it at that for now. Now, the easier target would probably be these humans, so I think that's the smarter choice. These guys have 232 garrison, 279, 303. Yeah, so this would be the easiest target, then this one, and then this one next. And then we can clear this guy out last. And then we'll pretty much own everything in this little teardrop mountainous region, whatever you want to call it. So why don't we head back home? We'll head back this way. All right, we're having issues with this town up here. It's starting to rebel. So we have to drop our bank down 1 level, unfortunately. If we do the humidifier, that solves all of our issues. The only problem is with the humidifier. See, if we get rid of the humidifier, we don't need the hygiene. We put the humidifier, we need the hygiene. Otherwise, we're going to have health issues. Yeah, it's going to be a pain. But one thing we could do is a workers guild. That'll give us +1 workforce everywhere. And then we would just need a couple more towns to do it. Now we would need a lot. We need 7 more. So that's not going to work. Maybe let's do the religious building and just see if that helps. I'm wondering if there's a bunch of people here that are still following these other religions. I think we need to get rid of them. That might bring up the happiness overall, and then we could switch back to the other buildings, but let's see what happens. Yeah, it's only going to cost us 8 grand to try it out. It's not a big deal. Let's try it. We're going to lose about 15k per month or per day, but at least we won't have a rebellion. So okay, let's pay attention to our army here. Actually, how are we doing back here? Still everything looks okay, so we're good. Okay, our furniture is not keeping pace still, even with a second one. Well, it's not urgent. We have 360 in storage, so we'll probably hold off on doing anything there, but we should probably do something about that soon. I don't know if we want to spend the research points. Probably not. Oh, you know what? Also, let's take a look. This library, what does it require? Oh my god, it requires gems and it requires paper. The school requires paper as well, so we need to start making that. Paper maker, we need to unlock it. All right, let's do that before I run out of points and forget. So we'll unlock paper. Let's also unlock a couple of research here for the basic craftsman. This is, like I said, never going to be a bad thing to have. We use all of them. So let's see if that helps. Yeah, it turns us positive at least. Okay, let's focus on our combat then. I think we're good in our town. They should have an army here. We are getting threatened with rebellion. I think it's just because there's so many people getting slaughtered right now. That's fine. They'll be gone soon and they won't be able to rebel. You can't rebel when you're dead. Oh, interesting. This is the guy we're planning attacking, and they want us to give him a bunch of goods. We're going to decline that. Yep, that was this person right here. So we'll attack. Now we want to be within strike range of his capital as soon as we destroy his army and then destroy his garrison. We have 220 people versus his 230 plus 70, so about 300 roughly. But they're mostly low tier, not armored. So let's go ahead and declare war on these people. So diplomacy, declare war, and we'll accept. So we're at war with them. We're going to immediately attack, and you can see their garrison does come out. That's perfect. So if we destroy the garrison here, we don't have to siege. We just immediately take it. So let's command. Could be a tough battle, but we'll see. They have a couple people that have equipment, but most of these are low tier with just armor and weapons. Yeah, see these guys in the middle. Actually, some of them are pretty well equipped. They even have some Argonash. They're like giant spider ant. I think they're ants. They're very strong in combat. I think we play this one defensively. We have some bows that we can use. Let's go ahead and set up defensive position around our throne. Okay, here we go. So let's get shots on. Probably makes sense to take shots at the unarmored, the weakest ones. So let's take shots at these humans. This big clump. We should see them shooting any second now. Or we can take shots at the Argonash. Are they not going to shoot anything? I don't understand what they're doing. They're just standing there doing nothing. There they go. They're shooting. Maybe they have to be really close. Let's back them up. They're gonna be on us any second. Here we go. So they're attacking. Yeah, those Argonash have a pretty nasty charge. All right, we're gonna get on the flank here and just deliver some arrows on the flank. We'll also join these guys. Let's get a flank on these, and then we're gonna come around and get some arrows in their rear. Here we go. So we'll have a nice little box. Let's get these guys to scoot a little faster, and we'll try and get shots from very close range if we can. We just need our center to hold. That's our mercenaries. They should be okay. Here we go. If we can get shots on their rear, that might induce them to flee. Let's get shots on these guys. Okay, come on. Shoot your freaking arrows, please. I don't understand what these guys are doing, man. It's pissing me off. Alright, just get in there and attack. At least you do something instead of being useless. These guys do have weapons. They don't, actually. No, they don't. So they would be much better shooting their arrows instead of just standing there like idiots. But they're just going to stand there like idiots, unfortunately. Alright, back up and shoot your arrows, please. There we go. Finally, they did a single volley. Right, a bunch of their units are fleeing. Yeah, I think they're losing. They just lost. Man, that was frustrating. I don't know what is going on with these arrows. Oh, we're still fighting the Argonash. That's those spider things. We gotta gang up on them and destroy them. There we go, we got them. We do get a decent amount of gear from these guys. We took 41 losses. Yikes. All right, we're gonna release. Let's take the chivalry again. All right, please tell me we can just immediately take this thing. Yes. Okay, sweet. So they're gone. Occupy. There's another territory in our name. So let's go ahead and disband these mercenaries. Or you know what? Yeah, let's disband them. It's fine. And then we're just going to sit on this territory for a little bit. I think we need another noble here. Yeah, another governor. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any more upgrades, the noble promotions. So it's just going to be 5 each. We're going to have to promote multiple of these governors. We still have 4 more that we can promote, so we're very quickly running out of points. Now I think this one will probably take it a little slower. Yeah, this one sucks. It doesn't have anything to produce, so we're gonna just get cash from this one as well. But let's go ahead and put the gallows, and we'll kill off a couple species, but not all of them. We'll give them a chance to recover. Let's get these low population ones. There we go. Yep. Now we do have access to the Argonash. There's a tunnel here. So there's 33 Argonash. We don't qualify yet. I think we have to do quite a few things before we're able to appease them. You know, there's a way to see what they need, and I can't remember which button it is. I don't remember where the info is. There's like a little button that says what you need to qualify for certain things. Oh, here it is. Yeah, the havens. So Argonash Haven, they need food days to be above 20, humidifier to be above 20%, and schmalerism above 60%. Wait, we're doing the other one though, animism or whatever. Schmalerism, I don't think we're going to be able to do that then. Unless we convert, I guess we could convert our entire population to that. I don't know if it's worth it, because the bonus we get from this guy is, I feel like it's much better. So the bonus from this is for submission from our slaves, whereas the bonus from this one is raid security. Like, who cares about raid security? Yeah, so we might have to skip on the ants. Let's start importing some other things here. So I'm going to import fish at this one and see if that helps at all. Here we go. That's going to get distributed out to these food markets. And that should help with 2 things. It should help with, I believe it helps with their health. Having more food, different food groups helps with increasing your health. And it should also increase our happiness by quite a bit. Yeah, our loyalty is pretty high as it is anyways. All right, and we have a lot of idle people right now, so let's get them to work. Let's dig out this mountain. We're gonna have to do that in the near future anyway, so let's just get it done. And one thing, by importing fish, it is going to relieve some of the stress on our meat industries, although that doesn't really seem to be an issue. We're making a lot of meat. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at our towns. How are they doing? We had a population crash here for some reason. Let's just execute the last of these and just have it only bugs, because for some reason it's going down to 0. We don't want that. And then because of that, that means we can probably scale these back. Oh, let's go going on here? Why do we have 0 workforce? We'll drop down to a small village. That seems to be boosting up the population growth. We'll throw up a humidifier as well. That should help. Nope, still losing people. Right, it's just going to take a while to get this one up and running. That's fine. Let's take a look at these others. I know this one was starting to have some issues. They seem to be okay now. This one was on the decline, but it's going back up. Looks like it'll be at 100%. This one is still fine. Nothing to change here. Yeah, I think this one's ready to switch, so let's go ahead and remove some of this stuff. And like I said, we could take wood from here, but I don't think we will. Let's just take the cash. Yeah, this one will be good for another 35k, so let's just do that. Oh boy, this population crashed. They're down to 35 people. It's going to take a while to get their population back up, but oh, what is this guy doing? We could probably wipe out our other neighbors too. Maybe just leave this guy alone because he seems a little bit bigger, but we could probably wipe these two out. I've been watching this shrine. Doesn't seem to be doing anything, so I'm just going to delete it. It's like a temporary boost, but then it just, as soon as you delete the building, it goes back. So it doesn't seem to really do what I thought it was going to do. What else could we do? Okay, I think I finally figured out the solution here for our the very first place that we took, and then it had a health outbreak issue. We switched it to hygiene, but then we had to lower our bank, and we were making like half of what we were making before. So if we do the bank, the road, the humidifier, and then a quarantine. So this reduces your regional capacity, which is fine. I don't really care about that, but it increases your health. It only costs 2 workforce, whereas this one is 5. So that's why we were having issues before. This was taking away the workforce that we needed. So it seems like if we do the quarantine, it's okay. We're still going to make the same amount of money, basically. Yep, so it's going to reduce our population there, but that really doesn't matter. So that's perfect. So these guys are happy. These guys are, yep, happy and healthy and paying a lot of money. So we're basically making like 100 grand a day. Yep, we're making over 100 grand a day from that. And then this one is not really making anything yet, but we're trying to get the population up. We've crashed it to almost near 0, and now it's just slowly going back up. So that one will come online eventually. We don't need to keep the army there. We can move them somewhere else. Now, I think of the targets that we should attack, I think we should probably attack the further one first. So these are our trade partners right here, these guys. So if we attack them, we're going to lose our trade partner. We don't want to do that just yet. We'll take this, and then we'll end up taking this, and I think we'll open up a trade partner with this guy that's got 3 pieces of land. We'll eventually have to take him out, but I think for the time being, we'll keep working on these two. Okay, so back home with our army, and we're going to leave them outside. I don't think it really helps us that much to put the people back in the city. We already have 135 workforce. I mean, it wouldn't hurt, I guess, but yeah, look at that. So let's spend some time finishing up clearing this out, and we'll figure out what else we need to do. Yeah, our money is really healthy right now. Oh yeah, and the fish, the price of fish shot up big time. So it was at 53 before when we started. Now it's at 73. We lost 4 slaves. Let's barter back for 2. They only have 2 humans available. We'll take what we can get. There you go. We lost our last Baltic crawler breeder. I think we can handle it without it. Seems like we've got enough between the research and the extra one that we built. I think we'll be okay. Right, this town is above 300 now. We can upgrade it to the next level. And again, looks like this one we're going to be getting cash. We'll probably switch that other one over to fish. I think with the price of fish going up so much, it probably makes sense to do that. There we go. So we'll get about 18k just about from that. So if we look at our income, tax is going to go from 106 to like 120 something. More than enough. We could probably start attacking and just using we could supplement our forces with mercenaries since we've got enough cash. So let's go ahead and promote more nobles so that we can actually run these towns. There we go. A bunch of new nobles, and that should increase our government points. We're up to 25 now. All right, let's move our army out. So the goal is to attack from here and try to get maybe just these guys to come out from the garrison, wipe them out, and maybe we won't have to fight their actual army up here. They've got 86 troops. Not a big deal if we have to, but it would be cool if we can just avoid that. All right, we got access to more mercenaries now. Here we go. So we'll recruit that 3. That'll take us up to 242. We might need 1 more though. They do have a decent amount. Let's take another 60, so 300. And then we'll go ahead and declare war on these guys. And it looks like our neighbor is threatening us, saying we need to give him 1.2 million, one of our towns, and then some cut stones. We're going to decline. He's probably going to declare war on us, but that's fine. We'll wipe him out. So here we go. Yeah, only the garrison came out to fight. So perfect. We'll wipe them out, take the town, and then we could probably just avoid fighting his other army altogether. So the plan here is to just push our line right into theirs with the heavily armored, the mercenaries, and then we're gonna take our own units and flank. Wait, why are they doing that? Okay, whatever. Just let them do their thing. Oh, they're already fleeing. Alright, so we're coming into flank. We're just gonna shove our units right into their back and then should cause a mass panic. Yep, they're all fleeing now. There we go. Easy victory. We definitely didn't need that many mercenaries, but I thought maybe we might have to fight his main army. So we took 0 losses. Okay. And then we'll get 18 chivalry, occupy, and that, yep, that wipes his army out. Nice. We're gonna slaughter everybody again. We'll rely on the bugs. Yeah, so it seems like that humidifier, so the humidifier mixed with the quarantine is the way to go. Because this boosts your regional capacity by 10. This reduces it by 20%. So, I mean, 20% is what, 2? So you're still getting a plus 8 from that. That's nothing. There we go. We'll just put a bunch of entertainment here so that they can be happy while they're getting slaughtered. At least they won't rebel as easily. And then I'm wondering if it makes sense to just immediately attack this guy and then try and start trade relations with this guy, because I feel like this guy might give us better pricing anyways. This guy's too small and he's already not liking us too much. But yeah, let's go ahead and move on him. So we're going to cancel our trade agreement and then we're going to declare war. All right, so his garrison's coming out. Oh, nope, never mind. That's for a siege. We don't want to do that. Is he going to attack? No, he's not going to attack. Let's go attack his army then. See if we can get the garrison to come out. Oh, the enemy retreated. Wow. So we're going to... boy, hold on. We could take the slaves. Releasing him's barely going to give us any chivalry. Whatever. Just take it. All right, they keep running. They're not going to have anything left. I think... Yeah, I don't think they're going to fight us. I think we're just going to have to siege it down. Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to go without a trade agreement for a full year now. So we're not going to be able to import some of this stuff or export some of the stuff. So we'll be at a slight disadvantage for that time, but that's all right. Now, what I'd like to do is get rid of some of these mercenaries and see if we can get them to attack us. I think we have too many. It's fine. We can afford them. All right, these guys are asking for peace. They're willing to pay almost 4 million for it. We're going to decline, though. We don't really need the money at this point anyways. All right, he wants peace again. We're going to decline. We are not quite half a year into the siege, so we're going to need a long time still. The defenses are coming down pretty fast now. Yeah, he's sent like 10 offers, just editing them out, but this dude's desperate. All right, almost done. 300 left on the defense, and they're down to 0. So we can finish the siege. Wait, what? Oh, we have to fight the army. What the hell, dude? Can we attack the army separately? Yeah, we can do that. And then we should just be able to siege it down, capture it. There we go. Yeah, so we don't have to fight it. Okay, I was a little concerned we were going to have to do some shenanigans there. Let's get rid of our mercenaries. Let's disband these. Get the army to sit on this town. And we have 15 points to spend here, so not a lot. Again, we're going to slaughter everybody except for the bugs. All right, there we go. So we almost own everything in this area. We just need to clear this last guy out. And then probably take this one. This is the only way in and out of this area. But this is a pretty big... Oh, actually, that's a legit enemy. Yeah, this guy owns like 6 or 7 territories. So pretty legit. But like I said, if we take this town, we could fortify it. And then there's literally only one way in, one way out of this area, and that's this one. So if we take that, we should be in good shape. But like I said, we need to take this guy out next. But I think we'll probably wait and build up a little bit. Yeah, we need to rearrange what we're doing here. I think we need to not be as reliant on trade. That's going to be kind of a tough thing since we're going to be killing everybody that we come in contact with. So maybe what we should do is like take a piece of land like this and then open some trade routes with people that were, in a direction we're not going to expand right away, and then just expand. So maybe we have 2 fronts. We expand one direction, the other direction we trade with, and then that might hold us over to the end game. I don't know. We'll see. We gotta sort it out, but let's get these new territories figured out. So we're pretty much maxed out. We have everybody as a governor. We have no more promotions, and we can't upgrade this any further because we just don't have the points. We don't have the government points, so that sucks. The only way to get more is we need to grow our population to the next level. So next level is Sorax, which is at 3,000 population. We're only at 1,500 right now, so we would need to double in size to be able to take advantage of that. We got a long way to go. Yeah, there's some stuff we need to rearrange anyways. Like we need to kick this ration maker out and then transport him to a central location where we can bring all that excess meat to transform it, and then we'll have a storage that's literally just for rations. I'm going to create a second smithy here. We're not going to fully stock it, but I do want to at least get a small trickle of tools in so that we don't have to worry about that. Also, we're producing a lot of weapons. We probably could scale this back some. Let's scale this back to like 15. We're going to run out of space. There you go. So we'll switch this over to tools. We don't need much. Yeah, we only need like 1.5 per day. So we'll produce a little more than that and stock up on some tools. Because we can start doing some research and having our buildings take advantage of the tools. We have so much money. 3 million. Also, I think we can still trade, if I'm not mistaken. If we come up here, we just click on somebody else that's further outside. We can't have a trade agreement with them, but we can do manual trading. So like we want to get, there we go. So 277K, we'll get all this stuff that we need. So this recent conquest town, this one is in decent enough shape here. So we can do a level 3 bank and a fight pit. That would keep our loyalty up without tanking our health. Because if we do the humidifier, it tanks our health, we need to spend points on other stuff. So if we just do this, this is fine for now. Once we get one more noble or a promotion, we can get this to a level 3. We can increase the taxes. So I guess we'll just leave this for now. And then who do we have? We have the option to do a trade agreement with these guys. They want 129K. That's fine. We'll take it. And let's see what kind of trade pricing we're getting. So fish, they want 63. It's okay. Fabric, 46. It seems a little more expensive than the other place, actually. I'm wondering if it's because they're farther. They're not farther by much, but I guess it's enough. Yeah, here we go. So we're getting a shipment of fish and leather, and then we're selling animals. All right, I'm just gonna work on digging out some stuff. I don't want to do anything too crazy. We've got another 5-year chunk ending at the end of the winter, so a few more days, and then we'll really hammer hard on expanding our population here because we've got 250 spare workers. We could put that towards research. There's a lot of things, like we don't really need too much more in terms of food or logistics or any of this stuff. So I think maybe we'll work on probably expanding our research. And I want to centralize some things. We need to get inventory out of these spaces so they're not clogging this area up. And we'll have like a central garrison area. Also, I'm going to spend some money here on some machinery. We don't have the research for it yet, and I don't really want to spend the points to do it or start another manufacturing. So we're just going to buy some, and then we're going to use that to upgrade our training ground. All right, it's the end of spring. I'm going to try and wait for these machinery to get here first before I end the thing, but we'll do a recap while this is going. Yeah, because I don't want to forget. I know I'm going to forget as soon as I stop this recording. So mostly, we didn't do a whole lot in the last 5 years here at this town. We spent a lot of time conquering land, and we did a lot. So we have pretty much everything in this area except for these 3. We'll have to conquer those at some point. We'll use them as a trade partner until we can boost up our population so we can get some upgrades. So we took all of our neighbors out. We conquered all 3 of these free lands. One of them got taken. So we took these 3, we took out our 3 neighbors, the weakest ones, and so now we've got a pretty healthy empire here with a lot of cash. But what we'll probably do in the next turn is maybe convert some of these guys to, instead of giving us cash, they can give us fish, although that may not, we still have to do the math. I feel like it's not going to be worth it, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, cash is never bad because we can always use it for more troops, or we can just order gear. If we want to do heavy armor, we could just buy our heavy armor here. We have 191 saved up already, so it's not bad. There we go. Machinery's in. Let's spend it, and that's going to increase our maintenance for machinery, or maybe not. Wow. No, there it goes. Maintenance 1.1. So it'll spend 1 a day. That's really not a big deal though. We can just buy some. So that will increase our training speed to 200%. We should be able to get our elite troops out, build these a lot faster. We're starting to lose people. I suspect probably because of old age. Actually, we haven't looked at this in a while. Our native population is up to 80%. So we still have some holdovers that were immigrants that haven't quite died off from old age yet, but we'll get there soon. Yeah, I think that'll be our main goal here. So we're going to do something with our workforce. We are going to expand our population until we can get some more upgrades. So this one gives us 2 nobilities in 5 noble promotions, which is huge. The next one is at 7,000 population. It gives us 6 more noble promotions. So every noble promotion is going to turn from 5 government to 30. So we get basically plus 25. So this is what? 25 times 5. So another 125, 130 if you include the other nobles. So another 130 government capacity, whatever you want to call it. This one's another 300, another 400, and then another whatever plus 10. So that's huge. So we cap out at 12,000. If we can get to 12,000 population, then we'll have our max government capacity, which I don't think will be that hard from where we're at right now. I mean, we could easily build more hatcheries and just explode our population. It wouldn't be that hard. Here we go. We are starting the next set of 5 years. And I spent some time offline just messing with this save file, and I reloaded it back up. I wanted to check a couple things with the settlements that we have, the regions that we own, because I know in the previous patch that I played on, it was doable, but you had to have a certain setup. Now it feels oddly easier than it was before. So what I'm going to do here is let's get rid of everything. So we're going to get rid of all the buildings. We're going to restart. And we're not going to unpause because we don't want our population to go down to 0. We still want to use it. We just want to get all of our government points back up. So we haven't spent a single one. You start with 6 for some reason, and then you can use 5 or whatever. And when we have 100 between all of our nobles and the promotions, we have 100 points right here. So 100 points to spend. Now what we want to do is go to the regions that have high fertility so that we can make sure that these towns can get really high population and qualify for basically these. But even before we do that, actually, what I should have done is gone in here and done some research. So we want to unlock this right here, skilled workforce 2. It's going to force us to go down organization 2, and then we have to unlock skilled workforce 1. So it's basically going to take all of our points. So 40 points, we can now get large towns, and we can get this building right here down to level 3, I believe it is. So what is that building? It is, oh, and also government points. We don't want to go large town. That's too big for now. In the future we can, but for now we want to stay small town only. So small town, because this one only uses up 20 government points, and we're going to need 5 of these. So we have 100. This is perfect. So we'll go level 3. And then over here, the Workers Guild. If you look right here, we can get up to level 3. And this gives us +4 workforce for every single territory that you own. Now you might think, well, it costs you 20 and you only get 4 back. You think, well, that's kind of a ripoff. But what happens is if we do that, and it limits how many you can get, actually. So if I come here, we're going to go to these and upgrade to level 3 and then get this to level 3 as well. It stacks. It does cap you. You can only build 4 of these. So 4 times 4 is 16. And actually, because we're Garthemi, we get a bonus. We get a 25% bonus to our workforce. So 16 plus 25% is basically 20. So every single territory that we own is going to have 20 workforce, whether it has any kind of city or not. And we can spend that on either taxes, on resources, or anything. So when we go to conquer the entire world, right now it's only 20, but in the future, it's going to go up to, I believe, was it 9? 9 times 4 was at 36 plus 25%. So whatever, 40. Every single territory is going to give us 40 workforce, no matter what. So it's kind of broken, to be honest. I've seen some Reddit people complaining and, oh, it's too hard. And I get it if you're just playing normal, but if you kind of sit back and think about how to do this first before you start complaining, like explore all the options, you'll realize it's actually pretty broken and how easy it is. So I'm gonna do these 3, and then we can't see it's grayed out. We can't build anymore. Now I believe, yeah, so it's capped. We can only build 4 no matter what we do, which is fine. And I'm going to switch it to this one. So this territory has higher fertility. Oh, it does not actually. Yeah, it's like almost the same. But that's okay. I want to do it at this one, and I'll show you why in just a second. So let's go ahead and do that again here. So we're going to get these. Level 3, accept. Now if we come back up here, notice how before we had, I think, only +10, right? How much do we get off of this? We get 24 workforce. We spent 20 on this, and we only had, oh, that doesn't sound right. Anyways, we had a lot less, but now we have a bunch because we have all these buildings that give every single settlement +4. So you're getting +4, +4, +4, +4. So +16. And then, like I said, the 20% gives you an extra 20. So we had, I think, 10. We had 10 here before. Now we have 30 now that we've filled everybody out. Now we can come back in and get all this sorted out. So this town needs a road because otherwise we're going to get docked for being too far away by 15%. We don't want that. So we'll do that. And I don't care what the population here is. So we're just going to go with the absolute cheapest buildings we can possible. This road is going to help us get full value from here. And then we are going to have issues with our population rebelling if we don't get some kind of positive here. So this one gives us loyalty, but at the expense of regional capacity. Regional capacity determines how many people you have here. So by shrinking our population, it's going to affect how many conscripts we have, which I couldn't care less. We're still going to be able to get all the money if we want. This place doesn't really have that good of resources. At least not anything that we really want to get. So this is fine. We'll take level 4 of that. And then we have 5 more points to spend. You know, we could take something like cotton and then just let it stack up. Or we could take wood and then not have to worry about chopping wood. That's something that we have to do consistently. But no, we won't get lazy with that. We could also do fish. It's only 45, so it's not that much. We could spend the points on something else like one of these. So this one gave us workforce for every town that we own. These other buildings also give us bonuses for every single town that we own. So like the tax office adds 200 tax basis to every single town that we own. So right now, if we own, I think we have what, 6? So it'll basically add 1,200 tax. And then if we're taxing everybody double, it's basically 2,400. So we get an extra 2,400. Not really that much worth it, but if you get it up to the higher levels and then you get 5 of these things or 4 of these things, it can really add up quickly. But you know, right now it's not really worth even thinking about. So I think in this case, we'll either take one of these things down here, fishery or cotton farm. There's not really a benefit to doing any of these other ones. So let's just do the fish. Now, because of our species, we get a 40% hit to the output here. So you can see it's multiplied by 0.6, which sucks, but it is what it is. If we take the cotton, we actually get a 50% hit. So it's even worse. So yeah, we'll take the fish. We can definitely use the fish, even though it's not that much, but you know, what else are we going to spend it on? We're not going to get that much benefit from it. So we'll take that. We're going to pick up 35K in taxes every single day. And let's move on to the next one. Now this one would be good in the future if we want to collect wood. You could see here, we can take up to 25, almost 2,600 wood per day, which is an insane amount. Like that's literally insane. But I think in the early game right now, we just need to stack up as much cash as we can. So we'll take that. We don't have a debuff to our movement or to the distance to the capital. So we don't need the roads. We'll just leave it without it. There is a building over here that also helps. So this building, the school, boosts every single thing that we have in. So for example, every fishery we get would be boosted by 5%. All the taxes would be boosted by 5% just by building this one building. So if we come back here, we're making 35,200. If we take the school here, instead of 35,200, it's 36,900. So it's not a huge boost, but you know, it does add up. And that's only at level 1. At level 3, it goes up to 25% for everything. And you can build 4 of these. So it's a 100% boost. So that is completely broken, obviously. We're going to be shooting for that at some point, but we're not there yet. So I think if we're not taking any of the goods here, we probably want to go with a school. I think that would be the smartest choice, right? It does boost our income here even by 900. So pretty good amount. And then it does boost up the fish that we get as well. So we get another 5% off of that. All right, moving on. This one's even better for cotton. So if we ever want to do cotton mass production, we can get 800 from here. But like I said, right now we're just going to take the cash. And I think we'll take another school. That's going to give us 10% total. Yeah, so we'll do that. Big bank and a school puts us at 38,700. And the last big building that we have, or the last big settlement that we have, again, we're going to go with the cash. We have most of these resources within our settlement, so we don't need to worry about stone or coal or any of that. I guess the only thing would be wood if we want to save ourselves the hassle of having to cut it down every few days, but that's not really a big deal. So I guess we can go school again. I mean, now everything's up to 40%. We'll take that. Now we still have 25 points in government that we can spend, and we can come in here. So we have 2 settlements left. This one is not a good settlement because the fertility is 41%. So you get hit massively on this. We'll probably put one right here. So let's go ahead and build this up to a level 3. Now this one, we can actually take a school level 3 if we really wanted to. That would boost everything by 25%. Or we can take the bank again. Actually, this one can go up to level 5 bank. So that's 67,000. We can take a level 1 school, and we could even take some fish, 81 fish if you want. That'll be 100% of our workforce. So like I said, we can kind of mix and match. We may have to back some of these off if we start to get some issues with our loyalty and these people rebelling. I'm not 100% sure. I forgot to test that part. But I know for sure this is the way to go. If you look at how much money we're now pulling in, it's an absolute astronomical amount. So we're pulling in, it says 145,000 in taxes. I think we might actually be higher than that. Maybe it needs to update or something, but yeah, and then we still have this final 7. So we're not going to put anything here. We're not going to put a small, well, I guess we could do a small village because we have 5 more points. So we'll just do that, I guess. Yeah, we'll do 1. We already have 4 schools. So the only thing we can do with the schools is to upgrade them further to get more bonus, but we can't build more. One thing we could do here is we could do the police structure. This will give us 15, it'll give us 0.15 more loyalty if we don't want to deal with them rebelling and whatnot. So that would help a little bit. The resources here are not good. So let's just go with money again. No surprise. Yeah, see, it didn't update the taxes yet, so we need to get a full day in before it shows us what our actual taxes are. But this one will run with a level 4 bank and a humidifier just for the loyalty and to keep the population from plummeting. And then once we get another noble or a promotion, we can build this up even higher. So we'll rearrange these later. These are just the best fit right now, or what I feel like is the best fit right now, and then we can go from there. Now, the other thing that I messed around with, if you talk to these people, you can unite with them and you can take their entire kingdom. So they have 3 settlements. We could just outright take them. In this case, it's 100 million to do that. That's going to be challenging to say the least. We could also demand regions from them. So this region would cost us almost 14 million. This region would cost us only 6.75 million. We're already at 2.75 million, so another 4 million will have it. And I'm pretty sure we're making about $250,000 a day between all the taxes that we're getting. Probably a little bit broken, to be honest, but yeah, I think we're in pretty good shape here. So we're going to spend most of our time now ignoring our military here. We need to get back. Let's actually send our army back home. We could disband it. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but what we need to do, I wanted to spend a little bit of time focusing on that because that was a pretty big revelation that I had. And it definitely makes the world conquest feel so much easier now. I was really worried that every single settlement you took over costed you 5 government points, and it doesn't. It's only when you build a settlement, when you build a village on it. So we don't, each of these doesn't need a village. Like, you can still build stuff because we have those buildings that give us bonuses. So we can still make use of these ones that we conquer later, even if we don't have any government points to spend. So that was one of my biggest issues, because I know he changed it in the recent patch. So, but anyways, we should be good on that. What we're going to focus on here now, we got to put all these people to work. These workforce, 284 people. We've got a lot of supplies, and I don't think it really makes sense to sell this stuff because we're already making enough money. It's like, if we're making $250,000 a day from that, and then we sell this for like 4 or 5 grand a day, it's just, it doesn't make sense. It's a drop in the bucket relative to what we're making. So I think what we need to do is focus on just expanding our population as fast as we can. We need to get down to 3,000. And that's going to give us 5 noble promotions and 2 nobility, which is going to be a massive, massive boost to our economy. And then after that, we need to get to 7. So getting to 3 shouldn't be that hard. Getting to 7 might be challenging. And then after that, 10 and 12 is really not hard once you're already at 7. So yeah, we're pretty close. We're more than halfway there. Also, the other thing, but I know I'm kind of talking a lot here, but kind of an important issue. What I was trying to do here before with some of these warehouses, like this warehouse right here, the only reason this warehouse is here is to take clothing and store it down here. And then I was going to have maybe some like fish and meat and some other stuff temporarily here just to make it easier for people to get. I've started to realize that this is not really a good way of doing it. You can actually get better results just by using these haulers. So I think what I'm going to do is try and rely more heavily on them. And it should free up more workers, which we don't need right now, but at some point it will be important to free up workers. So I'll probably start to delete those and fill them in with maybe some of these health things, like the barber. Well, they're going to be too small for the barber probably. Yeah, we could also put some, what do they call these? The law enforcement things, the guard posts. We could put guard posts in here too. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Guard posts and some benches and just kind of make the place a little bit nicer, but then it'll serve a practical purpose as well. And then we'll probably get rid of some of the cannibal shops. I mean, it's funny. It's kind of interesting in the beginning because you're eating your own people, and it's kind of like, you know, fits with the storyline that we're going with, but it's really not important if you look at how much meat we're producing and eating. So yeah, we'll have to, the point I'm trying to make is we'll probably have to rearrange some stuff here. So for example, like this one, we don't need to have herbs here. We don't need to be producing rations here. We're going to have a central location where we produce rations, and then we're going to have all these places ship their goods. Yeah, it's just going to be a lot more efficient. So let's start working on that. And we're still kind of digging some stuff out here. We'll probably make also need to get like a central area where we house all of our military gear. I think we'll probably have to do that soon. So anyways, let's finish that up, and then I want to start digging out some more area over here. We're short on housing in this specific area. Yeah, we're getting just shy of 200,000 a day in taxes. So we're doing okay in money. You know, it just occurred to me, we should be spending some of that money to go take these lands, these free territories, before they get snatched up. That's what we should probably be doing. So why don't we hire some mercenaries? Let's go ahead and travel over here. So if we want to get to here, oh, he's not going to let us buy. We're literally trapped here until we get past this. Yeah, if a town is directly on a square, you can't go buy it. You have to, like there's certain towns that are not directly on the square. Like this one, the square is not, it's off to the side. Damn, that sucks, man. So we can't actually get out of this area. Okay, scratch that idea. Yeah, we don't have any path. We'd have to fight this guy, but this guy actually is a pretty big, right? How many towns does he have? He's a pretty big empire. He owns all of these. Everything in here he owns. And he wants 14 million for this settlement. So we don't have to save up enough to buy this one and this one, or just wipe this guy out and then buy that one. But yeah, let's go back in. Here we go. So we get a set of 10 houses. 100 people can live there. That should help. Because if you click on the house, you see the yellow spots. These are the people that have trouble finding housing close enough to their work. So this should help with that. And if you click on it now, yep, we got no yellow. So clicking over here, no homeless people, we're good. And we can start to take on a few more slaves here too. I know the last trade partner, they didn't really have that many people because it was a little small settlement. These guys have a lot more, 92. So we can take 50 slaves. It's not even 1 day's worth of income. So let's just get it out of the way. Let's get these guys here. All right, let's start putting it. What I think I'm going to do is start putting more of these pass-throughs. I'm just going to have giant lines of houses with pass-throughs. And I think we'll do it every 5. Every 5 seems like a reasonable amount. So here we need to have a lavatory. We got our slaves in. Let's boost this up to 200 to match that number. We'll put them to work. They're not happy right now, but once they get their services and get to work in something they like, they'll be in better shape. All right, we're starting to get people dying of heat down here, so we probably need to put a well. Yeah, we should probably put that near here anyways. Put a small one. But we got more infrastructure set up here. These are struggling. It's a lot of people for one well. So we're building another set over here, pretty close by. Same thing with the food stalls. Probably never a bad idea to have too much. And then we don't have a janitor closet over here, so we'll build one. All right, I know we have a massive amount of labor force. I want to just clear as much of this mountain out as we can. We can start mapping out some massive structures that are going to be more permanent. I'm kind of over having to rebuild stuff constantly and relocate and do all that. So I'm gonna try to maybe just delay getting that perfect setup, or sorry, delay getting that temporary efficiency, and just try and go for like an end game build here. So we'll clear out some space. We need a couple things. So I want to relocate the ration maker. We'll probably have it somewhere down here, I'm thinking, because that would be somewhat centrally located, maybe somewhere in this area, centrally located to all these warehouses, and we can just ship all that meat. And then if we need to build more, more of the Baltic crawler breeders, we can build them. I don't even know where the heck we would put them. We could do them in groups of 4 going horizontally. Like right now they're stacked vertically, but we can do them horizontally like this too. I don't know how many. So 4 sets of 4 is what I've been doing them in. That seems to be a very efficient way of doing it. We need 100, we'll call it 200 tiles. It's not quite 200. So if we were to start it, say, like in this area, how wide? We would need about 100. So 100 tiles, what are we looking like right here? More than 100, so we're good there. And about 200 this way, we're good. We could probably almost fit, we could almost fit this full stack of 8 right in this corridor right here if we really wanted to. I don't think we will, but I'm saying we could. Also, I'm going to move my throne out of the way because I do want to start building in here. Let's get the throne out of the way. Put it in the middle of nowhere. I guess the nice thing about putting the Baltic crawler breeders right here is we already have the water. The water's already here. We could just drop it down the middle and then build them on either side. And then we would have even more food security in this area. That would probably get us close to the end game. I don't know how many people we'll have or how many bugs we'll have in here, but yeah, that would probably be enough. Okay, let's go ahead and clear the rocks from this then. We'll go top to bottom, three past it. There we go. So we're just going to clear this whole area. This is the lane that we need to keep clear for the bolter crawlers. There we go. Let's get our massive workforce working in here. Look how many people that is. That is insane. All right, we're chewing away at it. It's coming down pretty quick. It's going to take a while though. Yeah, this is a several year project to hollow this out. But on the bright side, once we do it, we don't ever have to do it again. We just have to do it that one time. We might actually have enough to get this settlement here. 7.26 million. Yeah, maybe one more day. Let's wait one more day and then we'll buy it off of him. And actually, that's going to open up a trade agreement with the other guy. There's another person down there that will be bordering another empire, so we can open a trade agreement with them. And if they have better prices, then we can get better prices from them. All right, we for sure have enough to buy it off of them and have a little bit of cash left over. 7.35. There we go. So for 7.35 million, we'll take his settlement. And like I said, that does open up a trade agreement with this guy, although he's going to ask a lot of money for a trade agreement. 764k. So we just need to wait a few days and then we'll open that trade route up. Now this settlement, we don't really have anybody here. Sorry, we don't have any government points to spend to keep all these buildings here, so we just need to get rid of everything. Let's just zero it out. And we'll, as usual, we're just going to execute everybody, massacre. We'll keep the bugs. And just while we're doing that, let's just do the humidifier to keep everybody happy. And then in the near future, once we get the population down to whatever the stable amount, whatever it's going to be, then we'll switch this back to something else. So we'll wait a few days and then we'll get something actual that we can use in there. Nice. Our neighbors want to greet us with a gift. 324 leather. We'll take it. Now we do have enough to start a trade agreement with these guys, so let's go ahead and do that. All right, these guys have 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 plus their capital, so they have 8 regions. Quite a lot. This one, they want 14.5 million to purchase, so we will start saving up to try and buy that from them. I think we'll do a mix, because we could use all that cash to pay for mercenaries and start fighting people, but right now, we need to get our population up and rolling, and then I think it makes sense to expand fast. So for now, we'll just, oh, we can't trade with these guys? Opinion required. So they don't like us enough, I guess. If we give them some cash, they might like us. Wow, we'd have to give them a lot. A million only gets us 0.84 opinion, so not very much. Yeah, we probably need to get some emissaries. If we get that going, then we'll be able to raise relations. Now, the good thing is we could start some embassies, and Garthemi are just as good as anybody else at doing this stuff. They don't seem to hate it either. It's the same as everybody else, so that's kind of a neutral thing. The only downside, I believe, is it uses paper. And we're terrible at making paper, but we're terrible at making everything, so I guess there's nothing new there. So embassy, oh shoot, that's right, it uses jewelry. We're already importing fabric, so that's not a problem. We already produce our own cut stone, so that's not a problem, but we do need paper. We could build one right here, and yeah, we need to get rid of this. These things are clogging up. So we'll build like a small paper manufacturing right here, and then we'll build a bigger one later. We'll get a small paper manufacturing setup right here. And that means we need to clear some space out. Here we go. Paper manufacturer, we're making 15 a day. I don't foresee us really needing much. We'll just build up a small stockpile and then pull the workers back. I think we just need a little for maintenance. We will need some soon though for the library, I think. Yeah, this one does consume that. Schools as well, university, and the administration building. This one uses a lot of paper. But we don't have to worry about that yet because we're not getting hit with any of that stuff. All right, I built this monster of a building. It is only going to use 90 paper, so it's not that bad. Decent amount of cut stone and fabric, but like I said, we're producing or importing enough of it. That shouldn't be a problem. There we go. And hopefully we don't have to rebuild this one for a while because 82 is kind of a lot. I'm sure we can make it bigger, but this should hold us off for a decent amount. And it doesn't use up really any of the underground space that we want to use for housing. So that's good. That's going to suck up a lot of workers. And I think it's going to require us to use jewelry as well. So we'll probably import some jewelry. It doesn't require it, but I believe it gives you a huge boost when you do use jewelry. It makes your people more effective. I ran out of fabric. There we go. Here comes a trade. So that should be enough to finish that. And then we'll start improving our relationship with them. And then that should help with that trade agreement. And also, I think the higher relations you are, the cheaper it is to buy settlements from people. So maybe we'll use that as a strategy. We'll like schmooze people, buy all their stuff off of them. And then when they get to their last fief, we'll just knock them out. Look at that beautiful building. All right, so 82 employees. It is going to require fabric and jewelry or neither. I guess you can toggle it on and off. All right, let's get 2 haulers set up, and then we'll also get an import depot. We'll just put it somewhere back here. I need to move these out of the way, actually, so that we can build more buildings back here. We'll move them when we're actually moving them, though. I think we're okay for now. Here we go. Missing jewelry, unreachable jewelry, fabric. Well, we should be fine on fabric. We just need to get a hauler running. So we're going to fetch from here, and this is going to be fabric. And then this one's going to be jewelry. Fetch from here. And once we get this import depot, we'll be able to turn that on. There you go, jewelry. It's, oh my god, that's expensive. We need to be able to get the trade agreement with these guys. It's quite a bit cheaper, actually. Not that it matters. I mean, this is a drop in the bucket still. But yeah, we do want to get that as efficient as we can. The resources, yeah, we're missing the jewelry. So once we get jewelry, we should be in much better shape. All right, so to be able to use that, we need to go back to the map, go to our diplomacy, and then we click on this guy, and then we can flatter him. Oh, we only have 3 emissary points for some reason. But anyways, let's go to this other guy first. Anyways, we need to get the trade agreement with him. That should be our priority. It does almost nothing. So to be able to get up to... Oh, his opinion's above 1. Okay, maybe we can start it now. Let's try it. Yep, there we go. He's happy enough with us. So we're going to cost us almost 1 million, but not quite. And now you can see we're going to be importing from this guy for that. And then what about some of these other things we're importing? So like the fish, yeah, we can get it way cheaper from there. Opiates, slightly cheaper, but not by much. Fabric, quite a bit cheaper. I think it's cheaper because we haven't been buying. Like this guy, we're juicing his price up because we're increasing the demand. And so that's increasing the price. But by spreading it out over 2 different people, it should lower the price, imagine. All right, there we go. We got some jewelry. Oh wow, this thing consumes a lot of jewelry. I didn't realize how much this thing consumed. So we need to import a lot more fabric. So why don't we increase... Yeah, we'll get another import depot here. We'll put some fabric over here. We'll stock that up. And then maybe that'll be enough to help. All right, we really want to get this guy's second to last beef gone. So if we can somehow raise relations with him. Okay, there we go. So we'll boost our opinion with him. And then let's keep an eye on what this thing's going to cost. So if we demand Burlet, whatever, 11 million, almost 12 million. So we'll see. That should go down some. Also, we need to sort this one out. It looks like population's down to where it should stabilize. So let's get rid of this. And I've noticed our loyalty is going down in a lot of these places. So we do need to fix that. If we can fix that without having to change the buildings here, that'd be good. So like these would be nice to have. This is going to boost loyalty everywhere by 0.15. We're going to need, I think, 3 or 4 of them to be able to fix it. So this one is not going to be enough, but it'll help. We could add more cash. It's not going to make much of a difference though. We're making 250,000. Adding another 11,000 is not going to make much difference. So we could pull in some fish. 176 fish is not bad. Now, if we can get the secret police... No, I was going to say we could just get to level 3. We don't need it, though. That's the thing. Yeah, let's just do 1. Let's also do 1 tax office, and then we'll do a couple fish. That's fine. Something like that looks pretty good. So, 117 fish, 960 gold, but that's kind of not important. Main thing is to get this police office running. We'll build that there. We're going to need a couple more, so we might need to take a building from somewhere else. Let's get rid of this. We don't need a humidifier here. We can easily build this police building. And I think we need 1 more, and then we'll have it. Yeah, let's get rid of the fish here. 54 is not worth what we need. We need more. It's not quite enough to turn it around. We need 1 more. We need 1 more. We're short 1. I'm going to pull the... hold on. Yeah, I'm going to pull the fish off of this one. And then I'm going to put the police state. Let's just get it so that we have it. Oh, it's still not enough. What the heck, man? Let's look at our research. We might need to take 1 point into this one just to get the second level of it, and that should probably be enough. Yeah, it's only 10 points. Let's do it, and then we can just stop worrying about it. So this one... There we go. So police state level 2, that gives us a pretty good boost. And then where's the other one? We have police state here. No, we need 1... Yeah, it's actually positive everywhere now. Even it's just barely positive, but it's enough. 0.04. That's perfect. So now we shouldn't have to worry about rebellions ever, and it'll only get easier because we'll put more research points into it and make it even higher. But there you go. Now we don't have to worry about that. So those will all turn around eventually and then become positive. So we gave up a tiny bit of our fish, but that's really not a big deal. There you go. We're just gonna keep pumping emissary points into this guy every time we can. And then let's keep an eye on the cost of this region. It was 11 million before. It's still 11 million. Maybe that doesn't help that much, but at least he doesn't hate us. There we go. We got the blueprints laid out for the Baltic crawler breeders. Let's set up another 4 over here, and then we can just... I don't want to build these yet, but I want to make sure we block off enough room for them so that we can build around them. So we'll start building more housing down here, maybe some industry in here. Right, I'm not sure what's going on. We haven't bought fabric in a while. Right, there's a shipment right there. There's a shipment. We can just follow the trail. Oh, there's a shipment, but it doesn't have what we need on it. So it's coming, but what the hell, dude? All right, there's one right there, 320. So yeah, we have a big shipment coming right now. Okay, let's finish digging. Yeah, I'm gonna disband these guys. There's no need to have them out there. I know we have a lot of labor spare already, but the problem is these guys are not fully training, and they're kind of out there just dying. So I think what we'll do is we'll pull them back in when campaign season's over, and then we'll send them back out when we need to. There's literally nothing we can do outside right now anyways. So we'll take a little extra labor, another like 70 or 80. So we should be in much better shape with fabric here. Not really, they're still using way too much fabric. We have a lot more emissary points now. Let's start using them. There we go. So 5.5, it came down slightly, like 200k. Probably not worth it, but we do need to have it just to keep some people from attacking us in the future. So I guess it's good to have it. Okay, there we go. We've got 8 more Baltic crawler breeders ready, and I made a space for the water when we need to pump the water down here. And then we'll also have some space for the water here, and we'll run it up here, get some pools down here so people, like these guys probably haven't a shower in a long time. So I imagine making a pool in this central region would pull in whatever we have in this whole area. So that should help. And then, like I said, same right here. A pool would help avoid them running all the way up here to shower, skinny dip, whatever. We'll get another set of housing here. We're going to need quite a few employees. And then I think what we'll do is set up a meat processing area. Well, not really meat, but I guess ration processing area. We're going to have a very big warehouse because we're going to need a lot of these things to supply the amount of armies that we're going to have. So let's start clearing this out. Let's just dig this whole thing out. There we go. Dig this whole thing out. And you know what? Why don't we get a couple of these running just because why not? We need to put these people to work for doing something. They're just kind of goofing off. If we go, we'll get 2 more meat factories running. We'll have to pump some water down here in the near future, but I think for now we'll just leave it the way it is. Should be fine. All right, we got more emissary points. Let's keep dumping into this guy. I think we cap out at like plus 10, something like that. So let's see how we're looking on buying his territory. 11.6, so it's gone down another 100k. Like I said, probably not worth it versus the amount of fabric and jewelry we have to import. We're probably spending way more on that than what we'll end up saving. Right, how much are we importing? It's about 30,000 every 4 days for jewelry, and about 10k, so 70. It's about 70k a day, roughly. No, sorry, 30, 70, 70k every 4 days. So like 8, 9 grand a day, something like that. Yeah, I don't think it'll be worth it in the long run. But like I said, we need to get this up and running anyway, so it's not a big deal. And actually, yeah, we really need to get some jobs running. So I'm just going to activate most of these, at least on this side. And you know what we could do, actually, since we have so much food, we're producing way more than we need. Let's go ahead and boost up the food servings just a little bit. That'll make people happier. It'll make them slightly healthier as well. Yeah, we hollowed the crap out of this mountain. Look at that. Just big, beautiful open space now. Our inflation is pretty high. We're paying 85,000 a day out of 280, so we're only gaining about 200k per day. All right, I'm gonna try to make this a bit more efficient. We don't need warehouses this big. We can make these a bit smaller, and we don't need to carry stone. We don't need to carry wood. We basically just need the livestock and the meat. We don't, like I said, we don't need it that big. We can always upgrade them as well, and then just make sure we have enough furniture to keep up with it. So we'll probably tear these down and redo them. Same thing, this whole area. We purposefully didn't build in this area because I knew I was going to probably redo it. And I'm really glad I didn't like shove a bunch of important stuff in there. So let's try and do it more optimally at this point. So if we make it this big, it's only 4,200. It doesn't take up a massive amount of space. We could easily build around it. It's still big enough. If we upgrade it, it's still going to hold a lot of meat and animals. So I actually don't mind this size. 4 entrances at the corners, that's perfect. So yeah, let's do that. See what that looks like. Especially if we don't need to have all this extra stuff. I kind of made some of those earlier ones bigger because it was the beginning and we just needed some kind of central storage location. And that seemed to work out pretty well. But now that, yeah, now that we're kind of past that we need to be a bit more smart with our space. So even without upgrading it, it's 3,300 meat and 800 animals. And then this one with the big size is not even 3,300 meat. Same thing, 800 animals. But then we've got all this extra space that we just don't need. Yeah, this is fine. And then, like I said, if we really want to, we could upgrade it and just do what the furniture costs. But I have a feeling we're not going to need to. Because this is literally just to service these. Maybe even these four too. I think one can probably handle all 8. No, 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 no. It's better if we just do it smaller and then have them all over the place. Yeah, I think that's better. Because the problem is it takes forever for whoever's working in here to come up here, grab it, and then go all the way back. So I think one storage for every 4, and then these will feed yeah, these will feed like a central location where we'll probably export all the animals, the livestock, and then we'll probably export, ooh, here we go, slaves. I don't think we can afford more though. I mean, we can afford it, but we don't really have a whole lot of space. So we'll hang on to what we have, I think. Here we go. So we'll use this area, I think, to stage maybe a little further down here. Maybe in this area, we'll probably do the manufacturing for, let's see. Yeah, we need to move our herb imports, but we'll move all the rations down here and do all of the manufacturing of it down here as well. Also, I haven't checked in a while, but it looks like none of these bandits are even considering fighting us. So the next closest has 744 units, which is actually pretty good. That's a lot. Oh, 744 power, sorry, 280 soldiers. We are at 486, so yeah, I could see why they wouldn't want to fight. And we have a decent amount of weapons as well. I think what we'll do is we'll make sure we save space near any of these warehouse spaces. We'll make sure we have logistics, room for a hauler, transport, whatever, import, export depot, stuff like that. So we don't completely sandwich everybody in and not have room to expand. And you know what? We're going to need a lot more space down here too. Let's just dig it out. All right, we need 11.6 million to buy that town. We only have 8.58. I'm not quite there yet. We could probably just hire mercenaries and do it, and it wouldn't really affect us too much. I don't think this guy cares, but maybe he does. They're the same. Are they the same race? Where's his capital? Yeah, they're both pigmen, so he probably wouldn't be too happy about that. But I don't think we care, because if we want to hire mercenaries, there's quite a few here we can pick from, and we've got what, 8.5 million we could easily pay for them. Here we go. We're coming up on the end of our next 5-year set. So day 1 spring, year 36. So we've done 35 years so far. We probably still have, I was going to say, we probably still have some original. Yeah, we're 85% native, which means 15% of our people are people that immigrated or they were originals. Probably don't have a whole lot of originals. The oldest person we have here is 45 to 46 years old. Most likely they're all dead now. So we're on our 2nd generation, most likely. But yeah, our subjects are coming in nice. I think we probably need to increase the rate at which we are increasing our population, but we do have to be careful not to screw our happiness or loyalty up too much. So anyways, what did we do? We hollowed out a massive chunk here. We've got more food production going up. We are hollowing out even more down here, and we're going to centralize a lot of our production. So like right now, some of our production just kind of scattered all over the place. We're going to make really big warehouses. Well, not decent sized warehouses, but we're going to make really big manufacturing. So instead of having a bunch of smaller ones, we're just going to try and centralize it. I'll make a really big ration maker with a pretty good sized warehouse to house all that. And then also have plenty of these army supply depots so that we can actually pull the stuff out and send it to the troops. We are going to do the exact same thing with other industries. We need to fix our furniture. This is not terrible. I think we could do better though. These are too small. I think these are too small. And I do like this for the early and maybe slight mid game, but I think when you get towards the later stages of the mid game or the late game, this is not good. It's just not big enough, and I don't really like mixing warehouses. I kind of like the idea of just having a warehouse. One, for example, down here, we're going to have a warehouse dedicated. This one's dedicated to only messing with these Baltic crawler breeders, so only meat, only livestock. We'll have one down here that only handles meat and herbs. That's literally the only thing it handles. And well, and then obviously the rations, because the inputs and out and the one output. Probably do the same thing over here. We'll have one giant carpenter, maybe 1 or 2 giant tailors. If there's multiple recipes, I don't want to have to toggle, so we'll probably just do 2. Yeah, probably do 2 manufacturers, and then we'll figure it out from there. But yeah, we'll have to sort that out. But I'm pretty happy that our industries are hanging in there, and we don't even have any boosts for nobility. These are all doing governor perks, so pretty happy about that. But The other change, we did take on one more new piece of land. So we ended up buying this from somebody because we have so much money. We're about to do the same thing with this one as well, unless we decide to attack them, which may not be a bad idea. I think it's probably better to buy and then attack for the last one. It may not piss the neighbors off as much, and I don't really want to make these guys too upset because they do have a pretty big kingdom here. So that's going to be a bit of a hurdle for us. But like I said, if we can consolidate this whole area and then get our population up, then I think we'll be in good shape. So anyways, yeah, we rearranged a bunch of buildings here, kind of found a little bit more optimal build for how everything is working, and that's why we're making so much cash now. And we're going to continue to make a bunch of cash once we take even more land. So next 5 years, we'll buy that other piece of land. We'll probably go to war and take that other guy, his final territory out. We'll consolidate a bunch of manufacturing here. We still need, yeah, we need to continue to expand our labs, which means we need to expand our slaves. So I think maybe instead of just doing the labs, we'll probably do what's the other one? The library, so we can get secondary points instead of just these. So these are innovation, and I think the other one is knowledge points or something. Yeah, we don't have any knowledge points for the blue unlocks, so we'll probably need to get that soon. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good a solid plan for what we're gonna do for the next 5 years. So here we go. I'm setting up a little bit more logistics. We've got some shortages. We'll shore that up. We gotta haul this out, and then I'm gonna redo all the storage systems here. So let's work on that. Here we go. Warehouse is done, and I'm gonna change some of the boxes here. So we have too many boxes for animals, for livestock. Let's put the more on meat. We're gonna be selling this down, so it doesn't really make sense to have too many crates. So we'll just set an export depot at each one. That one's done. I don't want to delete either of these because these are kind of like central warehouses for now, which we want to fix. But until we fix it, well, I guess we'll just leave those. So these two are set up. We'll probably use another one right here, actually. Yeah, we go. We'll clear this out. We'll get another warehouse right here so we can handle these. Oh, wait, what am I doing? It's supposed to be down here. Yeah, we didn't build these two yet, so this is fine. Yeah, these two are just extra, so they get picked up by whoever. It doesn't really matter. We get to sacrifice food again. That's all right, though. We have a lot. There we go. And that'll stop our buildings from getting damaged. All right, we are setting up individual exports. I did run some tests last night. I tried to use haulers to gather all of the livestock from each of these, and then using one single export depot, and it was basically the same amount of labor, the same amount of goods sold each day. So it seems like it's just easier to have individual ones if you're selling a small volume of stuff. Now, if you need the extra space, it would make sense to have a hauler because you only need one export depot and then one hauler for each one, which takes up less space. But for now, I think we're okay with this. And we'll set our limit at 10%. So we'll keep 16 animals in each one and sell the rest off. One thing we've been neglecting is law. So let's set up some guard posts that should soak up some of the labor as well, which we need to do. There we go. So we built a decent amount of these things spread around. Get that running. It doesn't really make sense to dig out the mountain down here without digging this as well. So let's just make it even. We'll dig this whole thing out, and then we'll extend the housing, start making some industry right here. And I know we don't need it, but I kind of feel like just doing this multi-crawler breeder right now just because we need to use up some labor anyways. I'm gonna move this. Here we go. Last one. We're good there. And then we need to dig out this if we want to get the storage. And we should definitely do that. And in fact, we should probably just dig this whole thing out. Yeah, let's just start knocking everything out. Man, we have so much free labor. This is ridiculous. 300 people. We are finally starting to lose cut stone, so we need to expand this. We have way too much stone as it is. If you look at all the stuff on the ground, it's probably in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of stone on the floor. Luckily, it doesn't decay, even if it's not stored. It's only 1% per year. It's not bad. But we do want to increase our masonry. Let's go ahead and do that. Here we go. We'll take this up to 24 workers. There we go. That'll put us in the positive again. And then the other thing, we don't have water down here yet, so we should probably do that. We're gonna have to add, I don't know how many, but we'll have to add some more pumps. Here we go. We got our canal set up. Got the culvert set up so that we can jump the area in here. Oops. I think in this case, let's add 2 pumps, and hopefully that'll be enough. Okay, with the increased food, let's go ahead and increase their food access one more time. We got enough room here. Let's go ahead and make another warehouse. Here we go. Warehouse and export depot set up. We got 1 out of the 4 built. We'll finish the other 2 right, or the other 3 right now. And also, I know this takes a really long time, so let's just start doing it right now. We'll start digging tunnels into these areas, and then when we break through, we can really start to eat away at the walls and stuff. There we go. Yep, so these are the only chambers that aren't really connected. Right, so we should be good with that. We're starting to get close to the point where we can buy a piece of land. I don't know if we should buy this one from this guy or buy one from him. Because if we buy this one, it would open up, we can come down here and take this piece of land. And we might even be able to get down here. Oh, no. I thought we could get down here. I guess we have to go from the other side. Shoot, that's not good. Yeah, I didn't realize this was not connected. So this is a dead end. We have to go out this way. Well, we might be able to get over here. These don't look like they're blocked, so we might be able to get at these. And then this is the dead end as well. So our conquest path is set. We have nowhere else to go. Yeah, we have to go up here. It doesn't really open up until we get past this right here. This is where it opens up. Growing easy. Everything else is on rails up to that point. We have nowhere to go. But that's okay. We should be able to wipe these guys out, I think. We've been flattering this guy. We're up to 7.36, which is pretty good. Hopefully that helps. It doesn't actually. 11.6, so it's still really high. Yeah, I still think it's worth buying this one rather than trying to wipe this guy out militarily. We'll take this one. We'll buy it. We'll start buying up this guy's land next, and we'll just keep buying them down until they're a lot weaker, and then we'll take them out. I think that seems like a good plan. We can't really do much anyways until we get our population up, so don't see there being really any downside here. Looks like our pumps are not quite enough to reach the end, so let's add one more. There we go. Last one's being built. I've noticed the speed of the game slowed down a lot. So normally we'd be able to do the 250x. So right now it's 25x. If you press it again, it goes to 250x. It doesn't really go to 250. It just kind of stays around 25x. I think we're starting to get to that point where there's too many things moving on the screen and it can't process it all. That's a lot. Over 2,000 people. All right, here we go. We should have enough money now to buy from this guy. All right, here we go. We're gonna buy it. Uberlet, and we're left with 221k, which is fine. We don't have any government points, so we need to just clear out all these buildings. And this place has Baltic Roller Breeder, a little bit of a bonus there, but I don't think we need the meat. Yeah, everything else is not really good here. I guess we could do the wood. But again, I think we just cut her on for now. So we'll just keep stacking up the cash. Oh, actually, we need to get everything in order here. So let's, yeah, I forgot. Let's massacre. We'll go with a large humidifier, and then we'll come back and switch this out in maybe a year or so once all the population's been massacred. Right now, we can no longer demand regions from this guys, but we can either become his protector or we can unite if we want to take his lands directly. It's going to cost 67 million, so that's probably not going to work. We could become his protector. 152 million, what the hell? So it's cheaper to take his lands than it is to let him be our vassal? Kind of weird. Yeah, we'll probably just wipe him off the map with the military. So let's get this land sorted, and then we need to get our money built back up so we can hire mercenaries. Now, I don't see any reason to not go maximum size on this ration maker. There you go. So this seems to be roughly as big as we can get it. If we want to, we could make it more square. All right, here's what we're going to go with. I don't want to boost up our furniture maintenance too much by filling this whole thing out, but we'll expand it modularly. So as we need more, we'll just refurbish the whole thing and then add more. But this is a sustainable pattern right here. So this had 100% efficiency. Actually, it's probably too much. We could probably take a couple of these things back. Yeah, see, we even have maybe a bit too much. We could save a couple furniture. We'll redo it later. But yeah, 90 is enough stations right now, I think. Let's go ahead and build that. We're also going to need the storage unit that we're going to use to store all this stuff. There we go. Our ration maker's up and running. Pull all the workers off because we don't need to run it just yet. And we're only going to be doing meat. Switch that. A couple things we need. We need a big, well, I don't know about big, but we need a warehouse here. But this should be enough. It's about 3,500 storage without the upgrade, and we'll probably just end up doing the upgrade. We'll see. We're gonna see how much meat we can actually ship into this thing. We're also gonna need an import depot. Right, here we go. So this one is only gonna hold meat and whatever the inputs are, so meat and herbs. Now we need to delete all this stuff up here. So let's go ahead and delete this. Delete the import for herbs. We'll get rid of the herbs in here, and then we'll have to scale back a lot of this stuff. We need to fix this this warehouse first anyways, but we need to finalize the location where we're going to keep the rations, the final product. So why don't we do that? We get all, ooh, what happened? For 12 days we get minus happiness but plus health because we didn't want them to buy the snake oil. Yeah, snake oil band. All right, so we just set up all of our transports. So if everything's working properly, we should be getting big shipments of meat into here. Yep, there they go. Shipments of meat. And then we need to re-enable our imports of herbs. We'll do that right here. We don't have a lot. 160, it's probably going to be enough, but we could always increase that amount if we need to. We'll just decrease this and upgrade the crate storage capacity. And let's start pulling these out. Yeah, let's start pulling these out. So we can pull at 0. So yeah, usually I just kick the stuff out and let it sit on the ground, but I think in this case, let's just pull them. We get 60 people to help. We should see, yep, there you go. Our rations should start shooting through the roof. I'm going to turn this ration maker warehouse on. Let's just get a little bit of production going. Here we go. Import depot's up and running, so we have what we need. I don't know if we're producing enough meat to really run this, or if these transporters are just not keeping up. Yeah, it feels like the transporters are not fast enough, so we might need to double up on that. Yeah, look how much meat is in this. Almost 4 grand. Oh boy. And then this one has only 200. This one has 1900. Why does this one have so much more? Right, I think we got all the rations out. We did. So this one can go to 0. See what's going on with this transporter. Why is it not? Oh man, we just had a big accident in our training facility. Holy crap. That sucks, man. All right, most of those are gonna die. We'll probably just, and I don't think we have room in our cemetery to handle all that, so we'll probably end up cannibalizing a lot of them. That's fine. Or meat. Yeah, this warehouse is still having issues. So I think what I'm gonna do, because there's no way we can convert all this into rations, and even if we do, it's just it's not gonna be efficient. Man, we lost so many people to that accident. 26 plus whatever we've already buried. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and add an exporter for meat, just so that we're not, yeah, we're gonna hit the cap here pretty soon. And a lot of that's just gonna rot, so might as well sell it. But at least it's all in one central location. Well, once we get this sorted out, then we'll be in a central location. So yeah, this, for some reason, this thing is just not, it is not doing a good job filling up on meat quickly. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this, and let's build a bigger one. Let's do maybe 2 or 3. All right, export. I'm gonna export meat from this, and we want to go down to like 30%, 20%. Let's go 30%. So we'll keep 1100 in stock so we can use that for our ration maker, but we'll sell all the rest off. Okay, there we go. We've got 3 of these things now. Hopefully that's enough to ship all this meat out, because this thing is staying capped right at about 4,000. It's definitely lowering the amount. We're below 4K now at least. Yeah, it's slowly filtering it out. Okay, and then this one is not quite capped. We might need to make a bigger export depot, maybe one size bigger. But so far it seems okay, and our rations are still increasing, so that's fine. One industry that needs an overhaul here is furniture. So we are negative right now. Let's go ahead and get rid of these army supply depots. We'll move them back. I think we need another furniture. Yeah, we need another carpenter right here. Yeah, and I think we'll start to get away from this design soon. We'll make one giant carpenter, kind of like what we did here. Just one big ration maker, but instead we'll do one big carpenter, and then the storage will be dedicated to wood. So right now it's kind of hard to keep all this stuff in stock. But you know what? We got rid of our import for leather. So let's go ahead and make another one. We're starting to run low on clothing. Not really, but we definitely don't want that to fall off. All right, now how are we doing here? We're staying below our max on meat, which is good. And this one is, yep, this one's draining slowly. So it looks like we've got the right amount here. Maybe 2 would be okay, but 3 is enough to make sure that it doesn't max out. So all that meat's going to be actually put to good use. How much are we making on meat sales? Yeah, about 31,000 a day. That's pretty good. Here we go. Our carpenter's up and running. And now we're plus 18. Yeah, so we're fine. It's just we're going to drain wood faster and faster every time we do that. Okay, that's one industry moved. We probably need to move our asylum somewhere down here as well. And I don't think it'd be a bad thing to make it a little bigger as well. We still have some insane people. So currently it holds 12. We should probably maybe double that, and that should hold us over for a while. I don't think it really matters where we put it. We can actually, you know what, we could always just expand this as well. Yeah, and then we can get a hauler to bring rations out here. That's not really a big deal. We can move it somewhere else later, but let's just get something going here. This will take us up to 20 deranged, room for 20 people, but yeah, it's not a double, but that should be fine for now. And then the other thing is we need a hauler. Probably don't need a whole lot, maybe just a 1, yeah, 2x1 is probably fine. All right, there we go. Open for business. This is gonna need 5 employees. We can fit everybody though, and then we still got room for more. All right, looks like our system's working pretty well. was gonna say our meat is getting a little bit low, but I think that's mostly because we're selling more of it. Yeah, before we were not really selling any of it. We're still getting a decent amount of spoilage, 172, but as we sell more and more of that off, it should be fine. But this one is down to 1,000, so that one's going down. This one's maintaining around 1,000. This one's at 0. Why is this one at 0? And this one's at 0. I think maybe these need a bit more meat than the others because there's so many people living up here. That would be my guess. But yeah, it should be okay. So if we watch them, they are still getting meat. They're just not shipping any of that meat out. So yeah, these food stalls are not maxing out their food, so they're kind of short. One thing we could do is we could get a hauler from one of these, or you know what we could do actually is we could just borrow meat from this one. So we'll pull from here and we'll pull anything over 400. So let's see if that helps. Put a couple extra workers on, see if they actually do their job. Yep, they went down and grabbed some. They're grabbing it and then they go right back. Perfect. So let's see if that helps. Still 0, so we might need to just put more people on. You know what I'm actually going to do instead is I'm going to pull from this. This is where all the meat's going. So if we can just set our limit to, I don't know, like 1,800. So it'll pull anything over 800. And we'll pull it directly from here because this is where all the meat's getting funneled into anyways. And our sell limit is 1,100. So why don't we actually increase this to like 1,500 so there's some room to go when the pullers want to pull. There we go. It's not going to 0. It's staying above 0, so that's good. It looks like it is working. Oh, no, it's going down to 0 almost. Well, on the bright side, we don't need this transport, so let's go ahead and fire them. We'll leave it built. We'll leave it built for now, and then we'll take it down some other time. Same thing here. This one is just not gonna have enough meat to operate. So we'll cut them loose. Here we go. Yeah, this one's starting to come in. So now we should, if everything's working properly, we should see more food here. And yeah, kind of. This one's still kind of low. See, here's the weird thing. There's meat in these livestock pens. Why are they not grabbing it? All right, I'm gonna reduce the radius here so that it only covers these. I have a feeling they're being very inefficient and just collecting stuff all over the map. Yep, there they go. They're starting to get the meat now. Maybe that's why their meat was always so low. No, I don't think so, actually. There's still, even with all that, it's still barely at like 300. Right, and we should, I think the pull sources ignore the radius. Yeah, they ignore the radius. So the radius is just to pick up loose items, which is exactly what I wanted them to do. Just focus on this and then pulling. And you can see our spoilage is down. Our net positive is about 650, which means we should be making pretty good money on our meat sales. Okay, anyways, I spent way too much time working on that. The other thing, I could spend some time building this out. We got room for 2 more Baltic crawler breeders, and then we could just sell the meat. The thing that I really like about this is as we expand, we already have the food sources in place, and all that happens is that this scales down what we export because there's less food to get shipped out. We go 2 more Baltic crawler breeders, and then we need to make some space for the warehouse. And also, since we're already kind of here messing with this, let's go and connect, and then we'll work on getting a connection over here, because why not? And a connection down here. So then when it's time to take all this stuff out, we've got more surface area to pull from. Yep, so we got these connections drilled, these are drilled. That should be good. Right, I'm gonna scale this back. We don't need that many. I have a feeling part of the reason this one was getting overflown is because it was picking up 2 extra. Usually it's 4 to 1, but this one was 6 to 1. But once we build this, it'll go back to, I think, a normal amount. So probably just need 1. But there we go. That one's set up. And we are still, oh man, we have a lot of meat now. This one's starting to get too much. But that should mean that these are maxed out. They're not. They're not actually maxed out. So they're having trouble getting this thing fully stocked. Yeah, look at that. They're having food issues. So why don't we build some more? We can get another row of logistics down here. Now, I do wish there was a limit here. So there's a pull limit for the target, but I wish there was a pull limit for this storage as well. Like, we don't want to go up to max storage. I want to pull when the other source is above 800, but I want to stop pulling at this one when this one's above, say, 1,000. So maybe what we need to do is just manage our workers manually. So let's cut some of these guys loose. Here we go. We got another food stand as well. That should help. And now we're having to pay overhead. That sucks. So this is a new mechanic, I believe, where you have to manufacture admin to get rid of a production debuff. Not, in my opinion, not a good mechanic. I feel like it just punishes you for having a big town. This warehouse is still pulling too much food. So let's keep backing off those workers, seeing if that helps. We do have another food vendor over here. We have some red spots. Doesn't seem to be helping anyways, but that's fine. Let's also pull back our diplomats here. We're gonna attack this guy soon. So let's let that decay, and then we'll go after this guy next. We'll start schmoozing him. There you go. We got an army of 465. That should be more than enough to wipe this guy out. So let's start moving towards his border. And what else could we be doing over here? Probably just building more housing, I think. Go, we got that building or their warehouse. We got a bunch of housing and another janitor closet. You can never really have too many of those, especially with a giant mega warehouse like this or a mega factory like this. It's going to need a lot of maintenance. Okay, there we go. So this is all set up. This will transport meat. This will sell the livestock. This is only pulling stuff from these first four. So that should stabilize our food. I'm not 100% sure, but it should. And this one is got too much meat again, so we need a second one. There we go. That should help draw that down. This one is, it's hard. I think it's too early to tell if it's balanced or not, but we'll keep an eye on it. This one is starting to dip below a certain amount, so let's put another employee. We'll just have to play with this one. We'll just adjust the employees. Man, I hate having to micromanage this stuff, but I guess we'll see. Our newest acquisition is ready to go, so we're going to transfer this over to a bank. So we'll get rid of our humidifier, do a tier 4 bank, double the tax rate. That's going to give us about 37K. So we'll keep stacking the cash. The more we get, the faster we can steamroll people, but I have a feeling the more expensive these things are going to be getting, the further in we go. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, let's try and finish this up. I feel like this episode's dragged on a bit. This set of 5 years. Right, this guy is threatening us, and he wants us to give him 6 territories and 1 million. So we're obviously going to decline that. And because he insulted us. Oh, and I totally forgot we have mercenaries. I had to pause and feed the kids. Yeah, these guys are going to get blasted right now. Thank you for reminding me, actually. They did us a favor. So let's go ahead and we'll cancel all the agreements, and then we're going to declare war, and then immediately attack this army. And they're going to retreat. They don't want to fight that. And we'll continue to release and just get chivalry. There's 100 troops still in there, so let's keep doing that till they're gone. 10 troops, that's fine. All right, here we go. So we will besiege this. So we're paying 190K per day. We're still making money, though. We should be fine. We'll let that go, run its course. We'll get some humidity going here, and then some benches. This guy wants peace now after insulting us. We're going to decline. We'll just keep going until it's done. I was going to say, we could milk them for some cash and then just immediately declare war on them again, but I think we'll just take them out. I believe it messes your relationship up with other people if you keep doing that. There we go. So we got plenty of benches, some humidifiers, and then we can probably road this in now. Why don't we do that? There we go. So you can see in this area, when they go to get their services, at least they're bombarded by roundness, lots of humidity, and then we've got benches on both ends. So that should help. One thing that we need to start worrying about is moving goods around for like the hauler. We need the hauler to move stuff to the janitor. So like this guy, well, I guess it's not that big of a deal. They're able to get all the supplies they need. I was going to say we should probably get some haulers to move all this stuff down here out of machinery. Let's just get an import deal before that. Ooh, what happened? It says our emissaries went down below the limit. Doesn't look like it. Okay, I don't know what that message was. I guess it dipped down for a split second. All right, we should be fine then. There we go. We got imports for machinery, a very small amount because we don't really need much. But then I keep remembering to buy it. All right, we're coming to the end of 40 years. Here we go. Spring 1 of year 41. Let's kind of take a look at what we did. So we hollowed out a bunch of this in the south, took out a bunch of the mountain, expanded our housing, and we started to build some of our late game manufacturing here. So the ration maker, we've got a meat storage locker, and then the big warehouse where we're only having the rations. So I'd like to have very specific storage. Because what ends up happening, if you have like a giant storehouse right here, let's say this whole thing was a warehouse. And if you're trying to get rations, if you have your army supply depot over here, but for whatever reason the rations are stored over here, they have to run all the way over there to grab it and all the way back. If you have a warehouse where literally the only thing they have is that one item, it doesn't matter where they go in, they're going to immediately find it. So that boosts logistics a little bit. So I'm going to try and do that with these other industries, I think in the next 5 years as well. So the carpenter needs to be broken apart. The tailor, paper maker is not that big of a deal, but we do need to do that at some point. And then the pottery maker, we could boost those industries and start selling more of that stuff, but it really doesn't matter at this point. We're making so much money. So I don't know. We'll see. Same thing with our metal. Our metal industry needs to probably expand a bit. So we'll have to increase the size of our mines and then ship more out with transports and do all that jazz. So we'll take care of that. I don't know how much of that we'll get to in the next 5 years, but that'll be for sure the next 10, 15 years. Next 5 years, we do need to break this apart and get our wood industry in order because we just don't have enough storage here. 800 furniture for this big of an empire is not going to work for this big of a city. So we'll probably work on that. And then outside of the capital, we are working on taking this town right here. So we smashed this guy's army. We've been sieging it for 10 days. It'll go down pretty soon. So we'll finish that up. The other thing is we're starting to dig tunnels here so that when we need to hollow stuff out, we can hit it from multiple sides. Like if we want to take this chunk out, we only have this side. If we hollow out the backside as well, then we basically doubled the speed at which we can take down these big chunks. So that would be nice to have. So I've been doing that all over the place, just making big tunnels where we can hollow it out quicker. Yeah, we really do need to expand our slave population. It's just not high enough. And I think maybe more slave humans, and then we could probably get more research done. We already unlocked the library. We have not started using it. Same thing with tools. We need some tools. So we'll probably maybe we'll do those two things. So we'll fix some of our industries and we'll get some blue research going. All right, we're starting year 41. So I'm going to rearrange a few things up here on our big, long housing snake. So I got rid of the warehouse that we had, and I'm going to replace it with just a single hauler point and then also physician. I clicked on this and it's all red up here. So these people aren't really getting access to the physician. So we'll probably build a couple of them. Make sure we got clothing going everywhere. And I think one of the big things we need to do is restructure all this stuff. So clothing, furniture, etc. We need to redo this. I'm trying to debate if we need to relocate this inside or not, though. Probably, well, most of the wood we're gonna get in the future is gonna come from the taxes, so we can just have it deposited wherever we want. But right now we don't have that, and transferring a bunch of wood down there would be a bit of a task. Maybe it's not that big of a deal though. Well, I know for sure we could relocate the smithy. And that would actually reduce some of the work too, because we are transporting stuff. We could set up a smithy somewhere over here in this region. We would probably still use transports just because that's the easiest way to do it. Yeah, maybe what we'll do is this entire right side, this east side is all going to be, so ore, coal, metal production, and then whatever goes with that. So smithies, etc. I think that's what we'll probably do. Segregate that. I don't know what else we'll put here. Maybe we can have all of our military gear stored here in a pretty good sized warehouse. So that way it's near all the other stuff, the rations and whatnot. Could do that. All right, this is going to be a pretty big project here. It's going to take a while. We're still sieging this town down. We are maybe 4 or 5 days away from taking it. So we'll come back in a minute. Yeah, they're begging for peace still. We're going to decline. I kind of want to put a pool in here as well. I think putting one on every corner, not every corner, but every few corners would probably save quite a bit of labor costs. We do have a lot of people running around. So that shouldn't be too hard. We just need to add a culvert and then we'll run the canal down. And then let's set up a culvert right here on the corner. And we also have to research this. It's only 5 points, not a big deal. And the Garthemi love moats. So we're going to build a moat. These things are very expensive, so we can't make it too big. Make a 5x5. That should be fine. And most likely we're going to need more pumps, so why don't we just get that going. There we go. Two more water pumps should be fine. Here we go. Here's your pool. There we go. Yeah, this thing's going to be rapid. Look at that. They're going to come from all over the place. It's probably not going to be enough, but like I said, if we just do a couple of them, just make a couple of pools here and there, it should be fine. And then since they're going to be spending some time here, why don't we do... We could always take them down later, but why don't we make some humidifiers here and a couple benches. There we go. And you see our loyalty is pretty good. We're about 117. That's not bad at all. We are almost native. 89%. We'll be there pretty soon. But here we go. They are at 0, so we can take it over now. We just occupy. And again, we're going to massacre everybody except for the bugs. And then we'll keep the humidifier on just for temporarily until we get this thing under control. Now this town has decent wood production. There's also decent wood production up here too, I think it was. This one's +2. I thought there was one that is +3. Maybe not. Okay, so that's not the case. So this is the highest we have, is a +2. It also has really high opiate farm production, so if we wanted to do that... We're trading for it right now, so it's really not that big of a deal. I think it's time to make another copy here. And to be able to do that, we're kind of struggling with food up here. but we'll build a couple more food stalls, and I'm gonna install this big hauler. And then what I'll do is, it's interesting, all these are kind of having issues getting rid of their meat. I think maybe one transporter's not enough. So these ones that are kind of having issues getting rid of their meat, we'll just build a second transporter. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the push source. I'm gonna push it up here. All right, so we got two of these haulers with 3 employees running it. Let's see if that helps. And I don't even know if this thing can keep up with that much meat. That's kind of a lot. We could always pull one of these transports off and then just have it come from somewhere else. But it's definitely filling up with meat. And that means these should be filling up with meat as well, these food vendors. All right, that looks good. Probably looking over here. This is going to require quite a bit of metal and a bunch of furniture again. Yeah, maintenance isn't too bad yet. Let's go ahead and disband our army. We don't really have a need for them. Yeah, at some point we'll definitely switch this to wood. Look at that, 1,500 wood. So I don't think we really need to worry too much about carpentry or any of those. We'll take the money for now, but definitely when it's time, we'll have to switch that over. And then we need a couple more days to get that last bit of workforce from having all bugs. You know, we're being offered a bribe from one of our merchants. We're gonna go ahead and refuse because we don't want people to get pissed off. And that boosts people's happiness. Nice. All right, so that looked like it was the right call, and it's going to be good for 8 days. There we go. We got exactly enough to build the level 4 bank. We'll go with full taxation, so another 37,000 roughly. All right, looks like our meat delivery is going really well. We can, like right now, we don't need this much, but at some point we will, because we're going to expand the slave population up here by a pretty big margin. Go ahead and reserve this housing for humans. We might need to build a few more slave houses down, or sorry, Garthimi houses down here. I think our support staff the need for that is growing as well. All right, so between these two, yeah, see now there's very little red. So the next one we build will probably be on this side just to even it out. Looks like it's enough. Everything looks good. I think it's time to import. Let's not go for the full 200. We'll go for maybe just 100 at a time. So 100 human slaves, 288,000, big deal. And we'll see what that does. That might be too much, but I guess we'll see. Here we go. Construction is going up on the lab finally. We still don't have our slaves yet. It's been a while. They have to travel quite a distance, I think, to get here. Let's turn this off all the way. We'll wait for them to come. All right. We really do need to rearrange some stuff here. I kind of want to get all or as much industry inside the mountains as we can. So we can do maybe metalworking down here. Maybe we can do woodworking over here, and we can just ship. We could just have a massive amount of transporters and just keep shipping wood in. We can cut the wood right here and then ship it in. Here we go. Here's our slaves. I can see them on the map now. So they're about a day, maybe a day and a half out. Here they are. And it jumped us to 87. That's not bad, actually. I thought it was going to be worse than that. So let's go ahead and kick up some of these employees. So we're going to go to 204 on this one. We have about 300. So we'll go just shy of 300 total. So maybe like 290. And that'll give us a little bit of leeway. Actually, we lost a few people. So why don't we just get a little buffer? We'll get another 10. All right, that probably skyrocketed our maintenance. Not really, actually. Yeah, our furniture maintenance is up to 40 already. So that's kind of tough. So here's the goal. I know I've been saying I want to get the second level of research going. I'm going to get enough humans in here to max this out. So we'll get 400 total working in the lab. And then we'll probably, well, actually we could do it right now. We can take the tech that gives us tools and we could really put that to use. So we'll do both of these. That's 50 research points we just spent, but we're going to probably get more than that back. So that is how many tools? 23 tools per day. We are producing 8. So we're going to have to step that up. But you can see we already made that tech back and we still have a lot of room. So we'll get more than that back. Tools. Let's go ahead and increase the amount of tools we're making. So we're only making 8. We need to basically triple this. So we'll go up to about maybe just 30. 30 should be fine. Here we go. And we are still net positive on our metal. A little bit negative on our coal, but we can fix that pretty easily. I think we cut a lot of people off of this. Yeah, we did. We'll add another 10. There we go. So positive, net positive on that. Yep, net positive on the tools. So we'll probably have to increase our metal industry and then start equipping tools in a lot of our industries. That's going to save us quite a bit. There's some that we can't. Like I know the embassy you can't, and these Baltic crawler breeders you cannot, but most everything else you can. Here we go. And our submissions go slowly creeping back up. So 89. As these people move in and furnish their rooms, they should be in better shape. We have a lot of research now, almost 300. So let's go ahead and spend some. Let's take some of these easy ones. So the fancy hearths, that's an easy one. It's only 5. We have all the stuff we need to upgrade that. Gilded seats. What do the laboratories need for the second upgrade? So they need all stuff. It's things that we already have. So we could do that one as well. That actually wouldn't be a bad idea. But man, that's expensive. I would almost rather get some of these other ones that we haven't unlocked yet. Yeah, let's go ahead and unlock Bloodsport. So we'll have to build some fighting pits. And I know we will eventually be importing these. So herbs and opiates, and you can't import them if you don't have the technology unlocked. So we'll just preemptively do that. And then I really think we should get some points a little bit more into the Baltic Crawler Breeder. Every time we touch research, we need to put a point or 2 into that. And then let's finish off some of these. So Carpenter, Tailor, Pottery, yeah, these are all really good. So we can max this out. So that puts us at plus 52%. And then if we want to go further, we have to do the individual ones. And then we can upgrade the Carpenter. Actually, let's also put the tools. That's going to be a no-brainer. Tools. There's 4 levels of tools, though. I don't really want to spend all of my points on that. And then we'll do a couple into fine craftsmanship. Let's get up to 25%. And if we want to upgrade the Carpenter building, we can, and it's only going to cost us metal. So that's a huge upgrade. That's 100% boost. We probably need to, because those things soak up a lot of labor. So why don't we do that? We'll take 1 point into this, and then we'll unlock the next level of carpentry. We need to spend some points over here too. For sure we need this one. So level, what is that? 25 points for small city. I think that's like a level 4 or level 5 settlement. So we'll take that because we need that to unlock these down here. And then we'll also have to spend some of the blue points. It's 50 for that and another 30. So we need 80 just to unlock these. But this is definitely worth it because this is going to give us a huge boost to our workforce. I think that's probably where we'll focus our points on first as soon as we unlock. So we spent about 200 points. Let's get a few more. Let's do maybe a couple more into safety, and then we'll save a few points because I don't want to spend them all. I know for sure we're going to need to unlock more civics. I don't know which ones and when. And then I do still want to get, actually these are all blue, so that wouldn't actually make a difference. Yeah, most of the other good ones that we want are blue. We could also do some soldiering. I don't know if this is really worth it that much. It will be at some point, but right now, maybe not as much. So this one increases our training by 10%. We already have a 100% bonus. And then getting morale is really important for Garthemi, so that would be good. It's just kind of expensive. And then obviously our offense and defense, we can boost that out both by 50%. I don't see anything else that's a necessity here. We could produce our own mechanics, our own machinery if we want, but I don't see that as being a necessity. We can always just import it for now. But yeah, let's run with this. This is fine. Okay, we're going to be blowing through our metal here, so we might need to upgrade that next. Also, I took a point into mining. Let's take a couple more points into mining. It's not that expensive, and we are going to be putting a lot of people on our mines. So let's try and get that maxed out. And we're getting kind of close to demanding a region. So Farsi Bunker is 14.5 million. We're at 11.5. So 3 more, and we'll be able to buy that from them if we want. I just don't know if it's worth it or if we're better off just paying for mercenaries. I wonder which one's actually cheaper. The problem is, as soon as we go to war with these guys, we're going to cut ourselves off from a trade partner. So, and oh boy, there's another problem here. They have 2,000 units. So that's like a legit army. We may need to slow our roll here a little bit and just buy our way out of this problem for a little bit of the time anyways. I think if we can do this, if we can buy Farsi Bunker and then Honite, if you can buy these two, that'll open us up to trade with these guys. Oh, there's still free lands up here too. If we can get up there, that would be really nice. Yeah, we gotta purchase this one first though. So we'll stick to the game plan. Let's just keep going. So we'll focus on making money and then getting our population up. We're actually pretty close. So we need 3,000. We're at 2,300 right now, so pretty good. And if we start to run out of furniture here, we could always just do a temporary upgrade and then we'll get it back once we deconstruct these. But I think we're fine for now. We're still positive. So let's just keep going. We got to rip all this stuff out so we can get some building room. We got a slaver come by. Not that it matters. We don't really need the discounts. We'll take a few just to have some extras in case some die. But our submissions at 86, we're doing okay. They're not going to rebel. And somehow our mental ward is not enough to handle all of our crazies. We got 25. We only have room for 20. Let's see if that clears out. Maybe we just had some bad luck or something, but that's a lot. This thing's pretty big. I guess we'll have to make a really big one. Right, I think we have enough cash now. Let's see. 14.6, we have 14.3, not quite. Couple more days. Let's wait a couple more days. Right, and then one thing we can do is start increasing the unit size here. So I'm gonna buff these guys up by 100 at a time as we start to get more room for conscripts. Make sure this thing stays at 100% at all times. Okay, 15 million, that's definitely enough. Let's go ahead and buy this from them. Yeah, they only need 14.6. There we go, we just bought another piece of land. I'm curious if that means he's going to disband some of his troops. So he's got 2350 right now. We'll keep an eye on that maybe in a year or so. Let's see if he still has that many. And this thing is pretty good for coal, but we don't need that. So we'll probably just use this for money. I guess we could use it for gems as well, but that's not that big of a deal. We're going to go ahead and massacre everybody except for the bugs. We'll go for a humidifier and then we'll come back in a sec and deal with the rest. So looking at his army, immediately doesn't look like he disbands, so maybe it doesn't. All right, now we need to see how much he wants for this next one. So Conite, he wants 18 million. Oh man. I don't know if this territory is better or if he just wants more for it. Like each subsequent one you try and buy, they charge you more so that you can't just buy all their land. Maybe, I'm not sure. This one does have a decent fishing put, so we could do that. Yeah, at some point we'll have to be self-sufficient here so that we don't really have to trade with people. We just send all this stuff back from our own territories. Right, we got an event from a tourist. Apparently he was a serial killer and was eating humans. We're going to go ahead and hand over the bug just so we can keep good relations with our neighbor. There we go. So that is, yeah, gives us an opinion boost, but it does reduce our happiness. Let's see if that's going to affect anything. There we go. So this looks like it's going to be about the biggest dimension we can get, a 37 by 55. I want to make it a little bit longer and skinnier, and then we can have it branch out to maybe a couple smaller smithies. I finished the metal smelter. We've got 180 employees in this one, so that should be pretty good. Quite an expensive building, but it doesn't require anything fancy, just stone and wood. We are completely out of wood, aren't we? I also swapped this town, the one on the front line, over to being in a bank instead of the humidifier. So we'll get another 36k out of that. I think, yeah, because with the distance, we're getting a debuff there. It's fine. We got 2 haulers, one for ore and one for coal. And then I'm hoping that is sufficient to keep this metal smelter running. Finally got this thing up and running. We don't want to spend that many employees. Probably need to take this down, but we also need to get the smithies up and running. So what I'm going to do is just take down the smelters. Let's take these 2 down. And then what we need to do is switch the target here for the transport. I might actually delete this. This is not going to be enough, especially once we really get rolling. So why don't we get like a triple? Let's do 3. Thinking down here. Yeah, we should be able to delete that one, no problem. There we go. So we get triple transports. There we go. So we're going to assign some employees here. Their only job is to load ore and send it. We got 3 carts. Same thing over with the coal. Let's get that set up. All right, there we go. All right, so we are starting to produce metal. We'll just hang on to it in the storage. And then what I think I'll do is make another one of these haulers. We'll just put the metal there. And then when it's time, we can haul it to other buildings that are using it for products. Okay, new metal production is up, and it is enough to keep pace. That's good. We've got 2 smithies. I don't know if it's worth having individual smithies or just have one giant one and we can toggle it. I know I really don't like toggling, but having like 4, 1, 2, 3, probably 3, 2 or 3, well, plus 1 for the tools. Yeah, we would need a couple workshops for sure. Yeah, I still think it's probably better to have multiple small workshops so that we can manufacture stuff. So in terms of weaponry and armor, I think we need 1 for tools, we need 1 for heavy armor, and maybe just 1 for weaponry. We'll probably just continue to produce the 2-handed weapons, and then once we unlock research, we'll transfer this and start producing the shields. And then we can have a small carpenter dedicated to making shields. I think that's what we'll run with. Is there any other metal products? No, we don't need the hammers. We're not going to produce that. So it's really just these 4, but one of them's going to be redundant. So really just 3. So 3 workshops. Right, I don't really know where to put. I think we need to dig out a little bit more space so we can fit these. I want to have one that's going to be about the same size as this, but then we'll just cut it into 3. All right, we're expanding our mining operation here. This entire area needs to go so we could fit one of these. So if I turn this sideways, it'll fit just fine over here, or I could put it down here. We gotta kill off some animals, but we gotta cull the herd. That's fine. We're starting to get close to being able to buy that other settlement, although we're also getting to the end of this next 5 years. So let's just finish the digging project we'll save the construction for the next 5-year chunk. I'm gonna wrap this up. Okay, day 2 of spring. I actually fell asleep for a second there. Luckily it paused for me. So we dug out most of this area. For the, let's see, what did we do in this 5 years? We started to move some of our industry down here. We've got a pretty big ration maker, and we've got all the infrastructure set up for that. I don't remember if this was this turn or last turn, but not a big deal either way. So we also started to move our smelter down here. So we have a really big one. This one actually fits 180 or 190 or something. But pretty good, and that's only half. Once we get the whole thing built, once we need it, it'll be even better. So this is completely full. There you go. Now we got a spot right here for our metal, and it's already almost full. We got 800 just sitting on the floor. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna continue to get our industries up. We've got this one that has both coal and metal ready to go. We can produce tools and whatever else we want to do. So we'll probably do one large, well, it'll most likely be 3 separate smithies. And then we need to save room for 1 machinery because we do want to produce our own machinery. So that will be coming down the pipeline. What else? We expanded our slaves. We're up to 300 now. And hopefully in the near future we can get that to 400. We'll have enough to work both of these laboratories. And then last but not least, we purchased a piece of land from our neighbor up here. So this thing is paying us 36K per month. And I'm gonna check and see if we can buy this property. I think it was 18, yeah, around 18 million. We're already at 11 and a half. It's gonna slow down the closer we get because of how massive inflation is, but that's probably what we'll work on next, I think. So we'll continue to move our industries into centralized locations, and we'll try and use up some of these laborers. We have a huge workforce, and if we get really big buildings like this, we can just move the sliders up and down depending on what we need, and that should make a big difference. I just realized we were having issues with our food. Got 830 in stock. We're negative 584. Not sure what happened there, but let's scale back consumption. So we'll scale that back to, I think we had it at 1.5 for a while, and that seemed to be fine. So we'll leave it at that. I don't think we want to go below 1.5. Yep, there we go. So we should be evening it out. There we go. And our food is positive now by about 500. Loyalty is still high. So not entirely sure why we were dipping down so low, but I think we'll just leave it there for now. We got our first blacksmith, or our first smithy up. It's pretty big. I would say it's reasonably efficient with 210 workers. Not bad. Get another smithy on this side as well, and we'll probably do, maybe I'll do 2 haulers. So maybe I'll cut this down a little bit, make it a little smaller. Same thing with the, oh shoot, this one's gonna be tough. With the coal, we need to separate the coal because both smithies need it. We could probably just put it in this area right here. All right, we ran out of wood, which cut our furniture production. We'll leave this one turned off. I don't really know what we're gonna produce here. We already have enough weapons, but I guess it'd be good to have flexibility. Yeah, we need to probably unlock some stuff and then start equipping people. I know you guys are gonna hate me for doing this again, but I'm gonna back out of this playthrough. I think this one's just too easy. It's just not, there's really no challenge. At this point, it's just grinding. It's grinding up to the point where we can take over everybody. It's just going to take a long time, which I don't mind, but I would like to have some kind of challenge in between. So I think I'm going to back out. This starting position is just way too strong. We have all the starting resources we need. We got four different resources. Just too much. It's too much. That we have mountains, we have fresh water. We literally have everything. We don't even need to import anything, and which is why we were relying on nothing, and we just imported a bunch of cash. We use that cash to start buying up everybody's land. So I think I'm gonna have to redo this. I also want to redo how I'm handling logistics here. I'm not too happy with the way these are turning out, so might have to redo some things here and rethink some things. I think also what I'm going to do is not allow mercenaries. I think it's going to be bug only, as in like literally only bugs. I mean, I'll still take slaves. We'll still take slaves, but I don't want to use other people's troops. I think we'll just use our own, or stuff that we recruit from the outside. So like over here, we can recruit these guys, local soldiers from our conquered territories. So I think we'll probably end up doing that. So the way this works is come down here to your bugs, you recruit up a certain amount, and then you can train them either melee, or I guess in this case they can't do any archery training because bugs are terrible at it. So it's gonna be melee only. Then you sort out what equipment you want, and then these troops are pulled from, like I said, all the places we conquered. So we wouldn't even have to use our own population, but because these are all bugs as well, we could technically go that route. So I don't know. I have to think about that. Man, that's a lot of wasted time. But yeah, I don't want to. I could already tell. I know how long this is going to take to finish, and I don't really want to get to a certain point and then be like, oh, this is not worth it. I've already invested 10, 15 hours in this. And it's just not hard. It's not hard enough. There's no challenge. Like to get to this point was way easier than I thought it was going to be. So I'd like to struggle a little bit more and make it feel worthwhile. If I'm going to invest 300 hours into a campaign or whatever it takes, I'd like it to be a little more worth the time. So I'm going to cut this one loose, but we did pretty good. We've got 2,500 population. We were very close to hitting the 3K, and then we would have had more noble promotions and nobility and all that stuff. So that would have been cool. But I think what we'll probably end up doing, because we just have way too many people not doing anything in the workforce. So what I'll probably end up doing in the next time is have more training grounds. We'll have to get more people sent outside for combat. Well, obviously we'll have to do that if we're not doing mercenaries anyway, so that'll be a requirement. And then we'll have to manage our economy a lot smarter since we're not going to be getting a bunch of free resources. We're not going to be starting with 4 different resources. I'll probably at least try and get one, maybe clay. We'll just spam clay everywhere with humidifiers and everything, and then the other stuff we'll have to figure out. But yeah, I kind of wish I didn't have a start like this. This was, like I said, just a bit too easy. So anyways, I'm gonna cut this one loose. I appreciate you watching, and we'll see you guys on the next one.